much of the baggage of Campeggio and his suite. She strongly suspected that Wolsey had them, and might use them against her. It was now more imperative than ever that Wolsey be brought down. Father and Norfolk were exultant. "The king has agreed to charge the cardinal under the statute of praemunire with the offence of allowing a foreign power to interfere in the affairs of the realm. We did not have to look far to find evidence against him. Accepting the office of papal legate alone renders him guilty. The penalty is forfeiture of all his lands and goods," Norfolk added, gleeful, "and it serves him right." They had done their work well. The relief was overwhelming. Anne had looked to harden Henry's heart against his former friend, but she had never expected him to go this far. Banishment had been the best she had hoped for. That evening she and her mother danced around her chamber in exultation. 8 days later, Henry stripped Wolsey of his office of Lord Chancellor. "My Lord of Suffolk and I are off to demand that he surrender the Great Seal of England," Norfolk came to tell her. "He is to remain at his house at Esher, while a bill of indictment is drawn up against him." The great cardinal was finished, his stranglehold on the king broken, and it was she, that foolish girl yonder in the court, as he had called her, who had brought it to pass. Henry came to see her, furious about Wolsey, yet pleased to be in possession of all the property that had belonged to the cardinal. "York Place is mine now," he declared. "For years, since Westminster burned down, I have lacked a great house in London. Now I have one. I am renaming it Whitehall, and, darling, it will be our palace. I am having it renovated for you. It will be like those palaces of the Netherlands you often speak of. Tomorrow we will go and see it, and you shall decide what improvements you wish to make." She listened avidly as he spoke of the improvements he would make. Whitehall, being an archbishop's residence, had no lodgings suitable for the Queen, and he had no plans to create any for Catherine. Anne was to have her own court, and preside over it as Queen in all but name. Mother, who was still staying with her, attended her as chaperone when she viewed the palace with Henry. He was waiting for them there at 10 o'clock in the morning, with just Norris in attendance. As usual, Anne's heart skipped a beat, but she would have to be especially careful not to betray her feelings today, for Mother knew her too well and had eyes like a hawk. Henry kissed her hand on greeting, and she asked after Norris's health. She had noticed that he was clad entirely in black. "I am well enough, Mistress Anne," he told her, his light blue eyes meeting hers. "But you find me in sorrow. My poor wife has died." The news struck her like a thunderbolt. "I am so sorry, Sir Henry," she managed to say, remembering fair-haired Mary Fynes as a merry young girl in France 14 years ago now. As Henry led the way through chamber after chamber, speaking enthusiastically of his plans for the palace, Anne followed slowly, barely seeing the breathtaking splendour. From the jocular way he was talking with the king, Norris did not seem too saddened by his wife's death. An arranged marriage, no doubt, made for convenience, as most were. All she could think about was that he was now free. He could be hers. But it was Henry who could give her the crown she so desperately wanted. Above them, the painted beams of the great hall soared, and Henry was saying that the first thing he'd do would be to have Wolsey's coats of arms removed. They were everywhere, uncomfortable reminders of the cardinal's greatness. But Anne was asking herself why becoming queen mattered so much, when the chance of true love was hers for the seizing. And always she came back to the argument that the crown was hers for the seizing too. She had never seen marriage alone as an especially fulfilling estate for women. She had always wanted more in life, and more than she had ever dreamed of would soon, God willing, be in her grasp. There was so much that she could accomplish as queen, and her children would be royal. That mattered very much indeed. To think that a child of her blood, a Boleyn, would one day sit upon the throne of England and that her descendants would rule for centuries to come. It was a kind of immortality. She realized that the prospect of the power she would wield as queen and as the mother of the heir was headier than the prospect of marriage with Norris. She looked at Henry and Norris, standing together on the dais, and it dawned on her that love was not the most important thing in life. For her, power was more important than pleasure, and although she loved Norris far more than she could ever love Henry, and, yes, lusted after him, she knew that, in truth, they could never be together. She was Henry's, and he would never let her go. What was it Wyatt had written? Noli me tangere, for Caesar's I am. It would suit her very well, she told herself, to go on loving Norris from afar. It would add some spice to her life, supplying the excitement that Henry could rarely inspire. Resolutely, she turned to the king and smiled. "These curtains will have to go," she said. Even now, it was proving difficult to get rid of Wolsey. Acquiring the cardinal's property had gone a long way toward dispelling Henry's anger and resentment, and when, at the end of October, Wolsey threw himself on the king's mercy, Henry took him under his protection and graciously permitted him to remain Archbishop of York, second only to the Archbishop of Canterbury in the English church hierarchy. "Not to be born!" snarled Uncle Norfolk, when Anne, barely containing her own anger, broke this news. "We will fix this knave once and for all." Norfolk, father, George, and the Duke of Suffolk, with others who bore a grudge against the cardinal, began meeting at Durham House, with Anne at their head, to plot Wolsey's final downfall. There was no time to be lost, for Parliament was soon to meet, and they were hoping to force through an Act of Attainder that would see the cardinal deprived of his life as well as his possessions. Henry was jubilant. Before he had even been announced at Durham House, he had burst into Anne's chamber, surprising her as she was practising on her lute while her mother sat sewing. "Fox and Gardiner are back from Rome, Anne, and they have news." "The Pope has ruled in your favour?" she asked, rising to her feet, hardly daring to hope. "No, not that, darling." His face clouded a little. "They are both of the opinion that we can hope for nothing from Clement. But," and he brightened again, "they have met someone who has put forward a brilliant solution to my great matter. His name is Dr. Thomas Cranmer, and they met him by chance when they lodged overnight at Waltham Abbey on their way here. He was seeking refuge from some sickness that is raging in Cambridge. He is a fellow at the university, and they've both known him for years." He drew her to a window seat overlooking the river. It was a friendly reunion, and Gardiner stood them all a good dinner. Then they fell to talking, and he and Fox asked this Dr. Cranmer his opinion on my case, and he said he had not studied the matter in depth, but believed that the validity of my marriage should be judged by doctors of divinity in the universities, not by the Pope. Anne stared at Henry, light dawning. It was indeed a stroke of brilliance, and might well be the best way forward. And given that university men often held radical and forward-thinking views, it surely could not fail. "And if the universities find in your favour, what would happen then?" she wanted to know. "Ask Dr. Cranmer, sweetheart. I've brought him here to meet you." He rose and walked to the door. "Come in," he commanded. The doctor was about 40, a soberly clad cleric with mournful eyes, dark stubble on his chin, and a nervous smile. But it soon disappeared as he warmed to his subject. "There is but one truth in the matter," he said in his quiet voice, "and it will be revealed in the Scriptures when they are correctly interpreted by learned scholars trained for such a task, and that, your grace, may be done as well in the universities as at Rome. Had they been sounded first, you might have made an end of the matter long since." "But what authority would their decision have, if they decided for his grace?" Anne asked. "Mistress Anne," Cranmer said, "this case should be decided according to divine law, not canon law. Therefore the Pope's intervention is unnecessary. If the divines in the universities decide that the king's marriage is invalid, Then invalid it must be, and all that is required is an official pronouncement by the Archbishop of Canterbury to that effect, leaving the king free to remarry." "It sounds so easy," she breathed. "Dr. Cranmer," purred Henry, clamping an arm around the man's shoulders, "you have the sow by the right ear, and I want you to set all other business aside and write a treatise expounding on your views." Cranmer looked pleased and worried at the same time, but he agreed. That very day, Henry asked Anne's father to prepare accommodation for the doctor at Durham House, so that he could write in comfort. Father, of course, was delighted to comply. Never were rooms furnished so quickly. And so Cranmer got down to work. On the occasions when he emerged to dine or sup with her, Anne found her new guest to be both learned and reassuring. He was interested in humanism and passionately vocal in the arguments for church reform that were so often aired at her table. Before long, Father made Cranmer their family chaplain, and the lugubrious cleric became very much a part of the Boleyn households. Indeed, Anne had come to account him a friend. "I am thinking," Henry said, staring fiercely into the flames dancing on the hearth, "that I really would be better off without the Pope. My kingdom certainly would, and my people should be overjoyed at not having to pay tithes to Rome." He punched his palm. "Why should we owe spiritual allegiance to a man who denies me an annulment for political reasons? Does he not realize that I need an heir desperately?" He was working himself up into a fury. His temper was becoming more volatile these days. "Why won't Catherine set me free?" he ranted. "Why must she be so stubborn? I'm not getting any younger, Anne. I'm 38. Do you realize I have not bedded with a woman in years?" He looked at her in anguish, longing in his eyes. "We dare not risk," she began. "I'm not asking," he interrupted. "We are so close to success now. I can wait. God knows I've had enough practice." "How much longer will it take to canvass the universities?" Anne asked. "A few weeks, months, maybe. This time next year you could be carrying my son under your girdle. Think of it, Anne." "And what of the Pope?" she asked. "I mean to be absolute ruler in my own realm," Henry declared. "I'll not be in tutelage to anyone, and I'll brook no interference from foreigners." She smiled, rejoicing to see that he was at last discovering the full extent of his strength and his power. There would never be another Wolsey. The king had appointed Sir Thomas More to replace Wolsey as Lord Chancellor. Anne had heard much about More's probity as a lawyer and his outstanding scholarship. She had met him on several occasions, for Henry prized him as a friend. He was an upright man, but a dangerous one, for when More spoke, the whole world listened. His opinions were heeded and respected, because he held them without fear or favour. Henry had for some time been earnestly persuading Sir Thomas to agree that his marriage was invalid. "If he agrees to support me, it will add great weight to my case," he had told Anne. "Even the Pope will listen." But always, after seeing More, Henry came back dejected. "I still cannot induce him to agree with me," he lamented, as they walked through the gardens, cloaked and gloved against the November chill. The fact that he was sad rather than angry was a measure of his love for More. "What did you say to him?" Anne asked, more sharply than she had intended. "I told him I did not wish him to do or utter anything that went against his conscience. I said he must first look to God, and after God to me." And this was meant to be inducement. "At least he has accepted the chancellorship," Henry went on. "He didn't want it, but I told him I needed men like him." Anne could not agree. "Is it wise to appoint a man who is opposed to you in the most important matter of all?" she asked. "Darling, fear not. Thomas and I have agreed that I will leave him out of my great matter, and he will not interfere. And I have made it clear to him that, because of that, his power as Chancellor will be limited. Your uncle of Norfolk, as president of the council, will be in overall charge, and my Lord of Suffolk will be his deputy. That at least was good news, and above them all would be herself. She had the king's ear, so Norfolk and Suffolk would have no influence except what it pleased her to allow them. With this in mind, she found it possible to put on a smiling face when Henry invited Sir Thomas More to dine with them in his privy chamber to celebrate his friend's advancement. More greeted her very affably, considering that he had long been a friend of the Queen, and must have sat at this same table with Catherine and Henry on several occasions. If he was discountenanced to find Anne here, he did not show it. At dinner he displayed a merry wit, and such a wise and learned grasp of affairs that she could see why he drew people to him and was universally liked and admired. Anne wanted to know where this great man stood in relation to the cause of religious reform. "Sir Thomas, have you ever read William Tyndale's translation of the Bible?" she asked. "I have, Mistress Anne," he said. Turning to Henry, he added, "Your Grace knows that Bishop Tunstall gave me permission to read heretical books. You are the one man I would trust to do so." Henry smiled. "Thomas is hot on heresy," he told Anne. "Tyndale's Bible is not heresy, sir," Anne declared. "It puts forth the truth for ordinary people to read in their own tongue." "I'm afraid that's not quite the case," More said gently. "Tyndale did not scruple to change the text to conceal the truth. It pains me to say it, Mistress Anne, but he and that firebrand, Robert Barnes, are constantly pouring out abuse against the Church, the sacraments, and the Mass. And if they are allowed to continue, and books like theirs are made freely available, heresy will spread unchecked, make no mistake, and confusion and misery will overwhelm this kingdom. We are seeing the greatest attack on the Church that England has ever known." She supposed she should have anticipated such an answer. It was no secret that More held conservative views. "But would you not agree that everyone should have the right to read the Scriptures? Properly translated, of course, in English?" she persisted. "I'm afraid not. Mistress Anne, would you have the Word of God interpreted by ignorant folk?" "I would rather a simple ploughman could read it and make up his own mind than see the Church continue to manipulate the Bible to its own ends." "My companion here has become a theologian," Henry jested. Anne simmered. She would not be patronized. "And a very good one," More said kindly. "They could do with such rhetoric in Rome." "I spoke from the heart," Anne said, her voice like steel. "These are things that matter to many people." "Indeed they do," More replied. "But it is perhaps better to leave such matters to those who understand them best. His Grace here is greatly learned in theology. He would never let anyone fall into heresy." "Am I a heretic, then, for wanting the Bible to be read in English?" "Darling, Thomas did not mean that," Henry pacified her. Oh, but he did, she thought. It was no secret that he loathed heretics. He would burn them all if he could. "Not at all," More smiled, but his eyes had grown cold. "Yet you should know that it is heresy to read the Scriptures in English." "It is," Henry agreed, "and I mean to stamp out heresy in my realm." "In that your Grace will have my full support," More said. Anne subsided. The men had taken over the conversation. There was no point in her saying anything, but she would have her moment. She might have made an enemy of More this day. She was not deceived by his friendly manner, but she would triumph in the end. And to do that, it was all the more important that Henry make her his queen. And soon. Whitehall Palace was crawling with a great army of workmen, but Henry insisted on moving in at the beginning of November, in time for him to open Parliament. Some of the magnificent apartments he had assigned to Anne were already habitable. He had been visiting the palace almost daily and harrying the builders, and she was able to occupy them with her mother there to deflect any gossip. Many more ladies and servants had been engaged to attend her. Anne had felt obliged to ask George's wife to serve her, and was surprised when she accepted. From now on, she resolved, she would watch Jane for any signs of loose behaviour. But there were none. Jane was just her usual withdrawn self, especially when George was visiting. You could feel the animosity between them. From the grooms and ushers who now served her, Anne selected men she could trust to be her eyes and ears at court. Out of livery, they could mingle unobtrusively in the throng of courtiers and servants, listen to gossip, engage in outwardly idle conversation, and keep her informed of things she ought to know. Her wardrobe was now packed with sumptuous gowns, her caskets brimming with jewels worth a royal ransom. Petitioners flocked to her door. Save for the crown, she was a queen already. And the best thing was that Catherine was not here to overshadow her. She was at Greenwich, and would soon, God willing, be leaving court for good. A queen, Anne had always been told, should be the model of virtue. It was bitterly unfair, she felt, that, having zealously guarded her virtue for years, she should be the butt of so much slanderous gossip. But she would confound her critics. She would openly pursue the cause of religious reform, make her views known, and be an instrument for change. She spent a lot of time these days reading devotional books, and had taken to carrying with her always a copy of the letters of St. Paul, so that all might see how righteously and virtuously she lived. She was furious to hear Henry say that he had interceded with his justices for a priest who had been sentenced to death for clipping coins. "You do wrong to speak for a priest," she reproved him later. "There are too many already, and all of them supporting the Queen." "Calm down, sweetheart," he countered. "All this will soon be behind us." She could not help being on edge and lashing out on occasion. The endless delays were unbearably frustrating, and the self-control she had struggled to maintain for so long was beginning to fray. It was Henry who was increasingly on the receiving end, and he showed remarkable patience as matters continued to progress at a snail's pace. Even Cranmer was taking a long time to finish his treatise. He had to get it absolutely right, he kept saying. Anne just wanted her future settled. She hated the person she was becoming. It was hard to remain alluring and detached when she was screaming inside. She did not want to feel vindictive toward those, Catherine and Wolsey and Clement, who were the cause of her present untenable situation, but she did. Sometimes she wished them dead. She feared their power to thwart her and wreck her plans. Time, she felt, was passing her by. "How long will you keep me waiting?" she would wail at Henry during one of her unreasonable moods. "I might have contracted some advantageous marriage and had children." That, of course, was guaranteed to galvanize him. He would prod Cranmer to hurry up, harry Catherine, and snarl at his counsel for not doing enough to relieve his situation. He came, contrite, to Anne with gifts, a length of purple velvet for a gown, a French saddle of black velvet fringed with silk and gold, a matching footstool to use as a mounting block, a white pillion saddle for when they shared a horse. He spent hundreds of pounds on keeping her sweet. What he could not give her was security. She remained intolerably aware that everything she was and everything she hoped for depended entirely on his great love for her. Without it, the wolves would be at her door. Yet for all that, she was often ill-tempered with him. Take the matter of the shirts. Anne could sew, and she could embroider. Her needlework, in which she took great pride, was exquisite. So when Henry casually mentioned that he had ripped his shirt playing tennis and sent it to the Queen for mending, she exploded with rage. "If she is not your wife, she has no business to be mending your shirts." He looked at her puzzled. "But she's always mended them and embroidered them." How could he be so dense? Almost she could have killed him. "That's beside the point, you fool. You shouldn't encourage her by acting as if you were her husband. In future, you can send your shirts to me. I will mend them and embroider them. Anyone else who'd dared speak to the king like that would doubtless have ended up in the Tower, but at that moment Anne was past caring, and Henry just stood there, shamefaced. "I'm sorry, sweetheart. No slight was intended. You're right. I will send the shirts to you." It galled her that Henry was still at pains to convince everyone that he and the Queen remained on good terms, and kept Catherine constantly with him when they were in public. In fact, they were displaying so much courtesy to each other that anyone aware of the true situation would have considered their conduct heroic. But Henry assured Anne that whatever happened in public, in private he left Catherine to her own devices. She soon found out that that was not always the case. For one cold, dark night, late in November, a downcast Henry arrived at Whitehall and slumped in a chair in her apartment. "What's wrong?" she asked, concerned to see him so dejected.
"Catherine,"
he barked.
"I dined with her. For form's sake, so please don't look like that. But I wish I hadn't bothered. She did nothing but complain about how she was suffering the pangs of purgatory on earth, and that I was treating her badly by refusing to visit her privately. I told her she had no cause to complain. I said I hadn't dined with her as I was busy, the Cardinal having left the affairs of government in great confusion. And as to visiting her in her apartments and sharing her bed, I told her she ought to know that I am not her husband, and reminded her that I had been assured of this by many learned doctors."
"I can imagine her response," Anne said wearily.
"She insisted that my case has no foundation. So I told her that I was canvassing the universities, and would not fail to have their opinions forwarded to Rome. And if the Pope did not declare our marriage null and void, I would denounce him as a heretic and marry whom I please."
"And did that shut her up?" Henry looked defeated, as he often did after confronting Catherine. She always remained calm and resolute, while he just lost his temper and uttered threats.
"She said that for every doctor or lawyer of mine, she could find 1,000 to hold our marriage good."
Anne shook her head. "Did I not tell you that whenever you argue with the Queen, she is sure to have the upper hand?" She sighed bitterly. "I see that some fine morning you will succumb to her reasoning, and cast me off. And alas, farewell to my time and youth, spent to no purpose at all."
"By God, Anne, you were cruel," Henry protested. "You know I will never forsake you. You are my whole life, and you should know that I keep my promises."
He got up and strode to the door. Raised as royalty, and with 2 decades of kingship behind him, he would never understand how insecure she felt.
"Farewell,"
he said, and he did not even try to kiss her.
"I'm going back to Greenwich to seek some peace and quiet."
Within hours, he was all contrition. To make up for his outburst, he announced that he was creating her father not only Earl of Wiltshire, but also Earl of Ormond. Piers Butler had died, and that coveted title was to be Thomas Boleyn's at last. As Anne thanked Henry, lovingly, gratefully, she was thinking of what this elevation would mean for her and her family, and realizing that he was also preparing her for greater things. The daughter of a belted earl was a far more fitting mate for the King of England than the daughter of a viscount. A week later, she watched the ceremony of ennoblement, sitting there proudly near the throne as her father knelt to receive the trappings of his new rank, which made him one of the chief peers of the realm. George, as father's heir, was now Lord Rochford, and Anne would henceforth, for a short space until she was queen, be the Lady Anne Boleyn. Instead of the Boleyn bulls, they would all adopt the Black Lion of Ormond as their heraldic emblem. The next day, to celebrate father's elevation, the king hosted a feast at Whitehall, insisting that Anne sit at his side, in the chair of estate that Wolsey had kept for Catherine, and take precedence over all the ladies of the court. She saw Eustache Chapuis, the emperor's ambassador, watching her disapprovingly, but paid him no heed. Soon he would be bowing his knee to her. There would be such a feast when she was married, Anne decided. In fact, given tonight's festive air, the rich food, and her virginal gown of white and silver, it seemed as if nothing was wanting but the priest to give away the nuptial ring and pronounce the blessing. If only this could have been her marriage day. Henry had promoted George to the Privy Council. He was to follow in his father's footsteps and pursue a career as a diplomat, for which, being father's son, he had considerable talent. Already he enjoyed great influence at court, but his private life was a mess. Anne knew that he and Jane were virtually estranged. Anne had tried to get the resentful Jane to confide in her, but with no success. When Anne saw George at court these days, he was sometimes in company with a young man who was very handsome, a little rough-spoken, with a strange accent, yet gifted on the lute and keyboard. She asked Norris who he was.
"Mark Smeaton,"
Norris said, his eyes warm. She knew that had she given him the slightest encouragement, he would have been at her feet. For all he was still in mourning.
"Why do you ask?"
"George seems to like him, but he seems of lowly birth to me."
"He's recently been appointed a groom of the Privy Chamber. His father, apparently, was a carpenter."
"I should not sneer at that." Her smile was wry. "Our Lord was a carpenter's son too. Yet there is something coarse about Mark Smeaton. Something sly, too. She did not like the appraising way he looked at her, for one thing.
"I think he's Flemish. He was in Wolsey's household. He's come far because of his talent for music. Give him any instrument and he'll play it."
He could dance, too. He was often in the throng, showing off when there was dancing in the presence chamber. Anne noticed that his shirts, hose, shoes, and bonnets were of the finest quality. Henry obviously paid him well. Smeaton once sang, at Henry's behest, for the entertainment of the court, but he overdid the dramatics.
"Even honey, if taken too much, becomes sickly,"
father murmured at Anne's side.
"Who is that oaf?"
George, however, was increasingly with Mark, and they were often joined by Francis Weston, another young gentleman of the King's Privy Chamber. He was a likeable young man, with fair hair, blue eyes, and an extravagant taste in dress, who was also skilled on the lute. Sometimes Anne and her closest attendants, her cousin, beautiful Madge Shelton, and Norfolk's daughter, Mary Howard, would join them, along with Norris, Brian, and other gallant gentlemen. One day, Anne picked up a manuscript of poems someone had brought along. She recognized it as a book that George had once treasured. It was inscribed, "This book is mine, George Boleyn, 1526, but below it was written, "Mine, Mark S." It perturbed her. How come George liked Mark so much that he had given him that precious manuscript? Was Mark worthy of a nobleman's friendship? Was it because of George that he was always aping his betters? He not only dressed well, but kept several horses at court, and had servants who wore his livery. How did he afford it all? At the French court, Anne had heard of men who loved other men. In England, such things were never spoken of. She could not believe it of her brother and Mark. She had seen Mark ogling ladies of the court. She herself had been the recipient of his bold stares, and God only knew what Henry would do if he noticed. And George, by his own admission and reputation, was a womanizer. No, the common bond had to be music. Parliament had been in session for a month when, 3 weeks before Christmas, the Lords and Commons presented the King with a list of 44 charges against Wolsey. Anne rejoiced. All those weeks of working to bring Wolsey down had borne fruit, and Henry had agreed to consider the accusations. She was annoyed, therefore, when he seemed reluctant to lift his hand against his old friend, and even refused to discuss the matter. The thought of Christmas depressed her. She could not face another season of keeping it in solitary state while Catherine queened it over the court, so she had resolved to go to Hever with her family. Next Christmas, God willing, things would be different, and it would be her presiding over the Yuletide festivities. Henry begged her to stay. He was concerned to see her so low. She would stay low, she was determined, until he saw sense over Wolsey. But Henry was not subtle enough to get the message. Even so, he was moving closer toward pushing through radical changes. Before she left court on Christmas Eve, while they were inspecting the ranks and ranks of silver gilt cups that he would present as gifts to favoured courtiers on New Year's Day, he turned to her.
"You know, darling, if the Pope pronounces sentence against me, I will not heed it. I prize the Church of Canterbury as much as people across the sea prize the Church of Rome, and so I will tell Catherine. She must not put her hopes in the Pope."
"England would be better off unshackled from Rome," Anne observed.
"I am coming to believe it," Henry said. "The only thing that would make me change my mind is a judgment in my favour."
Chapter 18 1530 At Hever, Anne could think only of what she was missing at court, and fretting at the thought of Henry being with Catherine and their daughter, sharing in the festivities, while she was left out. As soon as Twelfth Night was over, she hastened back to London. She found Henry despondent.
"It has been hellish without you," he told her. "When I think of how long I have waited for a ruling, I confess that I find myself in such perplexity that I can no longer live in it."
Anne rested her hand on his. "Let us put our faith in the universities." Henry hesitated.
"If there remains a chance that the Pope will judge in my favour, I will not look for a solution elsewhere."
Anne gave way to despair. He had been a good son of the Church for too long, and its champion against heresy. He might bluster and threaten, yet his heart was orthodox. But what was Henry's loyalty to the Church worth against Clement's fear of provoking the Emperor? One day he would finally accept that the man beneath the triple crown was as weak and fallible as the rest of mortality. Anne hastened to Henry's privy chamber, wondering why he wanted to see her so urgently.
"His Grace is upset,"
Norris warned, admitting her. Their eyes met for a moment, and there was that old familiar recognition. She looked away and joined Henry, who was with Dr. Butts. The doctor bowed at her approach.
"The Cardinal is very ill,"
Henry said, lifting a stricken face.
"I sent Dr. Butts to see him, and in truth I am very sorry to hear what he has to say. God forbid that Wolsey should die, for I would not lose him for £20,000.
Anne stiffened. He would never stop loving Wolsey. She had feared it all along. But it mattered little now, if Wolsey was dying. Dr. Butts spoke.
"I fear, Lady Anne, that he could be dead within 4 days, if he receives no comfort from his Grace and you."
There were tears in Henry's eyes.
"I am sending him this ring."
He took it off his finger and gave it to the doctor.
"He knows it well, for he gave it to me. Tell him that I am not offended with him in my heart. Bid him be of good cheer. God send him life."
He seized Anne's hand.
"Good sweetheart, I pray you, as you love me, send the Cardinal a token with some comfortable words."
It could not hurt, not now, and one must show charity to the dying, even to one's enemies. She detached a small gold tablet book from her girdle and handed it to Dr. Butts. "I wish him well, too," she said. Whether it was down to the comfortable words and tokens, or the skill of Dr. Butts, Wolsey mended daily, and Anne's brief flowering of sympathy withered. Again she began reminding Henry that the Cardinal was responsible for their present intolerable situation, insinuating his offences into their conversations whenever possible, stoking the king's anger. He was not receptive at first, but soon she realized she was making headway. Recalling how Wolsey had duped him, his resentment festered, and Anne seized her moment. "Your Grace's sympathy for the Cardinal is laudable," she said, "but he is not worthy of your forbearance. I beg of you not to see him. I know you could not help but pity him, but it would not be fitting for a traitor like him to come into your presence."
"But, darling," Henry began.
"Don't darling me," she interrupted, furious. "Sometimes I think you love him more than you love me. Well, you will have to choose between us. I have endured this waiting long enough."
"Sweetheart," he begged, leaping up to embrace her, "be reasonable. Is not my displeasure enough punishment for him?"
Anne fended him off. "Others, committing lesser offences, would have gone to the block. But you need not go so far, Henry. I will go and pack."
"No!"
he shouted, as she moved toward the door.
"No, Anne, do not leave me. What would my life be without you? I love you, and I promise you I will not receive the Cardinal. I will do whatever you wish, if only you will stay with me."
And then, of course, she relented, and all was harmonious between them again. If Henry resented having been forced to capitulate, he did not betray it. His ardour was inflamed all the more by the thought of losing her. Norris escorted her out. "You heard what the king said?" she asked. He smiled at her.
"I could not help overhearing, my Lady Anne."
"I will put paid to this cardinal once and for all," she murmured, "even if it costs me 20,000 crowns in bribes."
"It will not," he assured her. "There are many who will do much to prevent his return to power."
She did not tell him that she had sent a spy, in the guise of a servant, to infiltrate Wolsey's household, with instructions to seek out anything remotely incriminating. George had been most helpful in setting that trap, and the spy had been dispatched with a pouch full of gold. Soon the cardinal's physician was overheard telling a colleague that his master had been corresponding with the Pope. Naturally, the servant who heard him, being loyal to the king, came hurrying to report this to the Privy Council. The physician was arrested. Henry, relating this to Anne over supper that evening, was incensed.
"The Cardinal has asked the Pope to excommunicate me and lay an interdict on England if I do not dismiss you and treat the Queen with proper respect."
Anne's rage was genuine. "Now you see him for what he is, the vilest traitor. When I think of all the years he has caused us to waste, all lost, and how my honour has been defamed—" She was weeping now. "In truth, I cannot go on like this. I am weary of it all. Often I think it would be best to end it now. Then we can both get on with our lives." Henry was crying too.
"Darling, please do not speak of leaving me."
"You have no idea how it is for me," she sobbed. "The world thinks I sleep with you, and some even say I have borne you bastards. My reputation is in ruins, thanks to Wolsey and that weakling Clement. How do you think that feels? Wolsey should pay for what he has done. You should have him arrested."
"But I can't do that,"
Henry shouted, dabbing at his eyes and recovering himself.
"That letter the physician spoke of cannot be found, and without it there is a poor case against the Cardinal. I would do anything for you, Anne, but this would be against my honour and against all justice."
"Is the man's testimony not enough?" she cried, frantic. "Men have been beheaded on the strength of witness depositions."
"More depositions than we have in this case,"
Henry argued. She would not push him further. She had failed. But tomorrow was another day. "Forgive me if I seemed vehement," she said, drying her tears. "It was the thought of your having been deceived and betrayed."
"You don't know how you twist the knife, Anne," Henry told her.
Anne strode through Whitehall to the King's apartments, pushing past Norris without waiting to be admitted. Henry had pardoned Wolsey. What was he thinking of? You should have had him arrested instead, she cried, upbraiding him for his folly. But he was immovable as a rock.
You would not have me pervert the justice that is carried out in my name, he challenged.
You don't have to show him such favour, she flung back. And so it continued, back and forth, in a vicious cycle that left her feeling drained and ragged. She could no longer control her fears or her temper. She lived in trepidation that Henry would welcome Wolsey back, and that Wolsey, knowing her enmity, would do his best to destroy her. She knew she was trying Henry's patience to the limit, but she could not curb her tongue. Entering his privy chamber one day, she came upon him talking to Sir John Russell, a courtier with a distinguished career behind him, and heard Sir John urging the king to show kindness to the cardinal.
He is a consummate statesman, sir, and no one served you more loyally, even if he did fail you in the end.
Sir John, Anne said, interrupting, I marvel that you should praise such a man to the king's own face, when he has been accused of so many offences against his grace. A pardon does not mean that they have been forgotten. She did not wait for the astonished Sir John to reply. Aware that Henry was glowering at her, she walked away. She would not speak to Sir John again, she vowed. But Henry came after her.
Anne, I love you very much, but I will not have you ill-treating a gentleman of my household in my presence,
he reproved her, as courtiers standing nearby watched, smirking.
And yes, a pardon does mean that a man's offences are forgotten, by me, and it's my opinion that matters.
Then I beg your Grace's pardon, Anne said scathingly, sweeping a graceful curtsy and moving away before he could say any more. He came to her, of course, as soon as he could, all contrite and terrified lest she threaten again to leave him, and she graciously accepted his apology. As usual, after a quarrel, he was more ardent than ever, so she let him kiss and caress her. It worried her that she could so easily let her tongue run away with her, but she could not help herself. It seemed that she was always fighting her demons, and chief of them, right now, was Wolsey. The bickering continued, fuelled by Henry's reluctance to act on Cranmer's treatise, which was now finished. Soon it was spring, and now it was summer, and still he hesitated, loath to take that final leap that might well bring him into schism with Rome, and no amount of urging or nagging could move him. "You were so fired up by Dr. Cranmer's solution," Anne reminded him.
"Yes, but I have thought about what might ensue if I take that course. I mean now to have all my lords, spiritual and temporal, petition the Pope to decide the case in my favour."
"And do you think that will move him?" Anne was scornful. "Henry, I am 29, and not getting any younger. If you hope for sons, you must do more than send petitions."
"Anne, if I take any course other than seeking the Pope's judgment, the Emperor may declare war. Do you realize how many enemies I have made in pursuing our marriage? Not just abroad, but here in my realm, in my court. Do you have any idea what I am risking for you? My popularity, England's security, even my very throne."
"That matters not," she countered passionately, knowing she had to stop him from seeing her as part of the problem. "What matters is us and our marriage. Do you know, I read of an ancient prophecy that at this time a queen shall be burned. That could be me. I know I am hated and I grieve for it, but even if I were to suffer 1,000 deaths, my love for you would not abate one jot." He kissed her then, his anxieties forgotten for a space. But he had given her a jolt, and she resolved to show a little more deference to him from now on, and to try to be the person he had fallen in love with in the first place. Henry was to visit his daughter, the Princess Mary, at Hunsdon. She was 14 now, and had rarely been at court since the great matter had arisen, since both her parents wished to protect her from its consequences.
I miss her, Henry told Anne, and I would reassure myself that she has not been infected by Catherine's obstinacy.
He came home in a foul mood.
It's a fine thing when a man's own daughter starts telling him he is in error, he growled. Never mind the duty she owes him. Catherine's got at her. Mary is repeating the same old arguments. I told her I would visit her again only when she has accepted the truth. The little minx said that she was ready to obey me in all things, save what was against her conscience.
Has she no respect for her father and king? Anne asked, indignant.
She has never defied me before, ever,
Henry mourned, deeply upset. Anne could remember often seeing him with Mary in Catherine's chamber. He had adored the child, and she him. The Lord's petition had been sent to Rome. In Henry, hope sprang anew, but Anne expected nothing. Weeks went by with no word in response. Then, in September, Clement, still avoiding pronouncing sentence, suggested that the king might be allowed 2 wives.
2 wives? Henry erupted. Does the Church now sanction bigamy?
How can he justify it? Anne gaped, shocked to her core.
He says he can permit that with less scandal than would be caused by granting an annulment.
Secretly she was pleased. In stooping so low, Clement had lost all credibility with Henry, and, if there was any justice, with the world at large.
I'm finished with him,
Henry said, his eyes steely.
I should have relied all along on my conscience, which is a higher court of justice than the corrupt court of Rome. God, I know, is guiding my actions. Clement has kept me waiting for 3 tortuous years, and now he shall know that my patience has worn out. Send for Cranmer.
Thomas Cromwell came upon Anne as she was strolling along the riverside at Greenwich, wondering how long it would be before they could expect the universities to give their opinions. Cromwell was now a member of the King's Privy Council, and Henry spoke highly of him, being impressed by Cromwell's zeal in his cause. Anne did not much like the man personally, but they shared a common desire for reform and the translation of the Bible, and if he was willing to use his considerable talents to help secure an annulment, she was more than ready to give him the benefit of the doubt. She doubted that Henry would ever again rely on a counsellor as much as he had relied on Wolsey. He had become too much his own man for that, but she knew that Cromwell's influence was growing. As long as he realized that her will was law to the king, they would get along very well. Cromwell bowed.
Lady Anne, I thought you would wish to know. New evidence has been laid before the council about the cardinal.
New evidence, Master Cromwell? He looked about him. There was no one within earshot on this cold first day of November. Most courtiers were indoors, huddled by fires and braziers. He lowered his voice.
We have letters proving that Wolsey has written to the Emperor and the King of France, asking them to intercede with the king on his behalf. A foolish move, is it not, Lady Anne, on the part of a man who was charged under the statute of praemunire? It is being construed as treason, and he is to answer for it.
The king believes it? Only a few days ago she had heard Henry say that Wolsey was a better man than any of his counsellors, and praise him for the way he was carrying out his spiritual duties in Yorkshire.
Yes, even as we speak, a warrant is being drawn up for his arrest.
Cromwell's porcine eyes fleetingly registered emotion. You are sorry for your old master, she said.
He was a good master,
he observed thoughtfully. Then his mouth set in its familiar bullish line.
But I would not want anyone to think I have any love for a man who has committed treason. You might like to know that the Earl of Northumberland has been deputed to arrest the cardinal in the king's name.
Harry Percy, now come into his father's estate. There was a kind of justice in it.
It is Fitting, is it not?" Cromwell said softly, and suddenly Anne remembered being in Harry's arms under that lime tree near the observant friar's house, and a man in black watching them.
"You saw us," she exclaimed. "You knew."
"I had the ear of the cardinal. I know what happened. There was no betrothal to Mary Talbot. It had been discussed, true, but Wolsey pushed it through. It was his way of being revenged on you Boleyns for sneering at him. Be grateful he stopped at that. He brought that fool Buckingham to the block."
Anne stared at him. "So Harry and I were lawfully betrothed after all?"
"Yes, you had witnesses, but the cardinal had it formally annulled. Percy had no choice but to agree or face the king's displeasure. I am sorry for you, Lady Anne. It was a cruel way to treat you. But now you will have your revenge."
"You think I am wrong to want that?" she asked, appalled. She had been right all along about Wolsey.
"No one would blame you," Cromwell said.
Despite the grey weather, Anne was outside, watching Henry shooting at the butts at Hampton Court, that great sprawling palace that Wolsey had built and later given to him as an extravagant gesture of loyalty. He had just scored a bullseye when Wolsey's gentleman usher, George Cavendish, approached and bowed low.
"Your Grace, the cardinal is dead," he announced.
Henry turned ashen.
"Dead?"
he echoed.
"Yes, sir. He had been ailing for months, and being brought to London he was taken ill at Leicester, where the monks of the abbey gave him shelter. He died that night."
Cavendish was near to tears. He had been devoted to his master. He would not look at Anne. Henry swallowed.
"Did he speak of me at the end?"
His voice was hoarse. Cavendish looked uneasy.
"What did he say?" Henry asked. "Tell me." "Sir, forgive me. He said that if he had served God as diligently as he had your Grace, he would not have abandoned him in his grey hairs."
There was a tense silence.
"I wish he had lived!"
Henry burst out and stalked off. Anne left him alone. She was waiting until he had had time to absorb the news. But it was he who came to her.
"God will judge him,"
he said. He looked as if he had been weeping for hours. "You would have had him face an earthly judge," she reminded him. "He must have known he was bound for the Tower."
"Was he a traitor?"
he asked, troubled. "You know he was."
"I know only what his enemies said about him."
"You had proof, in those letters he sent."
"But was his intention treasonous?"
He was racked with doubt. "What else could it have been?" He looked at her then, his eyes misting. Then his expression hardened.
"Yes, he was a traitor, in the pocket of Rome. You might say that God has given judgment."
She wondered if Henry really would have gone so far as to execute a cardinal of the Church. When it came to it, he would probably have forgiven Wolsey, as he had so many times before. He had loved him. Not so the rest of the court. The cardinal had been virulently envied and resented, and there was much rejoicing at his death. Having barely suppressed her jubilation when she was with Henry, Anne knew a huge sense of relief that never again could Wolsey return and confound her. Father and George were triumphant.
"Good riddance,"
spat Uncle Norfolk. George and the debonair Francis Weston grabbed Anne's hands and pulled her in the direction of the office of the Master of the Revels.
"I've an excellent idea for a masque," George explained. "Francis agrees."
"A masque? Now?"
"There will never be a better time. I'm calling it the going to hell of Cardinal Wolsey."
Anne wondered what Henry would say, but their excitement was infectious, and they had certainly captured the prevailing mood of the moment. And so she dressed up as a particularly beguiling devil, and joined the others in celebrating Wolsey's end, prodding the actor playing the cardinal with pitchforks as he disappeared into the fiery pit, while musicians played discordant notes and the court roared its approval. And Henry, surprisingly, raised no protest, but laughed with the rest, hiding whatever grief he was feeling. It was Cromwell, she noticed, who turned away. Anne was deeply saddened to hear that Margaret of Austria had died of a fever. Only last year, Margaret had skilfully negotiated what had become known as the Ladies' Peace between France and Spain, herself representing the Emperor Charles and Madame Louise representing King Francois.
She was a great lady,
Henry said. She was an inspiration, Anne replied, and she had proved, as Isabella had, that a woman could rule as successfully as any man, as Anne intended to do herself. Catherine lay gravely ill at Richmond. It seemed wrong to hope that she would follow Wolsey to the grave, and so resolve the great matter at a stroke, yet Anne could not but do so. Henry, whose patience with Catherine had all but run out, showed little sympathy, and stayed with Anne at Hampton Court.
"I'm not risking infection," he declared. "There is plague in Richmond."
He contented himself with sending Catherine hectoring letters, urging her to enter religion. Weak as she was, she persisted in her refusal. Soon, Anne knew, the universities would speak. In a few short months, weeks even, she might be queen. She knew there would be criticism, that her lineage was nowhere near as impressive as Catherine's, or most of the queens of England who had gone before her. It was not enough to be descended from ancient royalty through the Howards on her mother's side. It was who your father was that counted, and there would be plenty to point the finger and say that she was too lowly to be queen. But there had been talk in the family, doubtless passed down for generations, that the Boleyns were descended from a Norman lord who had settled in England in the 12th century. She discussed the matter with a herald from the College of Arms, and commissioned him to draw up a family tree. To her delight, he traced her lineage back to a great lord, Eustace, Count of Boulogne, who had married into the English royal family, and whose granddaughter had wed King Stephen. Henry scanned the impressive chart showing all the generations of Boleyns, and frowned.
"Who is the knave that did this?"
he asked to her dismay.
"It's an invention. The sons of this Eustace became kings of Jerusalem."
Henry was well informed on his royal pedigree. "There was another son, from whom my family descends." He murmured, not convinced.
"Best not trumpet this about."
"But it's the truth," Anne protested.
"I said no, Anne. I would not have you a laughing-stock."
And he was immovable. He was equally displeased by the motto she had chosen, and had embroidered on the new liveries she had bought for her servants. "Thus it will be, grudge who grudge." It was a message for anyone who dared challenge her right to be queen. But Henry put his foot down.
"Do you really want to attract ridicule, Anne? You of all people should know that the Emperor's device is grudge who grudge, long live Burgundy. You were at his aunt's court. Already people are making jests. I saw Chapuis smiling at one of these badgers yesterday."
Anne felt her cheeks flaming. She had not consciously remembered the device from her days in Burgundy, but now she was mortified. Immediately she gave the order for the offending badges to be removed. Catherine did not die. For his own mysterious reasons, God let her live. She joined Henry at Greenwich, with the Princess Mary for Christmas, and once again Anne found herself celebrating, if that was the word, the season at Hever. Another year wasted, but it would be the last. Henry had assured her that their marriage would undoubtedly be accomplished in the new year. Chapter 19, 1531. The Spanish Lady Willoughby looked down her aristocratic nose at Anne. Of all Catherine's ladies, she was the one who had shown the most contempt. An outspoken woman, she had made no secret of her opinion on the king's case. So when Anne encountered her in a gallery on the day she returned from Hever to Greenwich, the air became as frosty indoors as it was outside. "Oh, Lady Anne," the Baroness said, as she moved aside to let Anne and her baggage-laden attendants pass. "We had hoped you would stay at Hever. And I," Anne countered, "wish that all Spaniards were in the sea." "Such language is disrespectful to our good mistress the Queen," Lady Willoughby reproved. Anne was determined to discountenance this unpleasant woman. "I care nothing for her," she retorted. "She is no true queen, and I would rather see her hang than acknowledge her as my mistress." And she sailed on, not giving her tormentor a chance to reply. As always, Henry welcomed her back to court with open arms, and they dined together alone in his privy chamber.
"I wish you had been here for Christmas, darling," he said. "The festivities were marvellous, and the court was crammed. The best thing was having Mary to spend it with me. She is quite the young lady now, and very learned and accomplished."
Anne felt her anger rising. "This is the same Mary who has defied you and supported her mother?" she lashed out. "I marvel that you should praise her so, when she has forgotten her duty to you." Henry stared at her, that dangerous flush rising from his neck.
"Sometimes I think you forget yourself," he said. "We have been apart for days, and I had been longing to see you again. But already you are upbraiding me."
"I was overjoyed to see you," Anne cried. "But you seem to be deluding yourself. Or has the princess now changed her opinion and become obedient?"
"No, but Anne, she is my daughter, and I love her dearly. She will see sense in time. She is young and lacking in the wisdom to deal with such matters. Really, you could be a little kinder. Catherine never in her life used such ill words to me."
There were tears in his eyes. "Well, I'm sure she'd be delighted to have you back," Anne said tartly. Henry reached across the table and took her hand.
"Let's not quarrel, darling, please. I will deal with Mary, I promise, but in my own way. I don't need any more unpleasantness at this time. Clement has cited me to appear in Rome to defend my case."
"Will you go?" She squeezed his hand back to let him know she had forgiven him. Always, these days, she found herself pushing him to the brink, then realizing that she must let him see her softer side.
"No, and I intend to ignore also the brief he has issued, ordering me to send you away and forbidding my subjects to meddle with my case. Truly, Anne, I am becoming convinced that the English Church would be better off with me, the king, as its head."
"Don't just keep talking about it," she fumed inwardly. "Do something." "I have thought that for a long time," she said, "and you know that others think it too."
"Cromwell, for one," he told her. "We've been having some interesting discussions. He thinks there would be many advantages to severing the Church of England from Rome, but he can tell you himself."
He sent for Cromwell there and then, and invited the big bull-necked man to join them at table, calling for more food and wine to be brought.
"This is an unexpected honour, sir," Cromwell said, smiling, "and what a pleasure to have the company of the Lady Anne."
He bowed his head in her direction.
"Tell her what you said to me," Henry commanded,
as they tucked into venison pasty and jugged hare. Cromwell turned to Anne.
"The Pope delays in judging his Grace's suit. Why wait for his consent? Every Englishman is master in his own house, so why should the king not be so in England? Ought a foreign prelate to share his power with him? I have told him, with no disrespect intended, that he is but half a king, and we are but half his subjects."
An impressive argument, and Henry was lapping it up greedily by the look of him. "I could not have put it better myself," Anne declared, warming to Cromwell.
The Church of Rome owns great wealth and estates here," he went on, then looked at Henry. "Given a free hand, I could make your grace the richest sovereign that ever reigned in England." Henry's eyes gleamed. "I do believe that breaking with Rome would be a popular move," he said. "True Englishmen resent having to pay Peter's pence to Rome. It is a burdensome levy."
"Your Grace could stamp out corruption the more easily if you were head of the English Church," Anne pointed out.
"By God, I could," Henry agreed, fired up at the prospect. "I should be governing my kingdom without interference from Rome or any other foreign power."
She thrilled to hear him say it. But on past experience, how far was he really prepared to go? He surprised her. At the end of January, he summoned the convocations of the clergy of Canterbury and York to Westminster. It was apparent to everyone that something momentous was in the air, for it was only with the assent of convocation that important church reforms could go forward. A week later, the King stood up in Parliament and demanded that the Church of England recognise and acknowledge him as its sole protector and supreme head.
"Neither Parliament nor convocation will defy me,"
he told Anne afterward. Daily he granted leave of absence to those members of Parliament who supported the Queen, and then the elderly Archbishop Warham announced that the convocations were prepared to acknowledge the King as supreme head of the Church of England, as far as the law of Christ allowed.
"They insisted on that qualification,"
Henry told Anne, somewhat disgruntled, when he visited her at Whitehall that evening.
"Tempers got a little frayed as we negotiated, but the thing is accomplished, darling. Henceforth the English Church will no longer recognise the Pope or the Bishop of Rome, as I would have him called now, nor may he receive allegiance from my bishops or enjoy any spiritual jurisdiction in England."
Anne felt dizzy with joy. It was far more than she had ever hoped for. She was sure that no king of England had ever undertaken so daring an enterprise. Her respect for Henry soared. He was showing great courage in pushing ahead with what was effectively a revolution. England had been subject to Rome for 1,000 years, and now all that would be overturned. It was a magnificent, if daunting, prospect. The ramifications could be never-ending.
"Together, Anne, we can build a new church,"
Henry said, his eyes shining. And in that moment she loved him, truly loved him. Parliament wasted no time in approving the King's new title, and the momentous news was proclaimed all over England. Henry's subjects were told that he was now effectively King and Pope in his own realm, with jurisdiction over his subjects' material and spiritual welfare. Anne was beside herself when the announcement was made at court, and threw her arms around Henry in full view of everyone. "I feel as if I have gained paradise," she cried. She caught Chapuis's hostile stare and smiled challengingly at him. Father and George were ecstatic, and when, at the reception afterward, the venerable John Fisher, Bishop of Rochester, insisted that it was against God's law for the King to be head of the Church of England, Father's blood was up.
"Bishop, I could prove to you by the authority of Scripture that when God departed this world, he left no successor or vicar," he asserted. "Who then said to his disciple, 'Thou art Peter, and upon this rock I will build my church, and the gates of hell shall not prevail against it?'" The old man countered. "Let us have no dissent today," the King said, intervening. "As you will see, my Lord Bishop, most of the nobility have come to rejoice with me, and not a few of your fellow clergy. Come, my Lord of Wiltshire, and drink with me."
He and Anne left Fisher to ponder on that, and joined Cromwell.
"My Chancellor is not here," Henry said, looking around in vain. "I had hoped to see him." "Thomas More will not countenance this," Cromwell said. "It has probably upset his stomach."
But there More was, hurrying into the presence chamber with a great stack of papers under one arm. Joy and relief shone in Henry's face.
"Thomas!"
he cried, and embraced More before he could bow.
"I crave your Grace's pardon. I was detained in Chancery, and then I had to wait at Westminster for a barge."
His smile was pleasant, but his eyes were wary. Norfolk joined them.
"By the Mass, Master More, I did not look to see you here,"
he exclaimed, clapping More on the shoulder. They had long been friends.
"I am the King's good servant," More said. "My place is here. What does your lordship think of the King's new title?"
Cromwell challenged Norfolk. As Henry fixed his gaze on her uncle, Anne drew in her breath. Everyone knew that Norfolk, a devout Catholic like all the Howards, was against reform.
"Don't ask me,"
the Duke snorted.
"I leave all that business to those with brains in their heads, like his Grace here."
Henry laughed.
"Spoken like a true Englishman. I hope that all my subjects will prove as wise as you, my lord. Unlike that fool Fisher."
He turned to Anne, her father, and Cromwell, leaving Norfolk and More conversing together.
"He has to be stopped,"
he said in a lower voice.
"I will have a quiet word with him," Cromwell said. "That wretched bishop was bloody rude to me,"
father chimed in. "He could be a dangerous opponent," Anne warned. "People respect him as a great theologian. He defended the Queen without fear or favour, remember?"
"He's still writing books defending her," Henry fumed. "Her supporters see him as saintly. My grandmother did too. He was her chaplain. But there's steel beneath that air of sanctity. See, he keeps his mouth shut, Cromwell."
Fisher was just one dissident. There could be legions of them. Anne burst out to George the next morning as they braved the February winds to walk in the gardens.
"Last night, even after the King tried to silence him, the bishop was airing his views to whoever was listening," George told her, "spreading sedition, no less. And some did listen, especially those who favour the Queen."
"He must be silenced," Anne cried. "No one can be allowed to challenge the King's supremacy. I will speak to his Grace."
"He can now have him defrocked," George reminded her.
Yes, she would speak to Henry. Henry's face was grave.
"There has been an attempt to poison Bishop Fisher,"
he told Anne one afternoon after he had been in council.
"We've arrested the culprit, a knave called Richard Rouse, the bishop's cook. He added some powders, he says he was given, to the gruel that was to be served to my lord and his guests and servants. 2 of them have died, and 17 are seriously ill. It beggars belief that anyone could do such a thing. Poisoning is a horrible crime, and worthy of severe punishment."
His lips were pursed primly in outrage. "And Bishop Fisher? Was he poisoned?" Anne asked, thinking, God forgive her, that it would be convenient to have the saintly prelate confined to his bed, mute for a space.
"No, I thank God. He had decided to fast. But there's no doubt that the poison was meant for him. Rouse said at first that he thought the powders were laxatives, and that he'd done it for a joke. But then he changed his story, and said he had been given to understand that they would do no more than make people sick, and would not cause any real harm. What he won't say is who told him that. Someone gave those powders to him."
Anne had a chilling thought. They will point the finger at me. The bishop is known to be against the divorce. People will say I tried to have him murdered. "Have you pressed this Rouse to name who sent him?" she asked aloud.
"Yes, he has been interrogated. He is to be examined again today, a little more rigorously."
Henry's eyes narrowed.
"I think he will talk."
After Henry had left for the council chamber, Anne hastened to confide her anxieties to George. He listened with increasing anger. "Rouse is being questioned again as we speak," she told him. "So far, he has taken all the blame upon himself."
"Maybe he's telling the truth. He could have bought those powders and been told about their effects by the apothecary, or used too much."
Or maybe he was warned that if he talked, it would go worse for his family. George, this was a deliberate attempt on the bishop's life. It must have been, for it is so timely. And I can't help but think that one of our friends was behind it. Someone powerful enough to frighten this Rouse into silence.
George slid an arm around her. Sister, I think you are letting your imagination run away with you.
But what motive did Rouse have to do such a thing?
A grudge against someone?
Anne stood up. I wish I believed that. A bell sounded in the courtyard outside. I must go. Henry will be out of council soon.
Let me know if Rouse talks, George said.
A horrible germ of a suspicion crept into Anne's mind. Father had waxed hot against Fisher. He had exploded later, after the reception, calling the bishop all manner of nasty names, and she had confided to George her fears that Fisher was dangerous. Henry himself had said he should be stopped, but not like this. And really, she could not credit that father would have stooped so low as to commit murder, and by poison too, a woman's weapon, given that no brute force was needed. Of course he would not. Surely George had not done this dreadful thing. Did he love her so much that he would commit murder for her? Was he so stupid not to think of the consequences? George was a mercurial character, a law unto himself. By his own admission, he had committed rape, and of all her family, he was the one whom fame and advancement had touched the most. He had grown more ambitious even than she and father were. Had he done this in the mistaken belief that it would smooth her path? No, she could not believe it. Rouse did not talk. He still would not name the person who had given him the powders. Henry came to Anne a few days later. He spoke reluctantly, as if dragging the words out.
Lord Chancellor More has told me that there are seditious rumours that you, sweetheart, your father and your brother were involved in that poisoning attempt.
His tone was contemptuous.
It's all wicked lies, Anne cried, alarmed. I would never—
Darling, I know that,
Henry comforted her.
By God, I'll still their tongues if I have to cut them out. None shall slander you. I told Moore. I said you were being blamed unfairly for everything, even the weather.
Someone, Anne was sure, was trying to frame her. The very use of poison had been intended to put her, a woman, in the picture. For which other woman had a motive to want Fisher silenced?
There will be no trial,
Henry told Anne, after Rouse had been interrogated for the 4th time.
But you said—
Anne, I must divert suspicion from you and yours.
I would see Rouse questioned in open court, to have my name cleared, Anne demanded. He must admit his guilt.
Henry sat there, immovable. He would not look at her.
What did he say today?
She demanded to know.
He said little more, despite being pressed. He is adamant that he was acting alone.
Still Henry would not meet her gaze, but sat there toying with the bases of his doublet.
Darling, the rumours proliferate. Parliament, the Supreme Court in this realm, will pass an act of attainder against this wretch, demonstrating how seriously I regard his crime. And because I utterly abhor such an abominable offence, I am having Parliament pass a new law, making wilful murder by poison high treason, for to me it is equal to it, and should attract similar odium. Those who offend will be boiled to death, a dreadful punishment for a dreadful crime.
Anne's hand flew to her mouth. It was barbarous. The agony was unimaginable, and that Henry could sanction it. But she could see why he was being so ruthless. The punishment must be a deterrent to others. She hoped, how she hoped, that Rouse was not to suffer it as a scapegoat for someone else. Sir Francis Bryan went to Smithfield to witness Rouse's execution, and came back sickened.
They hung him up in chains from a pulley, and dipped him in and out of a cauldron," he related. "He roared mighty loud, and some women who were big with child fainted. It took him a long time to die." Anne shuddered. Her eyes met George's. He was as horrified as she was. At last the universities of Europe had all spoken. The final determination arrived as Henry and Anne were playing cards in her chamber. "That makes 12 for me and 4 for the Queen," Henry said, jubilant. "It's cost me a fortune, but it was worth it." Anne hoped they had not all been susceptible to bribes, and that their determinations were honest. But really it did not matter. The outcome was what they had both desired. "Darling, think on it," Henry was saying. "The finest and most learned minds in Europe have pronounced my marriage to be incestuous and against the law of God, and so it must be null and void. Pope Julius had no business in the first place to dispense with it."
"So our marriage can go ahead?" she asked.
"In a little space," Henry said. "I'm hoping that Clement will pay heed to these verdicts and grant my annulment, so that this breach can be healed."
Anne wondered if she had understood him correctly. Was he, even now, ready to be reconciled to Rome? He had made himself head of the English Church. Did he really think that the Pope would welcome him back into the fold with open arms now? She despaired of him. She truly did. At heart, he was still a good son of the Roman Church. Henry had the verdicts of the universities read out in Parliament and published. Inevitably there was an outcry.
"The most vocal in opposition seem to be women, who are more wilful than wise or learned," Cromwell reported. "They accuse your Grace of having corrupted the learned doctors. It would be wise to let the clamour settle down before proceeding further. My book should still their tongues," Henry declared. A glass of the truth was about to be published. "Or we might have to find better ways of doing it." The book was greeted largely with derision, and Anne had never been so unpopular. The rumours surrounding the Rouse affair had not been forgotten. People hissed "murderess" when she went out in public. Anne's misery deepened. She had thought that once the universities had spoken, Henry would instruct the Archbishop of Canterbury to declare his marriage invalid, and they would be wed. But Henry was still, even now, casting about for a more conventional means of bringing that to pass. At present, he was doing his best to provoke Catherine into giving him grounds for a divorce by deserting him. When the Princess Mary fell ill, and Catherine was desperate to see her, he told her she might go to her if she wanted, and also stop there. But Catherine, no fool, decided to stay at court. She told him she would not leave him for her daughter or anyone else in the world. Oh, she was clever. Henry tried a different strategy. When a letter from the Vatican informed him that his case could be tried only in Rome and nowhere else, he shouted that he would never consent. "And I care not a fig for Clement's excommunications," he stormed,
stumping off to confront Catherine, determined to force her to withdraw her appeal to the Pope. "I told you she would refuse," Anne said wearily, when he returned in a foul temper.
"She will rue it," Henry replied. "I am sending a deputation from the Privy Council to tell her to be sensible."
But Catherine refused to be sensible. She insisted that she would abide by no decision save that of Rome. Anne wanted to shake the infuriating woman. "This cannot go on," she flared. "Always she defies you."
"I agree," Henry said. "But the Emperor is powerful. Chapuis watches all that I do. I must not provoke war."
"The Emperor is busy with fighting the Turks in the East," Anne pointed out. "He has little leisure to make war on England."
"I know that, but be sure he takes a close interest in what happens here. And I do wonder what he would do if Catherine asked him to intervene. Remember, his domains are vast. Think of the armies he could raise. But you are right, darling. This situation cannot continue."
That summer they divided their time between Windsor and Hampton Court, riding out to the chase every day, fishing in the Thames, and enjoying the good weather. Catherine and Mary came with them to Windsor, but they kept to the Queen's apartments, to Anne's relief. After Catherine had called her a shameless creature in front of the whole court before they left Greenwich, she did not trust herself to be civil. At the end of June, Henry turned 40. Something of the vigour of youth still clung to him, even if he was broader in person these days, and his hair was receding under his bonnet. Maturity suited him. Tall, elegant, muscular, and graceful, he yet drew all eyes. Some considered him a perfect model of masculine beauty, but not Anne. She was not dazzled by his majesty. She had long been familiar with the man beneath. Turning 40 made Henry conscious of time flying by. At his age, a man should have a son old enough to wield a sword in battle. He often spoke of his desire to go on a new crusade against the Turks, but dared not commit himself until the succession was assured. His desire for a male heir was a constant theme. So much depended on it that Anne began to fear it might be too late for her to bear children. She was 30 now, old to be contemplating motherhood for the first time. Another thing to fret about.
"I've had enough,"
Henry murmured one evening in July, as he led Anne into the presence chamber at Windsor and saw Catherine already seated there.
"I'm separating from her for good."
As she went through the farce of curtsying to the Queen and moved to her place farther down the high table, Anne dismissed Henry's words as more bluster, thinking there was no point in rejoicing. But he proved her wrong.
"Her obduracy is making a mockery of my scruples, and thanks to her my great matter is now talked about through all Christendom," he grumbled later. "She has brought shame and dishonour on me. By God, I will not endure her defiance any longer. When we move to Woodstock 2 days hence, I'm leaving her behind."
"You really are leaving her for good?" Anne could not quite believe it.
"Yes, darling. I should have done it long ago."
At last, at last. "You will tell her beforehand?" Henry shook his head.
"I can't face another confrontation. When we've gone, I'll send a messenger to say it is my pleasure that she vacate the castle within a month and go to a house of her own choosing. She will understand."
Yes, she would. But Anne could not help thinking that this was a rather cowardly way of handling the matter. If she had been Henry, she'd have had a few choice words to say. But then he always had been frightened of Catherine and her mighty relations. Early morning, on a beautiful summer's day, and they were riding away from Windsor, leaving Catherine behind and unaware of the momentous step that Henry had taken. 2 days later, Henry's messenger stood nervously before him and recounted how, informed that the king had left her, the Queen had bidden him to convey a message of farewell. The man cleared his throat.
"Your Grace," she said, "go where I may, I remain his wife, and for him I will pray."
Henry was furious.
"Go back. Tell the Queen I do not want any of her goodbyes. She has caused me no end of trouble by her obstinacy. She depends, I know, upon the Emperor, but she will find God Almighty more powerful still. Let her stop it and mind her own business. I want no more of her messages."
The messenger departed, visibly quaking. But the thing had been done, and in Anne optimism burgeoned. With Catherine out of the way, and a blessed relief that was, it was time to establish a queenly household. She asked Edward Fox to be her almoner, and appointed other officers. Henry was still lavishing gifts on her. Often the genial Sir William Brereton, a gentleman of his privy chamber, still handsome in his 50s, would be at her door with some new offering. And now visiting ambassadors always brought presents too. The world was aware that in 3 or 4 months she could be queen.
"You had best watch your step, niece,"
Uncle Norfolk grumbled, sitting down next to Anne as she watched a game of tennis.
"You grow too arrogant."
"I think you had best watch yours," she retorted.
"I'm doing just that," he told her. "I see the way you treat his grace. I hear how you speak to him. You think you can rule him, but you forget that he is the king. It's folly to see him as just a man like any other. Go on like this, and you'll be the ruin of all your family."
"Don't be ridiculous, Uncle," Anne retorted. "His Grace loves me. He has no complaints."
"He's complained to me of the words you used to him."
That stung. "He has said nothing to me."
"He's afraid of you, Anne, and the day will surely come when he hates himself for it. So be warned. Temper your arrogance with a little respect."
"You should talk," she flung after him. Sir Henry Guilford, controller of the king's household, was holding forth to his friends in Henry's near-deserted privy chamber, when, nursing her resentment both at Norfolk and at Henry, Anne arrived to tax the king for complaining about her. Sir Henry had long shown himself friendly to her, and was well liked by Henry, so she was astonished to hear him saying to Norris that he was sorry, but he could not countenance a divorce without the Pope's sanction, and that he admired the Queen for holding steadfast. Norris, seeing Anne, nodded a warning to Sir Henry, who spun around.
"My Lady Anne,"
he said, bowing. She was in no mood to be forgiving. Such talk was subversive and must be stopped. "I am sorry to hear such disloyal sentiments expressed in his Grace's own chamber," she snapped. "If I ask the king, he will dismiss you from your office."
"You need not wait so long," Sir Henry retorted angrily. "I do not like what is happening in this kingdom. When his Grace returns, I am offering him my resignation." "What's going on here?" interrupted a familiar high voice, and there loomed Henry, sweating in his tennis slops and short velvet coat, racket in hand.
"Sir Henry is resigning," Anne said.
"No," Henry said. "I will not allow it. Come, Guilford, and talk with me."
And he led the controller into the closet that served him as a study. Anne stood looking after them. As the door closed, she heard Henry say something about taking no notice of women's talk. She could have breathed fire. She turned to Norris and tried to fill the silence. "I hear that the king has made you Chamberlain of North Wales, and a wealthy man. They are saying that you are richer than many of the nobility. I congratulate you." She knew her voice sounded brittle.
"You are unhappy," he said in a low voice. "Is it all worth it, Lady Anne?"
She was biting back tears now. To have the man she loved show her compassion was almost too much. "I pray God it is," she said, aware that this conversation was teetering dangerously on the intimate. "I should go. I will see the king another time." She did not like to go out these days. The hatred of the people was palpable, an obscene thing. Hearing them yelling insults terrified her as much as it enraged her. Wherever she went, she was accompanied by an escort of the king's guards. It did not help that Bishop Fisher and other friends of Catherine, a dwindling yet vocal minority, were constantly writing and spouting against the divorce. As the next session of Parliament loomed, Anne sent a terse message to Fisher, warning him not to attend in case he should suffer a repetition of the sickness he had suffered in February. After the messenger had left, she realized that what she had meant to sound sarcastic actually sounded incriminating. But it was too late now to recall the message. Oh, God, let them think what they liked. She rarely visited Durham House now, but some of her belongings were still there, and in November she went to see what she would need when she became queen. That prospect still seemed some way off. She had been urging Henry to get Parliament to sanction asking Archbishop Warham to declare his marriage invalid, but he was reluctant. Warham was an old man now, and wanted a quiet life in his declining years. Henry thought he could not last much longer, and was loath to put pressure on him. But, oh, Anne thought, why could not the bumbling old fool either write the declaration or shuffle off to his Maker? She was going over and over all this in her mind as she sat in her great chamber in solitary splendour, eating the dinner that had been prepared for her, when she became aware of shouting in the distance. It grew louder and louder. "What's that?" she asked one of the servitors, who was standing impassive behind her chair.
"I do not know, my lady,"
he said, looking perturbed, for the din was becoming more menacing by the moment. Voices, lots of them, and they sounded very angry. There was the sharp splinter of breaking glass, and Anne jumped up. "Summon the guard," she ordered, trying not to give way to panic. And then she heard, among the shouting, "Kill the whore!
Burn the whore!"
Suddenly the royal guards came thundering into the room, brandishing their ceremonial pikes.
"Make haste, Lady Anne, make haste! There's a mob out there, 7,000 or 8,000 strong, coming for you. We must leave now, follow me."
Shaking uncontrollably, Anne ran after them on legs that seemed to have turned to jelly, down to the service quarters and out into the kitchen garden that led to the river. And all the time she expected the mob to catch up, with the lust of violence in their eyes, and set upon her. They would tear her apart, she knew. Her breath was coming in short, harsh gasps, but they were nearing the jetty now, where her barge was moored. Pray God her legs would carry her that far. The shouting was much louder now, and closer. They were in the gardens already. With no one guarding the house, they must have surged through unchallenged. She dared not look back. "Hurry!" the guards were urging, and in one final spurt they reached the boat. Picking up her skirts, Anne leapt in, followed by the guards, and the bargeman pushed away just in time. As the great mob came to a halt at the shore, jeering and shaking their fists, their quarry was out of reach in the middle of the Thames. "Sirs, I thank you," she panted. "Without your help, I would be dead." She was trembling as if she had the ague, shuddering at the thought of what might have happened.
"Lady Anne, we answer to the king for your safety,"
one guard said, a tall, strong fellow, in his splendid red livery embroidered with the king's initials.
"We are sworn to protect you with our lives."
The crowd stayed there, gesticulating and yelling as the barge was steered around in the direction of Greenwich.
"Look at them! They're like animals,"
one of the boatmen said. Anne fixed a basilisk stare on the rabble on the bank. "Why, most of them are women. But one has a beard under her coif. Look, there are men there dressed as women."
"Cowards, the lot of them," the guard said. "The king shall hear of this."
Henry was incandescent when Anne reached Whitehall and threw herself, still pale and trembling, into his arms.
"They shall pay, every last one of them,"
he bawled, holding her tightly to his breast as if he would never let her go. But by the time his soldiers got to Durham House, the mob had long dispersed, and there was no way of tracing them. Anne's spirits plummeted when she heard. Forever after, she knew, whenever she went abroad in London, she would wonder if any of those fiends was lying in wait for her. She had been due to return yet again to Hever for Christmas, a Christmas she had expected to keep as queen, but she was so shaken by her narrow escape that she decided to go now. Henry protested, of course, but she told him she did not feel safe in London and needed time to recover. Reluctantly, he let her go. Chapter 20. 1532. Hever, for once, felt like a refuge. In the peace of the snowbound Kent countryside, Anne began to recover her equilibrium. It had been a horrible year, and she would be glad to see the end of it. By Christmas, she was bored and fretting about missing the celebrations at court. Next year, please God. By the end of December, boredom had outweighed any fears she had about returning to court. Henry would protect her. She could have all the armed might of his guards behind her if she wished. On New Year's Day, she set off for Greenwich. Henry, apprised of her coming, was waiting for her and embraced her passionately.
"I have a surprise for you, darling,"
he said, and escorted her, to her astonishment, to the Queen's apartments.
"These are yours now,"
he declared, with a flourish of his hand. Waiting for her in the sumptuous presence chamber were her ladies, their numbers now increased, waiting to attend her as if she were queen. Henry was watching her, eager for her response. "This is a great honour," she said, thinking, "if only I could be entering here as queen. Your grace is more than good to me." She looked about her in wonder, and resolved to be kinder to Henry in the future. Maybe Uncle Norfolk had spoken sense.
"And is prepared to do more for you when I can,"
Henry promised.
"Now open that door."
It was the door to the Queen's privy chamber, made of solid oak.
"This is my New Year's gift to you," he said.
She gasped. The whole room was newly hung with cloth of gold and silver, and heavy embroidered satin.
"Here you shall hold court just like a queen,"
Henry told her. She was choked, filled to the brim with warring emotions, overwhelmed by the apartment and the magnificent gift. But why, oh, why must she always be like a queen? "It makes my gift to you seem paltry," she apologized. "It is some ornamented spears for hunting the wild boar that King Francois shipped over, and Mary has sent you a shirt she embroidered herself. When my gear is unpacked, you shall have them."
"How very kind. I shall look forward to both gifts,"
Henry said gallantly. "May I have Mary to be my lady-in-waiting?" Anne asked. "I really should ask her."
"Of course,"
Henry agreed, but it was clear that he wasn't keen, and, to be honest, Anne wasn't either. Yet it would have looked odd not to have her sister serve her. Whatever father and mother said, she could not leave Mary hidden away at Hever. As they wandered through the spacious rooms, from which all trace of their previous occupant had been removed, Anne could not help but think of Catherine. And when they came to the bedchamber, with its great bed hung with green silk, she thought of Henry spending his wedding night with Catherine here, and the many nights he would have lain in her bed thereafter. Judging by the awkward silence between them, he was remembering too.
"Catherine sent me a gold cup," he said at length, "but I sent it back with a message commanding her not to give me gifts in future, since I am not her husband, as she should know."
"Do you think that this new year will see us wed?" Anne asked anxiously.
"By God, I hope so,"
Henry replied, and kissed her hand with fervour. It seemed, however, that the opposition just would not lie down and be quiet. Henry's cousin, Reginald Pole, the son of Catherine's beloved Lady Salisbury, had, until recently, been supportive of the king's case, and had used his influence to ensure that learned opinion was in Henry's favour at the University of Paris. But now, persuaded doubtless by his mother, he suddenly turned his coat.
"He warned me the dangers would ensue upon our marriage, and said I was in error to seek a divorce," Henry raged. "After all I've done for him, paying for his education and advancing his family. I ordered him to explain himself, but he refused, and now he's bolted off to France. It beggars belief. My own blood deserting me."
Archbishop Warham now entered the fray. His unease about the great matter had been no secret, but the king's supremacy was a step too far. That February, the Archbishop made a formal protest in Parliament against all acts that were derogatory to the Pope's authority.
"Evidently he fears the judgment of God more than he fears me,"
a grim Henry observed to Anne. "He is your Archbishop of Canterbury. You should censure him."
"He is dying, Anne. I'll let him be. It cannot be long."
And he would not be moved. It was infuriating, because without the Archbishop's cooperation there could be no formal declaration that Henry's marriage was invalid. And there Anne was, still unwed, still a queen in waiting, and still the target of widespread hatred. It was no use Henry commanding that those who called her a common whore, and worse, be hauled before the justices. It did not silence her ill wishers, or the mad nun of Kent, who had continued to shout out in public her vile prophecies against the king.
"She is in league with Bishop Fisher," Cromwell told Anne. "My agents are watching her. Fear not, she will condemn herself out of her own mouth."
There was criticism closer to home, too. On Easter Sunday, Anne was seated beside Henry in the royal pew of the Chapel Royal at Greenwich, when the Princess Mary's confessor, Friar William Peto, ascended the steps into the pulpit and directed his hawk-like gaze at Henry.
"O King, hear what I say to you. I tell you truly that this marriage you intend is unlawful. Take great heed, lest, being seduced into error, you merit Ahab's punishment, who had his blood licked up by the dogs."
Henry had gone purple with rage. He rose to his feet before the friar had finished, grabbed Anne's hand and stalked out. The following week he had one of his own chaplains preach a sermon denouncing Friar Peto.
"He is a dog, a slanderer, a base and beggarly rebel and traitor," the chaplain thundered. "No subject should speak so audaciously to his prince. What if his prince has the audacity to put away his lawful wife?"
cried a voice in the congregation. It was another friar.
"Silence!"
roared Henry.
"Have that man and Friar Peto brought before my council,"
he ordered Cromwell afterward. Later that day, Anne heard that Friar Peto had been imprisoned. His friend had escaped with a reprimand. Too lightly, she thought angrily. Now here was father, come to supper with her and Henry, and looking unusually worried.
"In truth, sir,"
he said, breaking his bread,
"I wonder if this is all worth it."
Henry frowned.
"Is what all worth it? Your Grace's determination to marry Anne, flattering though it is."
"Father!" Anne burst out, shocked. "Have you gone mad?"
"Sometimes I think all this will drive me to insanity," Thomas Boleyn confessed. "We are for ever in your Grace's debt for the great honour you have shown us, but it's a pretty nest of vipers that's been stirred up."
To Anne's astonishment, Henry reached over and patted father on the shoulder.
"Have patience, man," he encouraged. "What I have resolved I will carry out. My marriage is invalid, whoever I choose to make my next queen, and the English Church is sorely in need of reform. My great matter has merely exposed the corruption in Rome, and by God, sir, I will have Anne to wife, whatever the opposition." "Bravely said, your Grace," father applauded, rallying. "You must forgive my concern for my daughter. All these delays cause unbearable strain."
So he had noticed. Anne had thought him too preoccupied with the glories to come.
"And that business at Durham House,"
he was saying, shaking his head.
"It shook us. It shook me too," Henry said, signalling for more wine to be brought. "But you may rest assured that I will never allow anyone to harm Anne. She will always be under my special protection. Yet the delays weary me too. I have waited 5 years now to marry her, and still I do not have a son to succeed me. And, as I told Parliament, I am nearly 41 years old, at which age the lust of man is not so quick as in lusty youth."
Anne stared at him. She had wondered if her own juices were drying up at 31. It had never occurred to her that Henry, with those great embroidered and bejewelled codpieces he wore protruding from the bases of his doublets, and his ardent importunings for some kind of sexual satisfaction was anything less than energetically virile. But there he sat, looking sorry for himself, and father was commiserating. "Fear not," Anne told them. "That which we have so long wished for will soon be accomplished." That spring, the clergy in Convocation formally renounced their allegiance to the Pope, and Henry exacted a steep fine as a penalty for their past misplaced loyalty to Rome. The very next day, pleading ill health, Sir Thomas More resigned from his office of Lord Chancellor. Henry was cast into gloom when he joined Anne in her great chamber later that day.
"There is nothing wrong with his health. It's his conscience that bothers him. He says he can't uphold my case."
He sighed.
"I would have given much to have his support."
"He has retired from public life?" Anne asked, hopeful.
"Yes, he's gone home to Chelsea, to his family and his books. I'm appointing Sir Thomas Audley Chancellor in his place. He can't hold a candle to More, but he's staunch in my cause."
He leaned over and kissed her.
"Be of good cheer, darling. We cannot have long to wait now. Warham is at death's door, and as soon as he's gone, I'm having Cranmer in his place. And then, Anne, you'll see, things will move quickly."
As if in earnest of that, he summoned his tailors, who appeared with their arms laden with beautiful garments.
"My queen shall have only the best,"
Henry declared, as one held up a gown of rich gold-figured fabric. There was another of black velvet edged with pearls, with a matching French hood, and a third of royal purple. Yet what delighted Anne the most was a sumptuous nightgown of black satin trimmed with black velvet.
"For our wedding night,"
Henry murmured in her ear.
"You need wear nothing under it."
That spring, through clever diplomacy, Henry managed to lure King Francois away from the Emperor, and in the summer England and France signed a treaty of alliance against Charles V.
"Now I can count on Francois's support in my great matter," Henry rejoiced. "I'm meeting with him in the autumn at Calais to discuss it. And you, darling, are coming with me."
Henry's patience with Catherine had almost run out. Exiled from the court, yet living in great state, she had remained resolute. He had thought to weaken her resolve by depriving her of the company of their daughter, but that had provoked a public outcry, so he had relented and allowed the princess to pay her mother a widely publicized visit. Yet still Catherine insisted that she was his true queen, and it was clear that she had further infected Mary with her obstinacy.
"I'm keeping them apart in future," Henry growled. "Mary is growing older, and might be persuaded to intrigue with the Emperor against me."
And, of course, he wanted to punish Catherine. It would serve her right, Anne thought. The prospect of returning to France delighted Anne. She set about choosing the ladies she wanted to wait on her. Her sister Mary, who had now joined her household, would be one of them. But then, was there no end to the obstacles that had been placed in her way? Mary Talbot, Countess of Northumberland, petitioned Parliament for a divorce from Harry Percy. Henry stumped into Anne's chamber with the news.
"The Countess says there was a pre-contract between you and her husband," he told her, watching her jealously. "Was there?"
They had never spoken of her affair with Harry Percy. "We made a foolish promise, not really knowing what we were doing," she admitted. "I understood that the Cardinal had dealt with it. He told me that Harry Percy was already betrothed." Henry said nothing for a few moments.
"Did you love him?"
he asked at length, his piercing eyes intense. "It was a youthful infatuation," Anne lied. "I did not love him in the way I love you." That at least was the truth.
"Well, the matter needs to be resolved,"
Henry said, apparently satisfied, and getting up to leave.
"I'll have Warham and the Archbishop of York question the Earl."
"You don't believe me?"
Anne asked. "Of course, darling. But if I am to marry you, I have to ensure that you are free from all previous entanglements, for I dare not risk compromising the legitimacy of our children. So I will have the Earl questioned in the presence of the Duke of Norfolk and my lawyers, just to be on the safe side."
Harry denied any pre-contract. He even swore it on the Blessed Sacrament, perjuring himself. Of course, it would have been dangerous, admitting to having loved the king's future wife. Noli me tangere, for Caesar's I am. And Parliament refused his wife's petition. Anne felt sorry for them both. The Countess must have been unhappy in her marriage to take such a drastic step. Anne hated the thought of Harry trapped in a loveless, acrimonious wedlock. He was a good man, and he did not deserve that. It was August when the news came that Archbishop Warham had died.
"I should be in mourning the old man, but he's of more use to God than he ever was to me,"
Henry said, clasping Anne and whirling her around in his joy.
"No one can say no to us now, darling. I'm nominating Cranmer to the See of Canterbury this very night. I'm going through the motions with Rome, so that none in Christendom can challenge my new archbishop."
Anne could hardly believe it all. When Henry let her go, she stood there, trying to grasp the implications of Warham's death. It really would be only a matter of weeks now before her marriage. For Cranmer would not hesitate to declare Henry's union with Catherine invalid, and he was the one man who would zealously push through the religious reforms that were so important to him and Anne. Henry was looking at Anne as if he might devour her. She met his gaze and read in it years of pent-up desire. Outside the open window behind him, the sun was descending behind the trees, casting soft, radiant light on an enchanted world and on his red-gold hair. They were alone on this balmy summer evening. Henry took a step toward her, and she went into his arms.
"I love you, Anne."
His voice was heavy with passion.
"Be mine, darling. There is nothing to stop us now."
Why not, she thought, her cheek against the rough gold thread of his doublet, her arms twined around his broad torso. We have denied ourselves for so long, and if I do not love him as he loves me, I have at least been aroused by him. Suddenly, she was shaken by a longing to be at one with him, to give something back for all the long years of a very one-sided wooing, and for not loving him enough. "Would your Grace like to see me in that beautiful nightgown?" she murmured, looking up into his eyes. They were blazing with his terrible need of her.
"Darling,"
his voice trembled. "Wait here. I will not be long," she promised. She lay in her tumbled bed, sore but triumphant. Outside, the watch was crying 2 o'clock, but otherwise all was quiet. She stretched and looked across to where Henry had lain. The pillow still bore the indentation of his head. The sheets were stained with his seed, which was leaking out of her. He had gone, kissing her lovingly good night, to write Cranmer's nomination, promising to return as soon as he had done it. He'd wanted to get it off to Rome at first light. Their coming together had not been quite as she had expected. It had hurt a little, but there had been no pleasure, just the sweaty fusion of two bodies. She had never seen a man naked and erect before, though she had imagined it after hearing many jests and giggling confidences, yet the reality of Henry did not quite match up to her mental vision of what he would be like. His member was smaller than the codpiece had led her to believe. He had himself slid the nightgown from her shoulders, then held her away so that he could gaze on her body, revealed to him for the first time. Then he'd pulled her down on the bed, his eyes dark with desire. And yet, she was sure she had not imagined this. He had been nervous. He kept touching his manhood and squeezing it, and then he entered her, painfully, breathing heavily and thrusting frantically back and forth, and it was all over very quickly. Was that it? She asked herself, as they lay together afterward, with his strong arms around her, his face buried in her hair. Was that what the poets and lyricists made such a song about? What men languished or killed for? What Henry had broken with Rome for? If so, it must be very different for men. Yet she was not unduly disappointed, apart from wishing that it could have happened after the wedding. What mattered was power, and founding a dynasty and pushing through reforms. Sex was a means to an end, and now all those things were within her grasp. She was Henry's. They might even have conceived the son who would crown all their blessings. Within her, triumph burgeoned. Henry had held her for a long time after they made love. He told her several times that he loved her and thanked her for letting him possess her. He had kissed her hand when he left the bed to write his letter and murmured a fond farewell. He had done all the right things. So why was it that she was left with the disconcerting feeling that something was out of kilter? Was this culmination of all the years of waiting and denial? Had she done something wrong? She had played a passive part, letting him take the initiative. Wasn't that what women were supposed to do? And then she remembered things from her days at the French court, the reliefs on that golden bowl, the very paintings on the walls, those lewd books that had been passed around. No, she had it all wrong. Women were meant to take an active role. That was the way to keep a man interested, once he had conquered you. She tried to imagine doing those things to and with Henry. It made her realize how little she knew him. What would make love special for him? Should she ask, or should she surprise him? Just do it, she told herself, smiling. Then, unbidden, came a treacherous thought of how much more wonderful love would be with Norris. If he were in her bed, she would feel something, she knew it. But that could never be. She must never think of it. And yet, when Henry returned an hour later, claimed her once more, and climaxed again in her arms, she let herself imagine that he was Norris, and then desire did stir in her. The next morning, Anne was hoping that Henry would lie abed with her, so that she could pleasure him as she had planned. But he was up and pulling on his nightgown as she awoke. He bent and kissed her.
"Good morning, sweetheart."
"Good morning, Your Grace," she smiled, stretching luxuriously.
"I wish I could stay, but I must go,"
he said, reaching for his nightcap.
"I ride to Hunsdon this morning."
"To Hunsdon? Why?"
"I had planned to visit Mary."
Anne sat up, her good mood evaporating. "I marvel that you show her such favour, considering how disobedient she has been." Henry bent to put on his slippers. He had his back to her.
"At heart, she is a good child and loving. I would bring her around with gentle words."
"It's more than she deserves," Anne retorted. "She's 16 and should know her duty better. If I were her father, I would have her whipped and put an end to this nonsense."
"Darling, give me a chance. I would speak with her."
"You've spoken with her before to no effect. I had thought you would spend this day, of all days, with me." Henry turned and squeezed her hand.
"I promise I will not stay long. I'll be back by evening, and then, sweetheart, we can be together again."
His eyes were alight with promise. "Very well," she conceded, "but see you do bring her to heel. She could prove every bit as dangerous as her mother."
"I am her father," Henry said. "She will obey me. You'll see."
That morning, after Henry had kissed her lovingly and ridden off to Hertfordshire, Anne joined George to watch a game of bowls in the palace gardens. "You heard about Warham?" she asked, as they sat on the grass a little away from the others.
"I did. Things are moving speedily your way, sister.
I know, but still the king is being too lenient with the princess. He's gone to visit her today to make her see sense, but he won't succeed. That little madam is moulded from the same clay as her mother. God help me, but I could strangle her. When I am queen, and it won't be long now, I'll have her in my own train and give her too much dinner, or I'll marry her to some varlet.
Would that I were in want of a wife,
George teased.
I'd teach her.
Would that you were, Anne agreed, wishing that he could be released from his unhappy marriage to sour-faced Jane. When Henry returned that evening, he embraced her absent-mindedly. Who would have thought that they had become lovers only the night before? He was tense and morose. "Don't tell me," Anne sighed, as she poured him some wine. "The princess proved difficult." Henry sighed.
She's as stubborn and opinionated as her mother. I warned her she had better look to her future, for big changes were coming. But, darling, I don't want to dwell on her unnatural behaviour. I've decided that in advance of our visit to France, I am raising you to the peerage. You will accompany me as my Lady Marquess of Pembroke. It is a royal title. My uncle Jasper bore it. No woman has ever before been granted a peerage in her own right in England, so consider yourself very special."
Anne hugged and kissed him heartily. "Sir, it is a great honour." "And a reward, of course." "I thank your grace." Her mind was racing through the implications. Such a title not only elevated her status for the coming trip, it also conferred nobility on Henry's future queen.
"I want you to see the wording on the patent of creation,"
Henry said, and handed her a paper on which he had scrawled some sentences. It began, "A monarch ought to surround his throne with many peers of the worthiest of both sexes, especially those who are of royal blood." She liked that reminder of her descent from Edward I, but she was perturbed to see that something was missing from the passage relating to any children to whom her new title might one day descend. "Shouldn't it say, lawfully begotten issue?" she asked.
"I thought about that, but we need to ensure that any child we conceive is provided for in the event of my dying before I can marry you,"
Henry explained, coming up behind her to nuzzle her neck. She relaxed in relief. For a horrible moment she had feared that, having possessed her, he was thinking of pensioning her off and providing for any bastard she might bear him. And that, she knew, was what others might think when they heard the patent read out at the ceremony of ennoblement. But they would soon find out how wrong they were. It was at Windsor, on the first day of September, that Anne received her peerage. A fanfare sounded, as, preceded by Garter King of Arms, carrying the patent of nobility, and her cousin Mary, Norfolk's daughter, bearing a robe of state of crimson velvet, furred with ermine, and a gold coronet, she entered the presence chamber, flanked on either side by the Countesses of Rutland and Sussex, and followed by a great train of courtiers and ladies. For this ancient ceremony she had been given the traditional robes of nobility, in a style dating from centuries ago. A short-sleeved surcoat of crimson velvet trimmed with ermine, with a close-fitting, long-sleeved gown beneath it. Like a queen, she wore her glossy hair loose about her shoulders. Ahead of her, the king sat enthroned, attended by Norfolk, Suffolk, the French ambassador, and the lords of his council. She curtsied 3 times as she approached him, then knelt as the letters patent conferring her new title were read out by Stephen Gardiner, who had been made Bishop of Winchester as a reward for all his hard work in Rome. Henry rose, smiling at her. He placed the mantle of estate about her shoulders and lifted the coronet onto her head, then presented her with her patents. "I thank your grace most humbly," she murmured, then rose and curtsied again, before leaving the chamber to another burst of trumpets. Afterward, Henry joined her for Mass in St. George's Chapel, where the Te Deum was sung in her honour. How could she ever have thought there was something wrong? She had imagined it. Henry was as loving as ever, more so now that they were lovers in every way, every night. It was as if he could not leave her alone for an hour. There were now only a few weeks to go before the visit to Calais. Henry had high hopes of it.
"I have never desired anything as much," he declared. "Francois hopes to meet with the Pope early next year, and I'm glad of this chance to see him first and tell him in person of the determinations of the universities. That will make Clement sit up and think."
Even now, he was hoping that, at the last minute, Clement would decide in his favour.
"Darling, I want you to wear the Queen's jewels in France," he told her.
Anne had seen those jewels many times when she served Catherine. She knew they had been handed down from consort to consort, and that some were centuries old and had great historical or sentimental value. When she was queen, they would be hers, but the prospect of having them now, and of Catherine being made to realize that she had no right to them, suddenly assumed prime importance.
"It will show the world that our marriage is as good as made,"
Henry said, and sent a messenger to Catherine demanding that she deliver up the jewels to him. But the messenger came back empty-handed. Catherine had refused to surrender them without the king's express command in writing, because he had commanded her not to send him anything. Anne stood in the privy chamber, her cheeks burning, as the messenger repeated what Catherine had actually said, that it was offensive and insulting to her, and would weigh upon her conscience, to give up her jewels for such a base purpose as that of decking out a person who was a reproach to Christendom and was bringing infamy on the king through his taking her to France.
"I'll write the order now,"
Henry shouted, enraged. Within 2 days, the jewels were in Anne's possession, but they were not compensation enough for her humiliation. That still smarted. "If I may have the Queen's jewels, might I have the Queen's barge as well?" she asked. It would be gratifying to be rowed up and down the Thames in that ornate gilded vessel, and have everyone know that their future queen sat therein. Henry agreed, but after Anne gave the order for Catherine's coat of arms to be burned off the barge and replaced with her own, his smile slipped.
"That wasn't very tactful," he reproved her,
looking weary after a long meeting with the imperial ambassador.
"Chapuis is complaining that the barge has been shamefully mutilated. He hopes that you will content yourself with the barge, the jewels, and the husband of the Queen. For God's sake, Anne, don't provoke him unnecessarily."
"No offence was intended," she replied, "but some damage was unavoidable. They had to break up the arms first and then burn off the rest. And for the record, I'm very contented with the husband of the Queen." She put her hands up to Henry's cheeks and kissed him.
"Sweetheart, we have encountered a problem,"
Henry said, looking embarrassed as he sat down on the bed beside Anne.
"For some weeks now, my envoys have been discussing which royal lady will receive you in France. Francois's new queen, Eleanor, is the Emperor's sister, and naturally her sympathies are with Catherine. Francois felt he could not command her. Besides, I'd as soon see the devil as a lady in Spanish dress."
He reached for her hand.
"I asked that the honours be done by Francois's sister, the Queen of Navarre, whom you once served."
Marguerite! How she would love to see clever, spirited Marguerite again after all these years. "That would be wonderful," she said. Henry hesitated.
"I'm afraid she refused. I wouldn't tell you this for the world, but you may hear it from others in France. She said she would have nothing to do with one whose behaviour was the scandal of Christendom."
Anne could have wept. And this was the same Marguerite who had held such enlightened views and advocated the reign of the virtuous woman, the same Marguerite who had shown herself so friendly to her. Henry lay down and put his arm around her.
Things have changed in France since you were there," he said.
"I know. The king is no longer as tolerant as he was in matters of religion." Marguerite, she was aware, had had to abandon her forward-thinking views. 3 years ago, a protégé of hers had been burned for heresy in Paris with all his books. She had been powerless to protect him. She had even been questioned herself. It seemed that she had changed in other ways too, but Anne had still thought her a friend. "Without any lady of rank to receive me, I cannot leave Calais and go into France," she pointed out.
"I know, darling, and Francois has been at pains to find a solution that will please everyone. He even suggested that the Duchess of Vendôme do the honours."
"But she is his mistress," Anne cried.
"I'm aware of that, and I told him it would be a disgrace and an insult to you and our English ladies. I'm sorry, darling, but reluctantly I've decided that you must remain in Calais when I go to meet Francois."
She was trembling with rage and disappointment.
"Don't be too disappointed. Francois is going to visit us in Calais afterward," Henry comforted her, "and we will be together for much of the time. It will be like a honeymoon."
His hand moved down to her breast.
"Cromwell says people are speculating that we will marry in France."
"You do not want that, surely?" she asked.
"No, darling," he reassured her.
"I would never consent to it. I want our wedding to take place here in England, where other queens have been married and crowned."
"It will, I promise," he murmured, drawing her to him.
They enjoyed a smooth crossing to Calais, having departed from Dover at dawn's first light in a fine ship called the Swallow. In the great cabin, Mark Smeaton entertained Henry, Anne, and favoured courtiers with some virtuoso playing on his lute. Anne, standing by the latticed window with her sister Mary, watching the coast of England receding, was aware of Tom Wyatt regarding her dispassionately across the crowded space. When their eyes met, he looked away. She marvelled at how desire could turn to indifference. They arrived in Calais at 10 o'clock that morning, and were greeted by a thunderous royal salute. There was a civic reception hosted by Lord Berners, the governor of Calais, after which Henry and Anne were conducted in procession to the Church of St. Nicholas to hear Mass. Later they proceeded to the Exchequer Palace, where Anne was impressed with her suite of 7 fine rooms, with a bedchamber adjoining Henry's. While her attendants were unpacking, she and Mary explored the palace, a large residence with a long gallery, a tennis court, and extensive gardens on both the king's and queen's sides. Anne had not told Mary that she and Henry were now lovers, but let her draw her own conclusions from the sleeping arrangements. That night Henry came to her. Always, since their first night together, he had taken the initiative in their love-making, and she had not yet ventured to do so herself. But now that they were in France, with that carefree sense of being on holiday, she decided that it was time to be more adventurous. And so, when Henry reached for her, she pressed him back on the bed and began trailing light kisses down the length of his body, using her mouth to pleasure him. He gasped and spent himself almost at once. As he lay there panting, she cuddled up by his side. "I wanted to please you," she whispered. He did not answer. Was he asleep already? But no. In the flickering flame of the single candle they had left burning, she could see him looking at her, frowning slightly.
"Where did you learn how to do that?" he asked.
"At the French court there were books in circulation showing people making love in different ways," she said, realizing he'd thought some past lover had taught her, and that she was not as virginal as she'd led him to believe. "I have never done it, Henry. I just remembered and thought to please you." There was a silence, during which she realized, to her horror, that she had not pleased him at all. Of course, Catherine would never have... But there had been mistresses.
"Darling," Henry said. "If we are to get a son, that is not the way to go about it. And the Church frowns on practices like that. But I appreciate your wanting to please me. You do that best when you allow me inside you."
"Then I am your grace's to command," she said lightly, knowing she had miscalculated badly. Never again would she take the lead in bed with him. Henry kissed her.
"Remember that,"
he said, his tone warmer. It was frustrating being left behind at Calais when Henry sallied forth to Boulogne to spend 4 days with King Francois. But Anne made the most of her time, going hawking, gambling at cards and dice, and feasting on delicacies sent by the French king: carp, porpoise, venison pasties, choice pears and grapes. She also did her best to evade Mary's blatant curiosity about the exact state of her relations with Henry. The king returned in a jubilant mood.
"Francois is sympathetic to us," he told Anne. "I've invited him here on Friday."
Anne was not especially eager to welcome Francois, that great lecher, and Mary, who had thought not to see him, flinched at the news. But she agreed to attend Anne with the other ladies, there being safety in numbers. Anne made them all practice for a masque to be performed before Francois. She expressed delight in the costly diamond he sent her by the Provost of Paris. A 3,000-gun salute was fired in the French king's honour when he arrived. For 2 days, at Henry's request, Anne kept out of sight, but on the 3rd evening she graced the high table at a lavish supper and banquet given by Henry in the great hall of the Staple Inn, where Francois was staying. The hall looked magnificent, hung with gold and silver tissue, and gold wreaths glittering with pearls and precious stones, which reflected the light from the 20 silver candelabra, each bearing 100 wax candles. A dazzling display of gold plate on a 7-tier buffet proclaimed Henry's riches, as did his suit of purple cloth of gold, his collar of 14 rubies, and his 2 great ropes of pearls, from one of which hung the famous Black Prince's ruby. They feasted on 170 dishes, with a lavish variety of meats, game, and fish prepared from both English and French recipes. Afterward, Anne led Mary, Jane Rochford, and 4 other ladies in the masque, attired in a costume of cloth of gold slashed with crimson satin, puffed with cloth of silver, and laced with gold cords. All wore masks. After the ladies had danced before the 2 kings, Anne went up to Francois, curtsied, and led him out to the floor, at which Mary and her companions invited King Henry and the other lords to join them.
"These 10 years have not changed you, my Lady Marquis," Francois said gallantly. "We have missed you at the French court."
He himself had put on weight, and his saturnine features had coarsened. It repelled her to hold his hand, but she kept smiling and set herself to charm him, for he was willing to be a friend to Henry, and could prove very helpful. This new alliance would counterbalance any threat from the Emperor. Henry was laughing, going about the dancers and pulling off the ladies' masks. He stopped before Anne and removed hers.
"Now you may see how beautiful my lady is,"
he said to Francois. Anne accepted the compliment graciously, as Henry led her into the next dance. She noticed that Mary was talking animatedly to her partner, a young man Anne did not know. "Who is that?" she asked Henry.
"Young Stafford, a distant cousin of mine. He's here in my train."
They seemed to be getting on very well together. Anne watched Mary flirting with Stafford, who looked some years younger than her. It was good to see her enjoying herself after being a widow for so long. After the French had left, with Francois promising to do all in his power to bring about a reconciliation between Henry and the Pope, violent storms blew up in the English Channel, which meant that Henry and Anne had to stay on at the Exchequer for another fortnight. It did not matter. Henry welcomed his enforced break from state duties and gave himself up entirely to Anne. They ate long, leisurely meals, rode out beyond the town walls to see the rolling countryside of the Calais Pale, a little part of England on the edge of France, and made love every night and morning. Anne even donned a pair of breeches and beat Henry at tennis. She felt closer to him than ever before. Their idyll came to an end one midnight in the middle of November, when Henry decided that they should seize the opportunity afforded by a favourable wind to sail home to England. The voyage was appalling. 29 hours of hell in roiling seas, and Anne, usually a good sailor, was more than grateful to see the cliffs of Dover ahead at last. They took their time enjoying a sedate progress eastward through Kent. They lodged at Leeds, a fine castle that seemed to rise out of a lake, and then rode on to Stone Castle, where they stayed as guests of an old friend of Anne from Hever days, Bridget, Lady Wingfield. After a good dinner, Henry and Anne joined their hostess, Sir Francis Bryan, and Francis Weston in their favourite card game, Pope Julian, and a groaning Henry lost heavily to Anne. Afterward, they all sat by the fire and talked, as spiced wine was served. Weston spoke of the happiness he had found in his recent marriage to Anne Pickering, and how much he was looking forward to seeing her.
"You mean Weston the wanton has finally settled down?" Brian joked. "I long to get home to Sutton Place,"
Weston sighed.
"I hear the house is beautiful," Anne said.
"It's magnificent," Henry told her. "It was my gift to Francis's father for his good service to me. He must be very proud of you, Francis." "He is, sir, apart from when he's telling me off for beating your Grace at cards." "He has a point there," Henry grinned. "Come on, then. Since Mark is abed, give us a song on your lute, Francis."
Weston picked up the instrument.
"Here's one for your Grace and the Lady Anne,"
and he sang in his rich baritone voice. "Whoso that will for Grace sue, his intent must needs be true, and love her in heart and deed, else it were pity that he should speed. But love is a thing given by God, in that therefore can be none odd, but perfect indeed, and between two. Wherefore then should we it eschew?" Henry's arm stole around Anne, and he looked down at her with one eyebrow raised. "It's your own song," she said. "No one surpasses you when it comes to the perfect marriage of music and lyrics."
"Never mind that," he muttered in her ear. "Just come to bed as soon as he's finished."
They were at Whitehall Palace, preparing for Christmas, when Anne found a thin volume lying on the table in her privy chamber. It was a book of prophecies containing crude drawings, and it had been left open at a lurid one depicting a woman with her head cut off. As she looked closer, she realized it was meant to be her. The caption warned that this would be her fate if she married the king. Nan Saville, coming up behind her and seeing it, was horrified.
"If I thought it true, I would not have him were he an emperor," she declared.
Anne slammed the book shut.
"Tut, Nan, it's just a bauble, and I am resolved to have him, so that my children may be royal, whatever becomes of me."
For all her bravado, the drawing had upset her, and she consigned the book to the fire. Who had left it for her to find? Access to her privy chamber was restricted to approved servants and those who were close to or approved of by her. She wondered if Jane Rochford had done it. She mentioned the book to Jane, but got no reaction. As the days passed, she forgot about the incident. Christmas was coming, and this year, God be praised, she would not be spending it in exile at Hever, but presiding over it at court, by Henry's side. Part 3. The Most Happy. Chapter 21. 1533. Anne felt excitement mounting as she came from her close stool and washed her hands. She was a week overdue. Her breasts were tender, and today she had felt nauseous on rising. She was with child. She was sure of it. She hastened to find Henry, but he was in council. She waited in the gallery, fidgeting for him to emerge. When he did, she hurried up to him as the lords following in his wake stared curiously. "I must speak to your grace," she murmured, barely able to contain herself. What would he say when she told him that the heir to England slept under her girdle?
"Of course, sweetheart," he agreed. "Gentlemen, we shall meet again at the same time tomorrow."
And by then, everything would have changed. He led her into the nearby chapel and looked at her questioningly. "I'm with child," she burst out. His face was transfigured. It burst into a radiant smile.
"Thanks be to God,"
he breathed, bowing to the crucifix on the altar. He turned to her.
"You know what this means, Anne. It is a vindication of all I have done. Heaven has smiled on us both. Our marriage will be truly blessed. Oh, my darling, I am so proud of you."
And he took her in his arms, very tenderly, and kissed her gently.
"You must take care," he urged. "You carry a precious burden. Thank you, Anne. Thank you. You cannot know how much this news means to me."
He laid his hand on her belly.
"A son, an heir to England, and her saviour no less. Now we will be free from the threat of civil war."
"I am the happiest of women," Anne exulted. "I shall choose the most happy for my motto as queen, to remind me of this precious moment."
"We must be married without delay," Henry said. "I'll go and talk to Cranmer now." He returned to her chamber rejoicing. "Cranmer says there is no impediment, and that my union with Catherine is unquestionably null and void. He says he will confirm everything formally in his court. Darling, there is no need to wait, and no time to be lost. People must believe that our child was conceived in lawful wedlock. We must be married now."
It was still dark when Anne rose on the feast of the conversion of St. Paul, the 25th day of January. Anne Savage was dressed already and waiting to attire her for her wedding. Around them the palace slumbered on. She had chosen to wear white satin, with her hair loose, in token of the symbolic virginity of a queen. The gown was beautiful, with its low, square neckline, hanging sleeves, pointed stomacher, and heavy skirts. It was a gown made for display, but this wedding had to take place in secret, so she suffered her ladies to conceal it under a voluminous black velvet mantle lined with fur. With Anne Savage bearing her train, she hastened silently up a deserted spiral staircase to a little oratory in a high tower. There, awaiting them in the sanctuary, stood Henry's chaplain, Dr. Lee, in full vestments. Then Henry arrived, tall, eager, and imposing, in cloth of gold, accompanied by his gentlemen, all sworn to secrecy. Norris, who met Anne's eyes with a slight but poignant frown, Thomas Heneage of the King's Privy Chamber, and William Brereton. Anne Savage divested her mistress of her mantle. Anne curtsied gracefully to Henry, who took her hand and kissed it.
"You look beautiful," he said,
his eyes drinking her in. They knelt together before the altar, and Dr. Lee began intoning the words of the holy sacrament of marriage. The king's eyes never left Anne's as they spoke their vows.
"I, Henry, take thee, Anne."
"I, Anne, take thee, Henry."
"Those whom God hath joined together, let no man put asunder,"
Dr. Lee commanded, and pronounced them man and wife. Anne could barely contain herself. She wanted to shout out to the world that she was Henry's wife and queen, but she controlled the impulse. It could not be long before their marriage was proclaimed, for in a few weeks her pregnancy would start to show. She contented herself by telling her friends that she was now as sure that she should be married to the king as she was of her own death. Now that Anne was his wife, Henry was utterly resolved to brook no opposition. In anticipation of that, he banished Catherine to Ampthill Castle, 46 miles from London, determined to break her resistance. Gladly, Anne battled the nausea that had plagued her from the first. The only thing that helped was eating apples, for which she had developed a sudden craving. One day, coming out of her chamber with a host of courtiers, she saw Tom Wyatt approaching along the gallery. He stopped and bowed stiffly, avoiding her gaze. She would teach him to be distant, he that had once been so hot in pursuit. "Tom, do you have any apples?" she asked mischievously. "I have a wild desire to eat apples, such as I never had in my life before. The king tells me it is a sign that I am with child, but it is nothing of the sort." At the look on Tom's face, she burst out laughing. He turned on his heel and walked away. She looked for him all day, intending to apologize, but he did not return. "I think I might go on pilgrimage to Our Lady of Walsingham after Easter," she told Henry.
"And I think you should rest, and not go gallivanting around the country," he told her. "Go and give Our Lady thanks after you've been delivered. She will understand."
"But I'm feeling very well, apart from this nausea in the mornings," she protested.
"No, darling," Henry commanded. "You will not take any risks with our son."
His insistence brought home to her, for the first time, the fact that, as his wife, she was now bound to obey him in all things. When she had been his mistress, she had had the mastery of him, and he could only have commanded her as her king, which she had rarely done, having always played the role of devoted servant. But now that they were married, he seemed to think he could be master of her as he had been master of Catherine. Well, he must think again. This pilgrimage was a small issue. She would let it go, but she was not about to let any man, be he king or husband, order her about. Together they hosted a great banquet in Anne's presence chamber at Whitehall, and anyone might have guessed it was a wedding feast, for Henry was behaving like a bridegroom, fawning upon Anne, unable to refrain from caressing her. By the end of the evening he was so drunk that most of what he said was incomprehensible, but Anne's aunt, the Duchess of Norfolk, gave him a sharp look when he began waving his hands at the sumptuous furnishings and asking her,
"Has not the Lady Marquess got a grand dowry and a rich marriage, and all that we see, and the rest of the plate belongs to the lady also?"
So much for discretion. Anne nudged him sharply to make him shut up. Henry sent George to France discreetly to inform King Francois that he had married Anne. Soon after George had sailed, the unsuspecting Pope's bull confirming Cranmer as Archbishop of Canterbury arrived in England, speedily followed by the good doctor's consecration in Canterbury Cathedral. Henry and Anne had privately feared that Clement would reject Cranmer, but whatever he might have heard about him, he too seemed keen to avoid an irrevocable breach between Henry and Rome. George returned to court early in April, whereupon Henry summoned his council and informed them that he had married Anne 2 months before, and that she was carrying the heir to England.
"You should have seen their faces,"
he recounted, joining her for dinner afterward.
"Stunned silence, then a belated rush to congratulate me. They have advised me to inform Catherine at once. I'm sending Norfolk and Suffolk to Ampthill the day after tomorrow."
"I don't envy them," Anne said. "You know how she will take it."
"I don't care how she takes it. I'll not have her making any more trouble. She must accept that I am married, and that henceforth she is to abstain from the title of Queen, and be called the Princess Dowager of Wales, as Arthur's widow."
Neither of them was surprised when the 2 dukes returned and reported that Catherine had defied them. As long as she lived, she had declared, she would call herself Queen.
"By God, I'll silence her!"
Henry raged. "What can she do?" Anne asked. "She is isolated from her friends, a lone woman protesting in vain. No one hears her.
The whole of Europe hears her," Henry stormed. "That weasel of an ambassador has his agents in her household, be sure of it. And although the Emperor is busy fighting the Turks, we cannot be certain of what he will do when he hears of our marriage. It could mean war. Darling, I'm not jesting."
Anne paused, as the implications of their marriage began to sink in.
"It could happen," Henry said, "especially if Catherine appeals to Charles. And the worst of it is she'd have a lot of my ignorant subjects on her side."
"If she is the true wife she claims to be, then her first duty is to you, and she would surely never do anything to your hurt," Anne reassured him.
"Yes, but what if she considers that her first duty is to persuade me that my conscience is in error?"
"Henry, she's been doing that for years, and the Emperor has his hands full."
"I know, but he could still make trouble. Why doesn't Catherine just accept things? I'm never going back to her. Let's hope that Cranmer's judgment makes that plain."
The very next day, Henry instructed Cranmer to proceed to the examination, final determination, and judgment of his great matter. Henry had decided that on the eve of Easter Sunday, Anne would appear as Queen in public. On that Saturday morning, wearing robes of crimson velvet and decked with diamonds and other precious stones, she walked through Greenwich Palace in royal state to hear Mass in her closet, with 60 maids of honour following her, escorted by servants in liveries, bearing her new motto, "The Most Happy." In all the royal palaces, stonemasons, carpenters, glaziers, and seamstresses were even now at work, replacing Catherine's initials with hers, and the pomegranate of Spain with the crowned falcon, the badge she had chosen for herself. As she made her way slowly to Mass, past the astonished courtiers crowding into the halls and galleries, she made a point of cradling her hands over the slight swell of her stomach, hinting at the prince that lay within her. Some of those watching looked shocked, others as if they did not know whether to laugh or cry. Most made obeisance as Anne passed by, but others just stared. After Mass, Henry was waiting with Cromwell when Anne returned to her privy chamber. She was relieved to see him. It had been an ordeal.
"Were you well received?" he asked.
"I think that some of your nobles are less than enthusiastic about their new queen," she told him.
"I was listening in the Privy Gallery," Cromwell said. "Some were saying that His Grace has gone too far, and that the Princess Dowager is the rightful queen." He turned to Henry. "A few, if they dare, will offer all possible resistance to this marriage. Men like Bishop Fisher. Have him placed under house arrest," Henry ordered. "I want him out of the way when Cranmer gives judgment." He bent down and kissed Anne. "Do not fret, darling. I will suggest that my lords and gentlemen come and pay court to you, and tell them that I intend to have you solemnly crowned after Easter." That was the moment, the supreme triumph that Anne had been longing for.
"This is the best news you could have given me," she smiled, her spirit soaring.
"It will be the greatest public celebration since my own coronation," he beamed. "It will sweeten my subjects and proclaim my esteem for you to the world. I'm having you crowned as Queen Regnant, Anne, not just as my consort, and all eyes will be on you alone, for I would not draw attention from you. But I shall be in Westminster Abbey, watching behind a lattice." "Was ever woman so honoured?" Cromwell smiled.
Anne embraced Henry with tears in her eyes. "Your Grace's kindness to me is boundless. I am utterly beholden to you. Thank you, thank you."
"I cannot do sufficient honour to the mother of my son," he declared.
The Queen's chair of estate was smaller than the King's. It stood beside it beneath the ornate canopy of estate, emblazoned with the royal arms of England. Wearing her robes of estate again for this first occasion on which she would preside as Queen over the court, Anne seated herself beside Henry, arranging her heavy skirts around her. The presence chamber was crowded with courtiers and petitioners, craning to see how she conducted herself. She was dismayed to see that the first person who came forward and bowed was Chapuis.
"I promised him an audience," Henry muttered. I can't send him away without giving offence."
Chapuis did not look once in Anne's direction. When Henry beckoned him forward, he spoke in a low voice.
"Sir, I cannot believe that a prince of your Majesty's great wisdom and virtue has consented to the putting away of the Queen. Since your Majesty has no regard for men, you should have some respect for God."
Henry's face flushed an angry red.
"God and my conscience are on good terms," he retorted. "You sting me."
"Then I beg your Majesty's pardon,"
Chapuis apologized.
Henry glowered at him. "If the world thinks this divorce so extraordinary, then it should find it strange that the Pope granted me a dispensation without having the power to do so. Moreover, monsieur, I wish to have a successor to my kingdom."
"Your Majesty has a daughter endowed with all imaginable goodness and virtue, and of an age to bear children," Chapuis reminded him. "Nature obliges your Majesty to leave the throne to the Princess Mary."
"I wish to have male children,"
Henry growled, really riled now.
"Your Majesty is not sure of having them?"
Chapuis asked boldly. Anne was holding her breath.
"Am I not a man like other men?"
Henry barked, incensed.
"You are not privy to all my secrets."
Chapuis bowed, but persisted.
"I must warn your Majesty that the Emperor will never recognize the Lady Anne as Queen. Any annulment you might procure in England can have no validity in law."
"It was no marriage,"
Henry snarled.
"But your Majesty has often confessed that the Queen was a virgin when you married."
"Ha! A man, when he is jesting and feasting, says a good many things that are not true."
He leaned forward menacingly.
"All your remonstrances are useless. The Lady Anne, as you call her, is my queen. The Emperor has no right to interfere. I shall pass such laws in my kingdom as I like. And now, Monsieur Chapuis, this audience is at an end."
As Chapuis bowed himself out, Henry whispered to Anne,
"Don't let him upset you, sweetheart. He is all threats and hot air, and I've heard it far too many times before."
After the officers and members of Anne's household had all sworn their oaths of allegiance, she summoned them to attend the first meeting of her council. Looking around at them as she sat in her great chair at the head of the table, she reflected that Henry had done her proud. The household he had assigned her was worthy of the greatest of queens. It was packed with Boleyn connections, all eager to serve her, and as officers he had appointed able men who were congenial to her. Her great train of ladies was headed by the king's own niece, Lady Margaret Douglas, who had served the Princess Mary as Lady of Honour, but seemed happy to fill the same post under Anne. Margaret was half Scots, the daughter of Henry's older sister Margaret. She was a great beauty and a poet. Anne was also delighted to have Elizabeth Brown, Countess of Worcester, who was a good friend, despite her half-brother, Sir William Fitzwilliam, the treasurer of the king's household, having shown himself hostile toward her. Her old friend from Hever days, Lady Wingfield, had come up from Stone Castle to join Anne's retinue. Anne was not keen on having her overbearing Aunt Elizabeth among her ladies, but as her uncle, Sir James Boleyn, had come all the way from Norfolk to be her chancellor, she could not very well refuse. And then, of course, there was the resentful Jane Rochford, another whose appointment could not be avoided. Mary would be there to counteract her antipathy, for Mary did not like Jane either. But Anne was uncomfortable having her sister in her household. She now saw that her parents had been right, and that Mary would be an ever-present reminder that Anne's marriage to Henry might be considered by some to be as incestuous as Catherine's. Anne had felt obliged to invite her, feeling she could not do otherwise, but she would have preferred to keep her out of sight. God grant that no one knew or found out about Mary and the king. Among her bevy of maids of honour were her lively learned cousins, Lady Mary Howard and Madge Shelton, pretty Nan Saville, demure Nan Gainsford, and pert Frances de Vere, daughter of the Earl of Oxford. The matronly Mrs. Stoner was mother of the maids, and Mrs. Orchard had come up from Hever to assist her. Anne knew it was important, now that she was queen, to overcome the slurs of her detractors and her undeserved poor reputation. People must see her as a patron of religion and learning, the living embodiment of virtue. She had this in mind when she addressed her household. Her voice rang out, "My lords, ladies, and gentlemen, while you are in my service, I expect you to conduct yourselves virtuously. Gentlemen, you are to resist frequenting brothels on pain of instant dismissal, to your utter shame. You shall set a godly standard to others by attending Mass daily and displaying an irreproachable demeanour. Ladies, you too must be above reproach. I want you to have these to hang from your girdles at all times." She nodded to her chamberlain, who handed out exquisite little books of prayers and psalms to each woman in the room. From that day onward, Anne decreed, she and her ladies would spend several hours daily making garments for the poor. There were a few murmurs and downcast looks, but after only a week, Anne's old silkwoman, who had served 2 queens before her, turned to her and said, "Madam, I've never seen better order among the ladies and gentlewomen of the court." That pleased her no end. She hoped her enemies had noticed. Her new life was not all sewing and charitable works, although these occupied her for much of the time. For years she had been forging friendships with courtiers of wit, charm, and intelligence, who could be relied upon to ensure that the days were never dull, and they now formed the core of her inner circle. George, Norris, Weston, Brereton, Bryan, and other gentlemen of the King's privy chamber flocked to the Queen's apartments to enjoy stimulating conversation and flirt with her ladies and maids. Anne loved nothing more than to lead the repartee and banter, and she insisted on informality in the privacy of her chamber. Sometimes, when his duties permitted, Henry would join them. He would bring his lute and play for them, or dance with the ladies, or show a keen interest in the book of love poems that Margaret Douglas, Mary Howard, and Madge Shelton were compiling. When he was absent, the atmosphere was more relaxed. Couples were pairing off. Nan Gainsford with George Zouche, Francis de Vere with Anne's cousin, Henry Howard, Earl of Surrey, Norfolk's heir, and Margaret Douglas with another cousin, Norfolk's young brother, Thomas Howard. Anne hoped that Henry would consent to their marrying. It would reinforce the bond between her blood and the royal house. She had no doubt that she could persuade him to consent to Surrey marrying Francis. Surrey sometimes brought with him his great friend, Henry's bastard son, the Duke of Richmond, a tall, gangling youth with his father's looks, but not his charm, for he was proud, insufferable, and resentful of his bastardy. He was showing an interest in Mary Howard. Anne thought she might talk to Henry about them too. It would be a feather in her cap to marry her cousin to the king's son. Madge Shelton was doing her best to attract the attentions of Norris, but without success. Anne suspected that he came to these gatherings for her alone. There was still that unacknowledged frisson between them, but things had changed. She might indulge in innocent flirtations with him and the men in her circle, but she was Caesar's wife now, and must be above reproach. And her advancing pregnancy seemed to have unsexed her. Henry was still sharing her bed every night, but showing heroic restraint. He caressed her, kissed her, asked her to use her hands to pleasure him, but he would not enter her, fearing to harm the child. George was the foremost member of her court, and the person in whom she confided most. Henry had showered him with preferments. He was now Constable of Dover and Master of the Buckhounds, and was often away on diplomatic missions. It would only be a matter of time, Anne was sure, before Henry gave him a peerage in his own right. She had grown to like William Brereton since he had come one day with a greyhound puppy for her.
"My bitch had a litter, and he's the best. His name is Urian,"
he told her as she took the pup in her arms, exclaiming in delight. "A little devil," she teased, for in Burgundy, Urian had been another name for Satan.
"Your Grace, he is named for my brother, who serves as groom in his Grace's privy chamber. Believe me, he is a little devil."
Soon Anne and Urien were inseparable. He was for ever at her feet or at her heel. She knew there was another side to Brereton. He was a lot older than most of those who frequented her chamber, and a man of some standing, being the Duke of Richmond's deputy as steward of the Welsh marches, where he exercised great power. Anne had heard Cromwell, who didn't like him, refer to Brereton as an over-mighty subject, but she was determined to see that Brereton continued to enjoy the king's favour. It was upon loyal supporters like him that she depended. Her marriage had now been proclaimed all over England, but it had not been generally well received. There was still a great swell of love for Catherine and the Princess Mary, and there were very vocal complaints that Anne's elevation to queenship would mean war with the Emperor and disaster for the lucrative trade that England enjoyed with the Empire. Henry's council was dealing with a torrent of public protests against her marriage. He spared her the details, but they were notorious at court, and there were those, such as the half-Spanish Lady Exeter, a friend of Catherine, who seemed to take great pleasure in repeating them to Anne's ladies. "What are they saying about me?" Anne pressed George, as they sat down to dinner in her chamber, and the king's waiter arrived, punctual as usual, to wish her, on her husband's behalf, "Much good may it do you." She smiled graciously at him. "I thank his Grace." When the waiter had departed, she turned to her brother. "You can't just say the seditious talk and not tell me what it is."
"Do you really want to know?" he asked, his dark eyes concerned. "The king would kill me if I told you."
"And I will kill you if you don't," she retorted. "Forewarned is forearmed."
He gave in. "Some fools are greatly agitated about your marriage. A priest was hauled before the justices for calling you the scandal of Christendom, and worse. Another priest commended you to his flock, and was abused by the women among them. And when you were first prayed for, as queen in the churches, a congregation in London walked out. The king has personally reprimanded the Lord Mayor. Do you want to hear more?" Anne had listened with mounting dismay, but she nodded. "The Dean of Bristol has lost his office for forbidding his priests to pray for you. One woman who cried out, 'God save Queen Catherine,' and called you, pardon me, a goggle-eyed whore, has been sent to prison, as has Mrs. Amadas." Anne knew Elizabeth Amadas slightly, for her husband was keeper of the Royal Jewel Tower. "What did she say?" she asked, feeling a little faint. "I hardly dare repeat it," George replied. "She predicted that you would be burned as a harlot. She accused Norris of acting as board between you and his Grace, and, I hesitate to say this, she alleged that the king had kept both Mother and Mary as his mistresses, and that Father acted as board to them and to you." Anne was horrified. The allegation about her mother was monstrous, but ridiculous. Yet far worse was the realization that, somehow, Henry's affair with Mary had become public knowledge. "How did Mrs. Amadas know about Mary?" "I have no idea." George shrugged. "What I can't forgive is the slur on Our Lady Mother. Of course, she did have a bit of a reputation in her youth." "What do you mean?" "She took lovers. Father told me. That's why they don't get on." "But to accuse her of sleeping with the king? Are they implying that I'm the fruit of their adultery? How could that be? He was 10 when I was born. It's a vile slur on him. But he did have Mary, and if there is talk at court about his affair with her, everyone will soon know about it. George, this is serious. It could upset everything, because the world does not know that we had a dispensation." "From the Pope, whose authority is no longer recognized here. It might be of no more worth than the dispensation granted to Catherine." "I must speak to the king," Anne cried. "Never fear. I'll say I made you repeat all this." She flew through her apartments to her bedchamber, where a door led into Henry's lodging. Mercifully he was there, reading. "Darling, what's wrong?"
he asked, springing to his feet. She burst into tears and repeated what George had told her.
"And now people will know that there is an impediment to our marriage," she cried.
"I'm aware of that already,"
he said, holding her to him as gently as if she were glass and might break.
"I've consulted Cranmer, who tells me that the granting of that dispensation could fatally undermine my cause against Catherine and make me look a hypocrite. I said it was essential that the legality of our marriage be beyond dispute, and he recommended that the matter be dealt with by Parliament. As for these protests, they will be silenced. My subjects will accept you as queen. Now be at peace, sweetheart, and rest. You must think of our son."
The passing of a new act, permitting marriage with the sister of a discarded mistress, did not come a moment too soon for Anne. But it did not put a stop to the spreading gossip about Mary, which only served to exacerbate public disapproval of Anne's marriage. And after Parliament enacted that Catherine should be called Queen no more, but Princess Dowager, there were even more strident protests. Henry appointed Whitsunday, the 1st day of June, for Anne's coronation. He himself wrote to the City of London, commanding the mayor and his brethren to prepare pageants for it, and summoned his nobility and clergy to attend. Anne went about with a smile on her face. The sickness had eased, the child stirred lustily under her stomacher, and she had never felt better. Happily, she selected the materials for the gowns and robes she would need for the river pageant that would conduct her from Greenwich to the Tower, her state entry into London, and her crowning itself. She could not wait. Being crowned would invest her with a regal sanctity, and set her apart from ordinary mortals, and might silence her enemies. Meanwhile, Cranmer had been summoning various divines and canon lawyers to a special ecclesiastical court in Dunstable Priory, just 4 miles from Ampthill. Catherine had been cited to appear before this court. Henry was convinced that Chapuis was doing his utmost to incite the Emperor to war, and persuade Catherine that it was the best way to get her husband back.
"Cranmer pronouncing judgment against her might give Charles the pretext he needs," he said anxiously.
"He never calls me queen," Anne seethed.
"He will," Henry blustered. "I can't lock Chapuis up, but I can muzzle him."
Chapuis was summoned before the Privy Council, and warned not to meddle further in Catherine's affairs. Anne doubted it would have any effect, although it might keep him quiet for a while. But Henry could not silence the outcry in Europe at the news of their marriage. Throughout Christendom voices were raised, protesting that Catherine was the rightful Queen of England, and Anne an upstart adulteress. Dining with her and Henry one day, Cromwell showed his exasperation.
"Everywhere there is derision. One of my correspondents in Antwerp has informed me that, saving your Grace's presence, a painting of her Grace was pinned inappropriately to one of you, sir. In the Netherlands and Spain, they take great pleasure in jesting about your Grace and the Queen. In Louvain, lewd and malicious students have scratched scurrilous verses on doors and street corners. I will spare you the details."
Henry threw down his napkin.
"Have my ambassadors abroad briefed as to how to counter such calumnies. Tell them they must insist that Anne is the true queen, and refuse to speak to anyone who gives Catherine that title."
"You think that will silence the protests?"
Anne asked.
"Maybe not, but Cranmer's judgment assuredly will."
It could not come soon enough. It was now May, and her condition was evident to all.
"Soon I will look like an elephant,"
she grumbled to her father.
"I've had to add a panel to my skirts. All my gowns are too tight."
"You should stop complaining and thank God to find yourself in such a condition," he retorted.
Her temper flared.
"I'm in a better state than you wanted last year. You were wondering if it was all worth it."
"I spoke out of weariness with the situation and concern for you," father placated her. "God be praised, you did not heed me. I am glad to see you looking so well."
"I will be better still when this court has declared my marriage valid," she told him.
You know that Catherine has utterly refused to obey Cranmer's summons, and says she will have no other judge but the Pope. Cranmer has declared her contumacious, and is proceeding without her, thank God."
"Amen to that," Anne said.
On the 23rd day of May, Cranmer pronounced Henry's union with Catherine absolutely null and void, and contrary to divine law.
"Free at last!"
Henry shouted, tossing his bonnet in the air and kissing Anne heartily.
"Thank God! Thank God!"
Immediately he ordered the distribution of a tract he had written himself to inform his loving subjects of the truth about his marriages.
"I'll make sure Catherine gets one,"
he added wickedly. A deputation of the Privy Council was sent to inform the Princess Mary of Cranmer's judgment. "Well?" Anne demanded of Henry when he came to her that evening. She had seen from her window the councillors returning.
"She defied them,"
he admitted, looking crestfallen.
"She said she would accept no one for queen except her mother, upon which, on my orders, they forbade her to communicate in any way with Catherine until she had come to her senses."
Rage welled up.
"How very dutiful of her! You have nurtured a viper in your bosom."
"Let us hope that being cut off from her mother brings her to her senses,"
Henry muttered, his mouth set in a grim line. 5 days after he had judged Catherine's marriage invalid, Cranmer announced that the king's marriage to the Lady Anne was good and lawful.
6 years it has taken,"
Henry exclaimed.
6 long years. But, darling, finally we have what we have most desired. You are now lawfully mine, and our son will be born in undisputed wedlock."
Anne surrendered joyfully to his embrace. The ruling had been timely, for on the morrow she was to make her progress by river to London for her coronation. The hour she had dreamed of was almost upon her. Uncle Norfolk, as Earl Marshal of England, had been put in charge of the arrangements, but he and she were now barely on speaking terms, after she had heard him praising Catherine's courage to Chapuis. His ingratitude stung, because she had just persuaded Henry to agree to the marriages of Norfolk's daughter to the Duke of Richmond and his son to Francis de Vere, and she had gotten Henry to waive a dowry in Mary Howard's case. But for all her uncle's animosity and constant tut-tutting, he did plan everything with superb efficiency. The Lord Mayor of London and the aldermen and sheriffs were coming to Greenwich to escort Anne by barge to the Tower, where she would spend the night before her state entry into London.
"You look gorgeous,"
Henry told her, when she appeared before him in her cloth of gold finery. But as they waited for the city fathers to arrive, he was fretting about Thomas More.
"I sent him an invitation to the coronation, and money for a new gown," he brooded. "I hope he will come. I've dispatched 3 bishops to Chelsea this morning to persuade him. If he recognizes our marriage by attending, it will go a long way toward quelling the opposition."
For Henry's sake, Anne prayed that More would say yes. But when she saw the glum faces of the bishops on their return, she knew their mission had been hopeless.
"What did Sir Thomas say?"
Henry asked anxiously.
"He will not come, sir. He said there are those who are desirous to deflower us, and when they have deflowered us, they will not fail soon after to devour us. But he would provide that they shall never deflower him."
Henry bristled.
"So this is how he repays me for my friendship. Well, no matter. We will not spoil your day, darling, for an ungrateful knave."
It was 3 o'clock. The Lord Mayor was here. There was no more time for talk. Henry kissed her farewell. He would travel to the Tower by covered barge. She stepped into the barge she had appropriated from Catherine, followed by Mary and her other ladies, her father, and a group of privileged nobles. Out on the Thames bobbed the gaily decorated crafts of the London guilds, many of them filled with minstrels playing sweet music. Anne was gratified to see huge crowds lining the banks as her barge began making its stately way along the river, its cloth of gold heraldic banners fluttering in the breeze. On a boat to her left, a water pageant was being staged, with terrible monsters, and wild men casting fire, which made her maidens squeal. But there was little cheering from the eerily silent crowd, apart from when the monsters ended up in the water, and she was relieved to catch sight of the Tower of London ahead. As she alighted at the Queen's stairs, the Lord Chamberlain greeted her and escorted her to the King, who was waiting just inside the postern gate in the Byward Tower. "Darling!" he cried, and kissed her lovingly, as trumpets and shawms sounded her arrival, and the cannons on Tower Wharf fired a resounding salute. Anne thanked the waiting mayor and citizens for their kindness in arranging such a wondrous pageant, and then Henry led her to the old royal apartments. "I've had Cromwell refurbish them in your honour," he told her. "He's spent over £3,000 on repairs and improvements, so that you can be accommodated in suitable splendour." They entered the Queen's lodgings, and she looked around, impressed. The walls and ceilings had been decorated in the antique style, with plaster friezes of gambolling cherubs, all gilded, and costly new tapestries portraying the story of Queen Esther, which Henry had commissioned in acknowledgment of her zeal for reform. "This is your great chamber," he told her, "and that closet over there will serve as a private oratory." He ushered her into a dining chamber, embellished with a great fireplace and fine wainscoting. Beyond it was a bedchamber, with a royal bed hung with red velvet, and a privy set into the wall. "These were my dear mother's lodgings," Henry told her, looking around wistfully. "She died here. Of course they look very different now. I do hope you are pleased with them." Anne took his hands. "They are superb, and I will thank Master Cromwell for the good work he has done." They spent the next day resting in the Tower, and in the evening Henry dubbed 18 Knights of the Bath, explaining to Anne that this ancient ritual was normally performed only at the coronations of reigning monarchs, but that a special exception was being made for her. Francis Weston was one of those he honoured. In the morning, Anne rose early to be made ready for her ceremonial entry into London. For this, she had chosen a traditional surcoat and matching mantle of shimmering white cloth of tissue, furred with ermine. On her head she wore a coif, surmounted by a circlet studded with rich stones. Her hair was loose, in token of her symbolic virginity as a queen, but beneath the white gown the mound of her belly swelled. Her ladies assisted her into a horse-litter of white cloth of gold, to which were harnessed 2 palfreys caparisoned in white damask. 16 knights of the Cinque Ports took up their positions around it, bearing a canopy of cloth of gold on gilded staves, attached to which were silver bells that tinkled above Anne's head. Already the great procession of lords, clergy, officers and courtiers was leaving the Tower, bound for the City of London. As her litter was borne up Tower Hill behind it, a great train of ladies followed in chariots and on horseback. Crowds were gathering, but they mostly just stood there watching, some of them palpably hostile. The City of London had spared no expense in honouring her. She passed along newly gravelled streets, beneath triumphal arches, past buildings hung with scarlet and crimson cloth. Every window was crammed with ladies and gentlewomen, eager to catch a glimpse of her. Music played, children made speeches, and free wine splashed in the conduits and fountains, that all might celebrate this day. Choirs raised their voices in sweet harmony in her honour. Anna comes, the most famous woman in all the world. Anna comes, the shining incarnation of chastity, in snow-white litter, just like the goddesses. Anna the Queen is here, the preservation of your future. Honour and grace be to our Queen Anne, the singers chorused, for whose cause an angel celestial descends, to crown the falcon with a diadem imperial. In Cornhill, the 3 Graces wished Anne hearty gladness, continual success, and long fruition. "Queen Anne, prosper, go forward and reign," they cried. In a pageant in Cheapside, an actor playing Paris
asked to choose the most beautiful of the three goddesses, Juno, Pallas, and Venus, took one look at Anne and declared that, having seen her, he could not call any of them fair. In St. Paul's churchyard, the choristers sang an anthem that recalled the coronation of the Virgin. "Come, my love, thou shalt be crowned." Verses recited by a little child reminded Anne of the fruitfulness of her saintly namesake, Saint Anne, mother of the Virgin Mary. One banner bore the legend, in Latin, "Queen Anne, when thou shalt bear a new son of the king's blood, there shall be a golden world unto thy people." "Amen," Anne said loudly, smiling. Within the city walls, the crowds had turned out in their thousands, but as before, they were largely silent, and their welcome was cold. As Anne passed by, turning her face from side to greet the people, she saw few caps removed, and hardly 10 people who cried, "God save your Grace!" She heard her fool, capering along a little way ahead, cry angrily, "Ye all have scurvy heads and dare not uncover!" Worst of all, wherever the intertwined initials of their king and queen appeared in the decorations, the mob jeered, "Ha, ha!" Remembering what had happened at Durham House, Anne prayed fervently that the citizens would confine their hatred to verbal abuse. She felt horribly exposed in her open litter, a sitting target for anyone who might make an attempt on her life. She began to relax only when her procession left the city by Temple Bar, wending its way toward Westminster. When her litter drew up inside Westminster Hall, she alighted and ascended the great staircase to the high dais, where she seated herself beneath a cloth of estate, and was served a banquet of subtleties, wines, and hippocras, which she waved away and sent down to her ladies. She should have been enjoying her moment of triumph, but she felt so strung up and nauseous that she could barely touch the food, and by the time the banquet ended, and she was thanking the Lord Mayor and all the lords and ladies, she was utterly exhausted. It was a huge relief to withdraw with her ladies to the White Hall in the Palace of Westminster, where Mary and Jane Rochford relieved her of the heavy mantle before she was escorted out of the palace to a waiting barge, which took her swiftly to York Place. Here Henry was waiting for her, eager to hear how the day had gone.
"How liked you the look of the city, sweetheart?"
"Sir, the city itself was well enough," she replied, sinking into a chair. "But I saw many caps on heads, and heard but few tongues." Henry swore under his breath. "You can't make them love me," she said. "If you could stop them hating me, I'd be happy. But you can't tell people what to feel." She did not tell him that she had felt frightened. "Henry, I must go to bed. I'm worn out. And your son is very active. I have a big day ahead tomorrow."
He was all anxious solicitude. "Of course, darling. I'll send for your women. You must take care of yourself."
Chapter 22, 1533. Anne stood at the great west door of Westminster Abbey, her ladies fluttering around her, checking that her ermine-trimmed surcoat and her robe of purple velvet were arranged perfectly over the kirtle of crimson velvet. Mary adjusted the rich coronet with its caul of pearls and stones, while Madge Shelton gave one final sweep of the comb to Anne's long hair. She was ready, and Archbishop Cranmer and the assisting bishops and abbots, richly coped and mitred, moved forward to receive her and support her in procession along a carpet of cloth of ray that stretched to the high altar. She walked beneath a glittering canopy of cloth of gold, with Suffolk going before her, carrying the precious glittering crown of St. Edward the Confessor, and the Dowager Duchess of Norfolk bearing her train, which was so long that Anne's chamberlain had to support it in the middle. Following behind were her ladies-in-waiting, all attired in scarlet, after whom came a great entourage of lords and ladies, the yeomen of the King's Guard, the monks of Westminster, and the children of the Chapel Royal, who were to sing during the ceremony. A platform had been erected between the high altar and the choir, and at its centre stood a rich chair, in which Anne seated herself. Around her stood the nobility of the realm, and she caught sight of her parents, watching her with undisguised pride, and George, smiling encouragement. As she rose to go to the altar, she looked around for Henry, and espied a movement behind a lattice set into a pew at the side of the sanctuary. It was comforting to know that he was nearby. With some difficulty, for she was in her 6th month now, she prostrated herself on the mosaic pavement before the altar, while the collects were said, and then she was helped up and raised into her chair, and Cranmer came forward and anointed her on the head and breast with holy oil. Then he lifted St. Edward's crown, with which every English sovereign had been invested since time immemorial, and placed it on her head. It weighed heavily, but it was a burden she was happy to bear. It was done, accomplished. She was the Queen of England. As she received into her hands the sceptre of gold and a rod of ivory surmounted by a dove, she was thinking of the words of Christine de Pizan. How appropriate they were now! As the wife of a powerful man, she would ensure that she was highly knowledgeable about government, and wise. Knowledge was power. She must learn to understand everything, and make her influence felt. Moreover, she must have the courage of a man. I have that courage, she told herself. Exultation filled her heart. The choir burst into song with the Te Deum, after which Cranmer came forward and lifted the great diadem from her head, replacing it with the new crown that had been made for her, a gorgeous golden circlet studded with sapphires, balas rubies and pearls, with crosses of gold and fleur-de-lis around the rim. She sat there, crowned and enthroned, while Mass was celebrated. She had joined the ranks of great queens and women rulers, and she vowed to herself that, in her rule, she would honour the memory and inspiration of Margaret of Austria and Isabella of Castile, and make herself as widely respected as they had been. A fanfare of trumpets signalled the end of the ceremony, and father stepped forward with Lord Talbot to support her on either side as she processed slowly out of the abbey. "Now the noble Anna bears the sacred diadem," sang the children of the Chapel Royal. In Westminster Hall, Anne's ladies brought rose-water to refresh her, straightened her skirts, and adjusted the crown so that it was comfortable. Ready for her coronation banquet, she seated herself in solitary splendour at the centre of the high table on the dais, with the Countesses of Oxford and Worcester standing behind her, ready with a napkin and finger-bowl, and 2 maids sitting at her feet. She was so tense from the overwhelming excitement of the day that she could not eat. In fact, she was nauseous, and the countesses had to shield her from view, holding a fine cloth in front of her when she needed to vomit. Archbishop Cranmer, sitting at the end of the high table at the Queen's right hand, looked at her with concern.
"Is your Grace all right?"
he inquired.
"Never better," she assured him. "It's just a case of too much emotion and too much rich food. Not a good combination for me in my condition." "Oh, no, more food," she grimaced, as the trumpets sounded and the new knights of the Bath brought in the next lavish course.
"Would your Grace like some wine?"
It was Tom Wyatt, acting as chief ewerer. He, too, looked concerned about her, and there was in his expression something of the old Tom she had liked so much.
"No, Tom, but is there any barley water?"
"I will get you some,"
he said, and hastened away. 2 hours later, she was still sitting there, sipping barley water. At the long tables below her, the guests were still indulging themselves, and there was a deafening clamour of chatter and laughter. She had managed just 3 dishes out of the 80 she had been offered, and even though she had admired the subtlety of her own falcon badge, which was made entirely of sugar, and carried in and presented to her with much ceremony, she waved it away. She caught sight of Mary at the first table on her right, leaning back and talking to a gentleman standing behind her. Anne knew his face. It was William Stafford, with whom her sister had flirted in Calais. They seemed to be getting on very well, for she could hear Mary giggling. In contrast, George and Jane were ignoring each other, chatting to their neighbours. It was late when the banquet ended, and the order was given for the guests to stand, until Anne had washed her hands and descended to the floor of the hall. Here she was served wine and comfits, and when she had nibbled at a couple, she beckoned the Lord Mayor over and gave him a gold cup, thanking him and the citizens once more for their efforts on her behalf. The barons of the Cinque Ports were waiting with their canopy to escort her to the door of her chamber, and thus she left the hall, tired but exhilarated. It had, she reflected, been the most extraordinary day of her life. The festivities continued for some days more. There were dances, tournaments, hunts and sports, all in her honour. Henry had made his pleasure clear, and his courtiers were outdoing each other to honour their new queen. She suspected that it was not because they wanted to, but because they were aware of him watching like a hawk. But it was gratifying to have everyone striving to be as attentive as possible to her. Henry had decided that his heir was to be born at Greenwich, his own birthplace, and presented Anne with one of the richest and most sumptuous beds she had ever seen for her confinement. It was French, ornately carved and gilded. Years before, it had been part of the ransom for a royal duke, and it had been languishing in the royal wardrobe ever since. Surely it was the most wondrous bed any queen had ever owned, Anne thought, luxuriating in its splendour. News of the death of her great critic, Mary Tudor, did not move her, but Henry was upset at losing his sister, and full of regret that she had died unreconciled to him. As the summer continued, and Anne grew heavy with her precious burden, she stayed mostly in her apartments resting, or enjoying pastime in her chamber with her favoured courtiers, who exerted themselves to entertain her with music, verse, cards, or dice, and flirted outrageously with her ladies.
"I feel sorry for Tom Wyatt and his fellow envoys, having to be overseas at this time,"
Norris said, sitting down beside Anne and watching the amorous couples with amusement. If they thought that these ladies favoured them and hated parting with their faithful servants, they should see them now, Anne laughed. He turned to her and gave her that sweet smile she loved.
"And how is your Grace? I trust that all is well with you."
"I shall be glad to be delivered," she said. "I am becoming very cumbersome. Soon I must think about taking to my chamber."
"If there's anything I can do to bring your Grace comfort, do not hesitate to command me,"
Norris invited. "That's very kind. And how are you these days, Norris?"
He shrugged. "I do well enough. My work in the Privy Chamber keeps me busy."
"You should marry again," she teased.
"Alas, madam, my heart is given to a very special lady, whose name I may not say, for she is wed."
He looked meaningfully at her with eyes full of devotion. Her heart stirred. How different her life would have been if she had given herself to this loyal, honourable, and gentle man. She could have loved him as she had never loved Henry, but she could not regret choosing the crown. It was enough to have Norris's friendship and bask in the warmth of his kindness. "You are wise, sir," she told him. "For, being married, she must guard her reputation, whether she loves you or not. And some husbands can be very jealous." A deputation of lords of the council had informed Catherine of Cranmer's judgments.
"She refuses to recognise them,"
Henry snarled, stalking up and down beside the bed where Anne was resting.
"I told them to tell her that I cannot have two wives, or permit her to persist in calling herself queen. It was made clear to her that my marriage to you is irrevocable, and has the consent of Parliament, that nothing that she can do will annul it, and that she will only incur my displeasure and that of Almighty God if she persists in her obstinacy. And what did she do? She took the parchment laying out my terms for her submission, and wherever she found the name of Princess Dowager, she struck it out, insisting she is my true wife and queen."
"Will she never desist?" Anne cried. "She has lost you. What more do you have to do to convince her of it?"
"I'm sending her to Buckton, which is further north, with a reduced household. The tower there is 50 years old and damp. That should make her see sense."
"I hope so," Anne said fervently. "You should ban all visitors."
"I've already given the order. There will be no letters either. We don't want Chapuis cooking up mischief with her."
"Or the princess," Anne said. "I heard today that when Mary went abroad in the countryside recently, the people came hastening to greet her, as if she were God himself descended from heaven. Henry, you should stop her from inciting demonstrations like that, and punish the demonstrators."
"I don't think Mary would have incited them," Henry said. "They just turned up to see her."
"Will you never see the truth?" Anne flung back. "She's playing a clever game, building up sympathy for herself. Poor, sweet little princess, parted from her mother. Henry, she's 17. I was parted from my mother at the age of 12, and didn't see her for 6 years. Mary should count herself lucky."
Henry subsided. Where his daughter was concerned, he was weak, but Anne was determined that he take a firmer stand with her. Let Mary put another foot wrong, and there'd be a reckoning. In July, the king took Anne to Hampton Court to rest in the final weeks of her pregnancy. They spent the balmy days taking slow strolls in the beautiful gardens, picnicking in the little banqueting houses that Henry had built in the grounds, reading companionably together in Anne's privy chamber, and making merry at supper. He no longer came to her bed, for he did not wish to disturb her rest, and, in truth, the sigh she was, she preferred to sleep alone. She felt well, and had never seen Henry so happy. It was only in these last weeks of her pregnancy that she began to worry about the possibility of her baby being a girl. Henry had always referred to it as a son, and she too had come to think of it as a boy. But what if it wasn't? Henry had done all that he had sworn to do. He had broken with Rome to marry her, and had her crowned with as much pomp as if she were a reigning monarch. It was now up to her to seal her part of the bargain by presenting him with the son that, at 42, he needed more desperately than ever, not only to ensure the succession, but also to justify the risks he had taken on her account. The blessing of a male heir would show the world that God smiled on their union, and would undoubtedly bring many waverers and dissidents over to their side, and it might silence, once and for all, that infuriating woman at Buckton. So much hung on the sex of the child. That it might not be a son did not bear thinking about, and so she grew daily more anxious, when she should have been enjoying the calm euphoria of these last weeks before the birth. The wretched nun of Kent had chosen the day of Anne's coronation to prophesy doom for the king and his new queen. This time the authorities had pounced, and Elizabeth Barton had been brought before Cranmer to be examined.
"He should not have let her go with just a warning," Anne complained. "She's already ignored it."
"Sweetheart, do not excite yourself," Henry exhorted,
all concern, as they sat down to cold chicken, a raised pie, salad, and a dish of cherries in the banqueting house that stood on the hillock overlooking the privy garden.
"I had her rearrested this morning, and Cranmer examined her again. She's admitted that she never had a vision in her life."
"What will you do with her?"
"Let her go. She's been discredited, out of her own mouth."
"That won't deter her. Mad or not, she's never held her peace before."
"If she spouts more sedition, she will feel the full force of my displeasure," Henry declared. "But let's not speak of unpleasant things. You do not want to agitate the babe. I am of the belief that what a woman thinks or feels can affect the child in her womb. It stands to reason."
"I don't know about that," Anne smiled. but this one leaps about as if it's practising for the joust. Feel." She guided Henry's hand to her belly.
"By God, here's a future king to be proud of," he chuckled. "Darling, I know I can't be there with you when our son is born, but I want to be near at hand. I'm not going far on my hunting progress this year. I'm keeping near to London."
"That is a great comfort to me," Anne said, reaching across and squeezing his hand. He smiled at her.
"I'm ordering that prayers for your safe delivery be offered up in every church, and I will ask my loving subjects to pray to Jesus, if it be his will, to send us a prince. I've consulted the physicians, and they all assure me that the child will be male."
How did they know? They had never examined her, merely inquired how she was feeling, and exhorted her to take care of herself. Childbirth was women's work. She had already engaged a midwife, who was even now in residence at court, guzzling rich food and idling away the days in luxury, but she had come highly recommended by Lady Worcester. After they had finished their meal, Henry took Anne to see an astrologer he had summoned. She had heard of William Glover, for he was celebrated throughout the land for foretelling the future. He was not the first of the seers Henry had consulted. He was as anxious as she was about the baby's sex. Of course, they had all assured him that it would be a boy, but the pronouncement of this Glover, with his great reputation, would carry special weight. He was a raven-haired, thin-faced man with bushy brows, completely immersed in a world of his own. He showed them charts of celestial configurations, then looked into his glass, and paused for a very long moment before turning to Anne.
"I see your grace bearing a woman-child and a prince of the land."
She was shocked.
"2 children?" Henry barked. "A prince and princess? No, your grace. I see only 1 child." "How can a woman-child be a prince?" Henry countered. "My vision does not reveal that." "You're a charlatan," Henry accused him. "Everyone else says it will be a son." "Lord King, I know only what my glass tells me," Glover insisted. Henry dismissed him, glowering. "Don't let him upset you, darling," he said to Anne, when the man had gone. "He's a knave." "Indeed he must be," she agreed, wanting to forget the episode. "Henry, I have been thinking about the prince's baptism. Are there special christening robes and bearing cloths in the royal wardrobe?" "Maybe. Catherine used a very rich triumphal cloth she brought from Spain to wrap up our children for baptism." "Do you think she still has it? It would be sweet revenge to wrap her son in that cloth." "Probably," said Henry. "Will you ask her for it?" He grinned wolfishly. "It will be my pleasure." Back came the prompt answer. It had not pleased God that Catherine should ever be so badly advised as to assist in a case as horrible as this. "How dare she?" Anne raged. "Darling, as she rightly says, the robe is her personal property. I don't think I can press the point." As usual, Henry was hopeless in the face of Catherine's malice. "But it's a snub." To her astonishment, he rounded on her. "We should not have asked in the first place. Anne, I have more pressing matters to worry about. I've just heard that the Pope has annulled all Cranmer's proceedings and declared our marriage null and void, making it appear to all Christendom that we are living in adultery. Worse still, he has threatened me with excommunication if I do not put you away by September." "You must ignore him," Anne cried. "You don't need him now." "I intend to ignore him," Henry shouted. "God, who knows my righteous heart, always prospers my affairs." But she could see the fear that belied his bullish words. In the eyes of the faithful, he was a schismatic adulterer who might soon be cut off from God, and his enemies would be waiting to pounce. It was more imperative than ever that she bear him a son, to show that God smiled upon him. "The king danced many times with Lady Carew last night," Jane Rochford said.
"They are old friends," Anne replied, handing the basket of silks across to Nan Gainsford. Gossip had it that Lady Carew had bedded with Henry before her marriage to Sir Nicholas Carew, but that was long ago, even before Bessie Blount's time. Yet Jane was looking at Anne with a sly, gloating expression, as if to say, "I know something you don't." "What is it you wish to tell me, Jane?" she asked briskly. Jane seemed reluctant to speak, but Anne suspected that she was enjoying this. "I did not like to say anything. After all, it probably means nothing, but, well, with your Grace being with child—" "What, then?" Anne demanded to know. The other ladies and maids were looking from one to the other. "I saw him kiss her," Jane said. It was like a punch winding her. "Kiss her? What? Beyond what is courteous?" "It looked more than courtesy to me," Jane replied. Anne searched the shocked faces around her. "Did any of you see this?" Nan Saville looked guilty. "Yes, Your Grace." "Just the once?" "I saw him kiss her 3 times, Jane said. Well, Anne retorted. "Probably it was just a courtly flirtation. Now, what design shall we embroider on this altar frontal?" How she got through the afternoon and behaved as if all was normal she did not know. But by 5 o'clock she could stand it no longer and dismissed them all, saying she needed to rest. Then she sent for Norris, the person she trusted best. He, of all people, would know if Henry was being unfaithful.
"What can I do for your Grace?"
he asked, standing before her, with Mary, for propriety's sake, just out of earshot in the bedchamber beyond. "Sir Henry, can I ask you something in the strictest confidence?" Anne asked, trying not to cry.
"Of course, madam."
His face was all concern. "Is the King being unfaithful to me with Lady Carew?" Norris looked embarrassed. He hesitated. "Your face says it all," she said, and then the tears did fall.
"Oh, my dear lady,"
Norris said, and in an instant was on one knee before her, holding her hands.
"I would not for the world cause you any distress."
"But I must know," she sobbed. "If my ladies are talking about it, the whole court will be. And he has never been unfaithful before. For 8 years he has been true to me." Norris looked into her eyes. He was still holding her hands, and she would have given anything for him to take her in his arms and comfort her properly. Nothing else would make her feel better. It was her pride that was hurt, far more grievously than her heart, for it had never been truly Henry's. But he adored her, surely. She was special, not like Catherine, whom he had deceived many times. It was his deception, and his making her an object of ridicule before the whole court, especially her enemies, who would be laughing up their sleeves, or not so discreetly, that was unforgivable. She resisted the impulse to melt into Norris's strong arms and seek oblivion. She would not stoop to Henry's level. "Are they lovers?" she asked, disengaging her hands and finding her handkerchief.
"You are asking me to break my oath of service. I owe discretion to the King in all matters."
"I must know," Anne insisted. "Just indicate yes or no. The gossip will be rampant anyway, so I could have heard it anywhere. Has he slept with her?" Norris's nod was barely perceptible. His eyes were full of compassion. "Thank you. Please go and ask the King if he will visit me when he is free. And Norris, no hint of this to him, please." Henry arrived within the hour, in a high good humour, and with a bowl of choice apples for her. She greeted him cordially, then sent her women into the next room. When the door had closed behind them, she turned on him. "Is it true what my ladies are saying about you and Lady Carew?" she asked. Henry's good mood evaporated. His eyes narrowed.
"I danced with her, that's all." What do you take me for?"
"You were seen kissing her," she cried fiercely. "And the gossip I heard accuses you of more than that. Do you deny it?"
"I do deny it,"
he flared, that menacing flush rising from his neck. "Then you are lying," she accused. "I have it on good authority that you have bedded with her. Some ladies cannot keep a still tongue."
"You would believe gossip rather than the word of a king? By God, Anne, you try me!"
"I have good cause, admit it!" she shrieked, beside herself with fury, feeling the poor babe leap in distress in her womb. "You pride yourself on your honour, but what price honour when your rod governs your royal will?"
"Remember who I am,"
Henry flung back.
"When I think of what I have done for you, how I fought the whole world to have you, and honoured you with my marriage, how I have showered you with gifts. Look at that great bed I gave you. By God, Anne, you would not have it now, having used such words to me. You are my wife, and you must shut your eyes and endure as more worthy persons have done."
"Then you admit it?" she hissed.
Henry's face was like thunder, his voice icy.
"Madam, you ought to remember that it is in my power to humble you again in a moment, more than I have raised you."
He walked out, leaving her stunned. Never had he spoken to her like that. And to compare her unfavourably to Catherine. How could he? She collapsed in a storm of weeping, and her ladies came running. They made her rest, fearful for the babe. If only its father had been, she thought bitterly. It was all bluster, she told herself. At heart, Henry was a spoiled child, who expected to have whatever he wanted and not be gainsaid. He would come around, begging her forgiveness, she was sure. But he did not. For 3 endless days he did not visit her, and when, taking the air with her ladies, she came upon him practising his archery at the butts, he greeted her coldly. She waited until he had finished, and then walked back with him to the palace, their attendants following behind. She guessed he would have preferred not to have her with him, but did not want to argue in public. "A year ago you were my loving servant," she said, low. "That man would never have spoken to me the way you did the other day."
"We are married now," he said. "A husband is not a servant. As my wife, you owe me obedience, and it is not your place to criticize me. I will not brook it."
Anne walked on in silence, appalled at his words. Was this the man who had defied all Christendom to marry her? They had been wed but 6 months, and already he had been unfaithful, and he expected her to maintain a dignified silence. Well, silent she would be. At the door, she curtsied and went alone to her apartments. He did not come after her. When they arrived at Greenwich, an uneasy truce between them, Anne took to her chamber to await the birth of her child. Henry had thawed a little. In the barge that brought them from Hampton Court, he had told her he was planning a pageant and tournament to mark the birth, and on the morning before she disappeared from public view, he kissed her for the first time since their quarrel.
"I will come to see you, and I will pray constantly that God will send you a happy hour,"
he said. She could feel her eyes brimming with tears. It wasn't meant to be like this.
"All will be well,"
Henry reassured her. "What will you do while I'm in seclusion?" she asked.
"I'll be hunting hereabouts. I won't be far away. I meant to say I've had letters to the nobility prepared, announcing the birth of a prince."
She wished he had waited. It was tempting fate. "Anne," he said, tilting her chin up,
"I love you. Never forget that."
Her heart lighter, she went to hear Mass, in company with her household. Afterward she went in procession to her presence chamber, where she sat beneath her canopy of estate, and was offered spiced wine and little cakes. Then her chamberlain required all her people to pray for her, that she might be safely delivered. As the trumpet sounded, she withdrew into her privy chamber, and then to her bedchamber, the chamber of the virgins,
so called because it was hung with tapestries depicting St. Ursula and her 11,000 virgins. There, dominating all, was the great French bed. She sank down on it thankfully, as her ladies drew a heavy curtain across the door. They had most of them been appointed household officers, for no man save the king and her chaplain might enter her chamber while she was in seclusion. They brought her, along with the choicest food and anything else she fancied, all the latest gossip. The Duke of Suffolk was about to marry his son's betrothed, a girl of 14, and he nearly 50. Anne laughed aloud when she heard the name of his bride, for young Kate Willoughby was the only child of the Princess Dowager's staunchest friend, that dragon, Lady Willoughby. She could foresee fireworks, for Suffolk had long supported the king. Early in the morning of the 7th day of September, Anne's pains began, and the midwife was sent for. All was progressing well, she pronounced, even when the contractions became unbelievable agony with little respite in between. It seemed to go on for hours, but around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, just as Anne thought she could endure no more, the midwife told her the babe was coming.
"Chin down on your chest, Your Grace. Deep breath and push!"
Anne pushed, and pushed, and pushed. Travail was rightly named.
"I can see the head," the midwife cried. "Not long now."
Around the bed the ladies were crying encouragement. She strained again, and felt the child slither out between her thighs. There was silence. Then a lusty wail. A girl. She was devastated, racked with disappointment and fear of what Henry would say. He had set such store by all the doctors and astrologers who had predicted it would be a boy. Only William Glover had seen the truth. Would Henry lay the blame for this at her door? Would he see it as a sign of divine displeasure? He had been sent for. She lay tense in her grand bed, washed, refreshed, and clad in a clean lawn shift with a pretty embroidered neckline, waiting with dread for his coming. Beside her, in the vast gilded cradle bearing the arms of England, the sleeping babe lay swaddled, robed in crimson velvet, with an embroidered satin bonnet on her head. Anne had held her once, surprised at how tiny she was. She had looked down and seen the Tudor red hair, Henry's Roman nose, and her own narrow face and pointed chin. It was an old face for so young a child.
"She's strong and healthy,"
the midwife had said. All the women had praised the child, saying that her safe arrival presaged a long line of sons, and the wet nurse had exclaimed at how quickly the babe had latched on the breast and taken suck. But Anne felt strangely detached from her. She had heard that mothers experienced a great rush of love for their newborns. It had not happened to her. She was too disappointed, too gripped by a strong sense of failure. The tiny creature in the cradle would be a constant reminder of it. There was a muffled commotion outside. Then the curtain was drawn back. The door opened, and Henry strode in, wearing his hunting clothes and bringing with him the scent of the open air.
"Darling," he said, "thank God you are come through this safely."
He bent over the bed and kissed her, then peered into the cradle.
"Hello, little one,"
he said, and picked up the sleeping infant, tenderly kissing the tiny head.
"May God bless you."
"Sir," Anne whispered, "I am so sorry I did not bear you a son." He looked up. She could see no reproach in his eyes.
"You have given me a healthy child," he said. "You and I are both lusty, and by God's grace, boys will follow."
She could not help herself. The relief was so great that she began weeping. "Darling," Henry said, handing the baby to the midwife and taking Anne in his arms,
"I am proud of you. I would rather beg from door to door than forsake you."
"Thank you," she sobbed, laughing and crying at the same time. He let her go and reclaimed the infant.
"We will call her Elizabeth, after my mother," he said.
By a happy coincidence, it's my mother's name as well, Anne said. The perfect choice.
She has my nose, Henry remarked, kissing the child and laying her back to sleep, beckoning the rockers to come forward. Now I will leave you to rest, darling. I have the christening to arrange.
What of those letters you had prepared? Anne asked.
There is room to amend Prince to Princess, he said. They will go off tonight.
When will you hold the tournament?
I've decided not to. For the first time, Henry looked a little downcast. But we will have a splendid christening. Until we have a son, Anne, Elizabeth is my heir, and all must recognize her as such.
When Elizabeth was 3 days old, Anne watched her being wrapped in a purple mantle with a long train furred with ermine. Then she was borne off in the arms of the Dowager Duchess of Norfolk, to be taken in a stately procession to her baptism in the chapel of the Observant Friars. Father would be supporting his granddaughter's long train, and George was one of those carrying the canopy of estate above her head. Anne lay on her grand French bed, an ermine-trimmed mantle of estate about her shoulders. Henry, wearing cloth of gold, had come to sit beside her to await their daughter's return. They would not attend the christening. It was the godparents' triumph. Henry had chosen 4, Archbishop Cranmer and the Dowager Duchess, and 2 supporters of Catherine, the Marchioness of Dorset and the Marquess of Exeter.
It will look as if they approve, he gloated.
As they waited, Henry described for Anne the tapestries that had been hung on the outer walls of the palace and all along the processional route, the font of solid silver, set on a platform 3 steps high beneath a crimson satin canopy fringed with gold, the ceremonial to be observed, the noble guests. She listened approvingly. No honour had been scanted. Presently, in the distance, they heard a fanfare.
"They're bringing her back,"
Henry said. Soon the princess was carried into the Queen's chamber and placed in the King's arms. He gave her his blessing, then passed her to Anne, who gave hers, and called the child by her baptismal name for the first time, as was a mother's privilege. Refreshments were served to the godparents and chief guests, and then Henry directed Norfolk and Suffolk to convey his thanks to the Lord Mayor and aldermen for attending. "Will there be fireworks tonight?" Anne asked Henry.
"I haven't ordered any," he replied, looking uncomfortable. She knew he would have, had a prince been christened. She was upset to learn, the next day, that there had been no celebratory bonfires in the streets of London either, and appalled when George, visiting her and his niece, told her that 2 friars had been arrested for saying that the princess had been christened in hot water that was not hot enough.
"How can they say that of an innocent babe?" she asked.
"Ignore them," he counselled. "Chapuis told me to my face that we should not have expected the people to celebrate. He said there was little love for you or any of our race."
"I trust you told him to go hang himself," Anne seethed.
"Something of the sort," George snorted.
Henry had not visited her very often. For all his brave words at Elizabeth's birth, she was convinced he felt she had failed him. Was he asking himself why he had risked so much for her, and, more crucially, why God had denied him a son? Yet he had made it implicit to Anne that he was determined not to lose face, and was as adamant as ever that he had been right to put away Catherine and marry her. As if to prove this, he suddenly had the Nun of Kent and her supporters arrested and imprisoned. "What will happen to her?" Anne asked, sitting up in her chair for the first time since giving birth.
"She will be tried. She has said enough and more to incriminate herself of high treason."
This was one aspect of the new Henry of which Anne could approve. He had been too patient, too forgiving toward his opponents. She rejoiced now to see him so resolute. He was more resolute in bed, too. As soon as she had recovered from the birth and had been churched, he appeared at her bedchamber door.
"Let's make that son you promised me," he said,
bearing down on her, lust in his eyes. She was reluctant to let him make love to her so soon. She had lost the weight she had put on in pregnancy, but her belly and breasts were slack, and on her hips there were silvery marks where the skin had stretched. She did not want him to see her like this. She feared being penetrated so soon after giving birth, and she really did not want to be pregnant again yet. She had also been tormenting herself with thoughts of him cavorting with Lady Carew. Was he still swiving her? She did not dare to ask. She was maintaining the dignified silence he had enjoined. But she knew her wifely duty, and she was well aware of the urgent need for her to bear a son. So she opened herself to him, and was surprised by the force of his desire. Maybe he had been celibate since August. At least it proved one thing. He still wanted her. It worried her that she could not love Elizabeth as she ought. She was quite content to leave the child to her nurses in her elaborate nursery. Sometimes, out of guilt, she commanded that the princess be brought to her chamber and laid on a cushion at her feet, so that all could see how devoted a mother she was, and not guess at the heavy sense of failure she carried. She often wondered if she could have loved Elizabeth had she been a boy. Would she love a son who had that old face, and seemed such a self-contained infant as her daughter did? Margaret, Lady Bryan, who had efficiently run the Princess Mary's nursery and had been appointed by Henry to preside over Elizabeth's, reported that the princess was a good baby generally, but was given to roaring tantrums when denied something she wanted. "But she's very forward for her age, madam, and takes her milk well." Anne salved her conscience by buying the child pretty toys, a rocking horse, a cloth doll, a wooden stump babe for teething, and commissioned jewellery for her, a bracelet for the tiny wrist, a miniature string of pearls, and a golden girdle book of psalms for when she was older. She did all the things she thought a good mother should do, and she suffered in silence, because she did not want anyone thinking her unnatural and unfeeling. Late in November, the nun of Kent was found guilty of treason, and an example was made of her and the observant friars and priests who had abetted her. All did public penance, walking through the streets of London to Paul's Cross, where they were made to stand on a scaffold, holding lighted tapers while a sermon was preached against them. But the sympathies of the watching crowds were with the Holy Maid of Kent, as they called her, shouting out their encouragement. It was gratifying that the evidence for her treason had sounded suitably damning when blasted from Paul's pulpit, and that the crowd had witnessed the accused being hustled to the Tower to await sentencing. Henry was trying to persuade his reluctant council to agree to Parliament passing an Act of Attainder condemning them. He did not want them sentenced in open court, because he feared there would be demonstrations. By then, Anne was nursing a secret. She was sure she had conceived again. She had seen just one flowering of her courses since Elizabeth's birth, in the middle of October. By late November, her hopes were high. "I am with child already," she informed Henry.
"Darling!" He was ecstatic. "That is the best news I've had in ages."
He folded her in his arms, pressing his lips to hers.
"When will it be?"
"In the summer, probably in July."
"It cannot be soon enough."
Henry's eyes were shining.
"How are you feeling?"
"Very well," she assured him, elated and relieved. If he had had any doubts that God approved of their marriage, this must allay them. In December, when Elizabeth was 3 months old, Henry established a household for her at Hatfield, which was convenient for London, yet well away from its noisome, often plague-infested air. In the capable arms of Margaret Bryan, and attended by an army of nursemaids, laundresses, officials, and servants, the princess was taken north from Greenwich by a roundabout route, the better to be seen by the people and impress on them her status as the king's heir. Watching her daughter depart, Anne felt that familiar ache of relief and guilt. When she had a son, she would love Elizabeth better, she assured herself. Among Elizabeth's maids was 9-year-old Catherine Carey, Mary's daughter by Henry, who was new to court. Despite her looking so like him, he had never acknowledged her, and she knew nothing of their blood tie. Anne was fond of her niece, and pleased that she had secured the place for her. Catherine was thrilled to be serving the princess. Unlike Henry's other daughter, Mary, who had impudently refused to recognize Elizabeth's title. From Hertford, where she was lodging with her household, she wrote to the council that she would call Elizabeth sister, nothing more. Henry was seething.
"She shall be stripped of the title and trappings of princess," he shouted. "She is not my lawful daughter, and therefore she cannot be my heir. She is my bastard, nothing more. From henceforth she must be called the Lady Mary."
Without hesitation, he sent a deputation of the council to inform her of her demotion. Anne inwardly applauded him for being firm with Mary at long last. The councillors returned to Greenwich grim-faced. Mary had insisted that she alone was the king's true daughter, born in lawful matrimony. She'd said she would say nothing to the slander of her mother, the Holy Church, and the Pope, and declared she would dishonour her parents if she falsely confessed herself a bastard. She had written a letter to her father, beseeching his blessing.
"I will curse her rather," he snapped, reading it. "She trusts I was not privy to the council's message. She doubts not that I take her for my lawful daughter, born in true matrimony."
"You will not let this pass?" Anne challenged. He could not. Mary was popular, while her own child was seen by many as a bastard. With Catherine out of sight at Bucton, she could see Mary becoming a focus for those who opposed the king. Mary's resolve must therefore be broken, by fair means or foul.
"I will write to her, never fear," Henry growled. "I will leave her in no doubt that it was my will that she was deprived of the title of princess. And I will tell her that I'm giving her palace of Beaulieu to your brother Rochford."
"That is most bountiful of your grace," Anne said, lowering her eyes so he would not see the triumph in them. "I would like her jewels for Elizabeth."
"You shall have them. A bastard cannot be permitted to wear what rightfully belongs to the lawful heir."
An idea occurred to Anne. Would it not be a good thing to have Mary in Elizabeth's household, where she can be under the eye of people loyal to us? Henry was still simmering.
"An excellent solution. Her household shall be disbanded. That troublemaker, Lady Salisbury, can go to the devil, and Mary can go to Hatfield and serve Elizabeth. That'll teach her to defy me. I'll force her to bend the knee to my true heir."
Jubilation mingled with relief. "And who shall be her lady mistress, in place of Lady Salisbury?"
"Who in Elizabeth's household would be most suitable?"
"My aunt, Lady Shelton. She is utterly loyal."
"So be it. I will give the order."
Anne was happily nursing her triumph over Mary when a message arrived from Catherine, asking if the king would let her move to a healthier house, as her lodging at Bucton was damp and cold. Winter was descending, and her health was beginning to suffer. She had brought it on herself. If she had seen sense, she could have been living in luxury with her daughter at her side. But maybe Henry's harsh measures were beginning to achieve results. No doubt, the ever-industrious Chapuis had informed Catherine of what was planned for Mary. It was one thing to suffer yourself, another to see a loved child suffer unnecessarily. And if the mother broke, the daughter would too. Anne did not want to hound Catherine to her death, although she kept thinking that Catherine dying would solve everything. But a little more of the same medicine might teach the stubborn woman what was good for her. Cromwell was the man to ask. He seemed to know everything. She summoned him to her privy chamber. "Tell me," she said, "do you know of any great houses that are in poor order, yet habitable?"
"Is this for the Princess Dowager?" he asked.
"You must have read my mind," she smiled.
"No, madam, I read her letter to the king."
Nothing, it seemed, escaped him. She explained her strategy, and Cromwell thought for a bit.
"The bishop's palace at Somersham near Ely is surrounded by deep water and marshes," he said. "Your Grace might like to suggest that to the king."
Anne went straight to Henry and told him that Cromwell had suggested a house for Catherine. "How long she stays there is up to her," she said. "When she arrives at Somersham and sees that her situation is not going to improve unless she obeys your orders, she may capitulate."
"Darling, I fear you want hope to triumph over experience," Henry observed. "I think she would go into the fire rather than admit she is wrong."
"It's insane, when she could be having a good life in retirement."
"If she remains obstinate, I'll have her declared as insane as her sister Juana," Henry said. "There's madness in that family. People will believe it."
Chapuis, unusually well informed, protested, of course.
"He complains that Somersham is the most unhealthy and pestilential house in England," Henry huffed. "He'll be telling tales to the Emperor if I don't send Catherine somewhere else. I thought of her castle of Fotheringhay. It was a royal palace 60 years ago, and after I granted it to her she tried to restore it, but it was already decaying, and despite the work she had carried out, it's now in an even worse condition than Somersham."
"Send her to Fotheringhay," Anne urged. But Catherine, it seemed, was well apprised of the state of Fotheringhay. Back came the answer from Bucton. She would not go there. "Then she must go to Somersham," Anne decreed, and Henry issued the order. Again Catherine refused to go.
"I'll teach her to defy me,"
Henry stormed, and ordered the dismissal of all but the most necessary of her servants, insisting that those remaining must not address her as queen, but as Princess Dowager. To enforce her obedience to these commands and escort her to Somersham, the Duke of Suffolk was sent to Bucton with a detachment of the King's Guards. He was reluctant to go. Anne guessed he would infinitely have preferred to spend Christmas at court with his young bride. But north he marched, and she held her breath, hoping that this show of armed force might persuade Catherine to give in.
"Sir John Seymour begs that you will accept his daughter into your service." Henry handed Anne a letter. "She served the Princess Dowager at court, and was with her at Bucton, until Sir John summoned her home."
"I remember Jane Seymour," Anne said, recalling a quiet-spoken, fair girl with a pale complexion, watchful eyes, and a prim mouth.
"Her father clearly regrets sending her to Catherine, and is worried about losing my favour because of it, and about not finding her a husband. But, as he explains, it's not been easy to obtain another place for her. No one wants someone who was associated with Catherine."
"Is Jane Seymour a friend to her?"
"As I remember, she's a little mouse who wouldn't say boo to a gnat. Sir John is loyal. He has served me well. She'll do as he bids her."
"Very well. I'll have her as a maid of honour," Anne agreed. Jane Seymour was 25, demure and dutiful. She performed her duties efficiently, behaved with circumspection and decorum, and gave no cause for complaint. But Anne could not like her. Her friendly overtures had been received with courtesy, not warmth, and Jane seemed to exist alongside the life of the Queen's household, rather than as a part of it. When there was pastime in Anne's chamber, she was rarely to be seen. She kept her head down and herself to herself. No doubt she still nursed an affection for her previous mistress. Yet Anne could not sense hostility, only detachment. She did her best to make the young woman feel welcome, but it was hard work. She was more preoccupied with the nausea of early pregnancy and what was happening at Bucton. In Suffolk's first letter, he had reported that Catherine had shut herself in her chamber and refused to open the door. Neither threats nor entreaties could persuade her. The Duke dared not use force, and had contented himself with dismissing her servants, leaving only a few to care for her needs. In his second letter, He described how he had stood outside Catherine's door and pleaded with her to come out. Against all reason she had refused, saying she would not go to Somersham unless he bound her with ropes and took her by violence.
"She is the most obstinate woman that may be,"
he complained, adding that he had found things at Bucton far from the king's expectations, and would explain further when he returned to court. The next they heard was that a hostile mob of yokels, armed with scythes and billhooks, had encircled Bucton, and were just standing there watching menacingly. Suffolk feared that if he tried to force Catherine to leave, they would pounce. Exasperated, Henry instructed Suffolk to return to court.
"There's nothing he can do,"
he explained to Anne.
"I cannot risk an ugly confrontation. Imagine if Catherine was hurt. We'd have the Emperor here at the head of an army in 10 minutes. Never mind the Turks."
Chapter 23 1534 As soon as Suffolk returned to Greenwich, he asked to see the king in private. Anne was present when Henry welcomed back his old friend, warmly assuring him that he did not blame him for what had happened.
"The Princess Dowager is best left to her obstinacy," he declared. "Your Graces, there is more to the situation than that,"
Suffolk said, gratefully taking the chair Henry indicated. "Leave us, please," Anne ordered the servants. "I will pour the wine." She handed out the goblets, and the Duke took his gratefully. He looked exhausted. No longer was he the dashing hero of the lists of Tournay, but a middle-aged man running to fat, his once handsome face showing lines of strain, his hair grizzled. Beside him, Henry, his mirror image, was a paragon in his prime.
"So tell me, Charles, what is the true situation at Bucton?"
Henry asked.
"The Princess Dowager is a sick woman, sir. I hardly recognized her. Her chamberlain told me she has dropsy, and will not live much longer. I can well believe it."
Anne realized she had been holding her breath. Maybe God was smoothing the way for her son to be born as the undisputed heir to England. Because, once Catherine was dead, no one could deny that she, Anne, was the true queen.
"She's not so ill that she can't defy me."
Henry's voice was peevish.
"Her spirit is undaunted," Suffolk conceded. "I do not think she will ever give way." "Then the sooner God Almighty takes her to himself, the better," Henry muttered. "Her obduracy only encourages Mary. Did you know that Mary made a scene when they came to escort her to Hatfield? Norfolk told her plainly that she was unnatural, and if she was his daughter, he would knock her head against the wall until it was as soft as a baked apple." "I can imagine him doing it," Suffolk observed. "He's right," Henry said. "She's a traitor and deserves punishment, and so he told her."
"Lady Shelton will treat her as she deserves," Anne said. "I have every confidence in her." Mary must be brought to heel. Anne had come to hate and fear her more than she hated and feared Catherine. Elizabeth was the king's true heir, and, however deficient her own qualities as a mother, Anne was determined that her blood should sit upon the throne. It was Mary who posed the deadliest threat to Elizabeth's future. Mary had been at Hatfield for 2 weeks when Henry received a letter from her, begging leave to see him. "You won't say yes, will you?" Anne flared. "No," he said, after the barest hesitation. "But, darling, she is my daughter, and for all her disobedience, she has many good qualities. I would not be too harsh on her." She stared at him. What an about-turn. "She is a traitor. You said so yourself. We deal harshly with traitors in this realm, and quite rightly." Henry sighed. "I will ignore the letter. I would not have you upset at this time." As she well knew, the bonds of parenthood could be strong. Look how fiercely protective she herself was of Elizabeth's rights. It would be a struggle to make Henry see Mary as the subversive rebel she really was. When he announced one morning that he was going to visit Elizabeth at Hatfield, she fell into a frenzy of anxiety, lest he decide to see Mary too, and be moved by her youth and his fatherly pity to treat her better and restore her title. That Anne could never allow. After he had gone, she summoned Cromwell and commanded him to ride after Henry and prevent him at any cost from seeing or speaking to Mary. Cromwell looked at her askance. His expression said that, as Chancellor of the Exchequer, Master of the Jewel House, and Master of the Rolls, he was too busy to act as her messenger, but he pursed his lips, made no comment, and left. Whatever he said to Henry had the desired effect, to begin with. Probably he had warned him of the need to keep Anne calm while she was breeding. But, as he explained later, all his persuasions were for nothing.
When the king was mounting his horse, ready to leave, the Lady Mary appeared on the terrace at the top of the house and knelt with her hands joined in supplication. His Grace turned around and saw her. He bowed to her and put his hand to his hat. None of the rest of us had dared to raise our heads, but, following his Grace's lead, we had to salute her.
Anne could not contain her rage.
"How could you do it?"
she screamed at Henry when he arrived a few minutes after Cromwell had left.
"Do what?"
he countered, but she could see from his face that he knew.
"You saluted your bastard, as if she had done nothing wrong."
She was in tears now.
"It was but a courtesy," he said defensively.
"She does not deserve your courtesy,"
she snapped, and sank into her chair in a storm of weeping.
"Darling, please,"
Henry begged, kneeling down and embracing her.
"Think of the child."
"The child! The child! All you think of is the child! What of me?"
"You know very well how precious this child is,"
he said coldly, standing up.
"I will send your ladies to you."
And he was gone. She could not rest, could not calm her agitation. She was sick to the teeth of Mary's defiance and Henry's failure to deal with it. It galled her to think that that proud, obstinate girl was universally loved by the people, whereas if she herself went out in public, they still cried, "Whore! Heretic! Adulteress!" And it was not just the common people who slandered her. One day, hearing voices below her window, she had peered out to see Harry Percy talking to Chapuis.
"The Queen is a bad woman,"
she had heard Harry say.
"I am certain that she is determined to poison the princess."
Anne leaned back against the wall, shaking. That even Harry, that good man who had once loved her, should say such things of her was shocking. She had never dreamed of poisoning Mary. In desperation, she resolved to change her tactics and use kindness to win over her stepdaughter. If the girl was seen to be friendly to her, it would give the lie to what Harry, and no doubt others, were thinking, and make the people love her. It was time to pay a visit to Elizabeth. All was in pristine order in the royal nursery at Hatfield. The baby, how she had grown in 2 months, slept serenely in her cradle, lulled by the young maids rocking her, and all around there was an atmosphere of peaceful activity.
"Her Highness is doing so well, madam,"
the plump and motherly Lady Bryan told Anne.
"I do believe we had a smile today, and she takes suck lustily."
As Anne bent over the cradle, Elizabeth opened her blue eyes and blinked at her, regarding her solemnly. Then she went red in the face, opened her tiny mouth, and roared.
"She'll need her clouts changed,"
the wet nurse smiled.
"Come along, my poppet."
And she picked up the baby and bore her off to the adjoining bedchamber.
"I will come back later,"
Anne said to Lady Bryan. "Do you know where I can find the Lady Mary?"
"She's with Lady Shelton in the schoolroom, madam."
When Anne appeared at the door, both ladies rose, but Mary threw her a look of such venom that she almost forgot her resolve.
"Your Grace,"
Lady Shelton curtsied, and Anne embraced her. "Dear aunt, I trust you are well." She turned to the thin, red-haired, snub-nosed girl who stood glowering at her. "My Lady Mary," she said, forcing herself to smile, "I would speak with you, as a friend." "Lady Anne," and Mary would not acknowledge her as queen, "you can be no friend to me." "But I would be," Anne said. "You have had a difficult time, but things can change for the better. I urge you, for the sake of your future happiness, to visit me at court and honour me as queen." "Never!" Mary spat, her plain features, so like her mother's, contorted in hatred. "Hear me out," Anne insisted, trying not to lose her temper. "It would be a means of reconciliation with the king, your father, who is as unhappy about this estrangement as you are. I will intercede with him for you, and then you will find yourself as well or better treated than ever." Mary looked at her, as if she were a clod of dirt she had just scuffed from her shoe. "I know of no queen in England save my mother," she said. "But if you would do me that favour with my father, I would be much obliged." Would the girl never see sense? "I exhort you to accept my offer, which was made out of kindness and in the interests of us all," Anne challenged. "It would serve your cause well to have me on your side, Madame Boleyn. Don't think I'm so innocent that I don't understand the game you are playing. Thanks to you, I had to grow up very quickly." "Speak to me like that, and you could find yourself in a worse case than you are now," Anne warned. "But accept my offer of friendship, and you shall find me zealous to protect your interests." Mary snapped. "You can protect them best by taking yourself and your bastard off to some distant land and leaving my father free of your bewitchment, so that he can return to my mother, the true queen." "Don't speak to the queen like that," Lady Shelton cried. "The queen is at Buckton!" Mary rounded on her. This was intolerable. "Trust me, I will bring down the pride of your unbridled Spanish blood," Anne warned. "As for having you at court, I will not now hear of it. You have made your bed. Now you must lie on it." "Now see what you have done, you foolish girl," Lady Shelton hissed. Mary shrugged. "It is labour wasted to press me, and you are deceived if you think that ill treatment, or even the threat of death, will make me change my determination." "We shall see," Anne retorted, and swept from the room. Lady Shelton hurried after her. "Your Grace, she is not a bad girl at heart. She is confused and frightened, and deeply grieved at being separated from her mother, and she is at a difficult age, when the young are wont to be rebellious. She should never have spoken to you like that, but she is her own worst enemy." "I care not," Anne said. "I'm washing my hands of her." But she did care. All the way home, as the litter rumbled along, she was in despair. Henry would be angry when he heard how Mary had spoken to her, but he was vulnerable where his daughter was concerned, and she did not believe he would punish her severely enough. And there was Mary, defiant and sure of her rights, popular, beloved and pitied, and there was the Emperor, who might decide to use armed force to support her. What would then become of herself and Elizabeth? Would they indeed be banished to some distant land, or worse? Henry erupted in fury as Anne had anticipated. He erupted again when Mary refused to accompany Elizabeth's household when it moved to the moor in Hertfordshire, and had to be man-handled into her litter. His patience was wearing out. "I will so order it that she will never defy me again, her or anyone else," he roared. "Parliament shall see to it." That spring he ordered that an act be passed naming Anne as regent of the realm and absolute governess of her children in the event of his death. Another act deprived Catherine of the lands she had held as queen, and returned to her the lands that she had once held as Prince Arthur's widow. The queen's estates were now assigned to Anne. An act of attainder was passed against Bishop Fisher, condemning him to imprisonment in the Tower. Cromwell had learned that the bishop had interrogated the nun of Kent about her prophecies, but had failed to tell the king about it, and Henry was ready to believe that this signified treasonable involvement. But Fisher was too ill to travel to London. The nun herself and 4 of her acolytes were attainted for high treason. But the piece of legislation that meant the most to Anne was the act that vested the succession to the crown of England in her children by Henry. Better still, this new act required all the king's subjects, if so commanded, to swear an oath acknowledging Queen Anne as the king's lawful wife and the Princess Elizabeth as his legitimate heir. Those refusing to swear would be accounted guilty of abetting treason and sent to prison. The prospect of her enemies being forced to acknowledge her calmed Anne's nerves. But on a sunny day in early April, Henry burst into her chamber.
"That whoreson Pope!"
he spluttered, seething with fury. He looked so puce in the face, she feared he might have an apoplexy. Rising quickly from her curtsy, she made him sit in the chair she had vacated. "What has he done?" she asked. Henry looked ill.
"The French ambassador has just informed me that Clement has found for Catherine. He said that our marriage always had been, and still stands, firm and lawful, and Mary is its legitimate issue."
Anne felt sick. This judgment might rally many waverers to Catherine and her daughter, and the Emperor might now decide that making war in his aunt's cause was worthier than crushing the Turks. The Act of Succession had been passed not a moment too soon. "But he has ignored all the determinations of the universities," she exclaimed. "Plainly, the opinions of the finest minds in Europe are of no consequence to him. He is a disgrace to his office, and should be defrocked." Henry nodded in vehement agreement.
"He has ordered me to resume cohabitation at once with Catherine. I'm to hold and maintain her as becomes a loving husband and my kingly honour. If I refuse, I will be excommunicated. And, this is the final insult, I am to pay the costs of the case."
He was visibly shaken, and Anne realized that even after all he had done to break with Rome, he had been hoping, right up until the last minute, that the breach could be healed. But Clement, by this judgment, had wrecked all hope of that. If England was in schism, it was the Pope's fault. "This was a political decision," she said.
"Aye, but that's been Clement's approach these 7 long years. He cares not a fig for the Scriptures, or the theologians who are far more learned in these matters than he is. But he shall rue the day he gave this judgment. The sentence of this Bishop of Rome no longer carries any weight in England. I will have sermons preached in every church in the land declaring his perfidy."
The order went out. On Easter Day, congregations all over England were informed of the wickedness of Pope Clement, and true subjects were commanded to pray every week for King Henry VIII, as being, next unto God, the only and supreme head of the Church, and Anne his wife, and Elizabeth their princess. It did not prevent public celebrations being held in some places in anticipation of Catherine's expected return to favour. Henry now sent out commissioners to all parts of the realm to administer the new oath, upholding the Act of Succession to all who held public office, and anyone else whose loyalty was in question. Anne was tense, waiting for reports of disaffection to come pouring in, but her fears were soon allayed, because most people, even members of the religious orders, were swearing it without demur. Only a few refused. She was not surprised to hear that Bishop Fisher, whose sentence had been commuted to a fine, was among them, and Sir Thomas More. He had refused the oath twice, and no amount of pressure could persuade him to say why. Henry was deeply hurt.
"I accounted him my friend," he said. "This will go against me with the people, because he is so universally respected. My commissioners advise that he should be left alone."
"You mean they would collude in his breaking the law?" Anne was amazed. "Henry, this man should be made an example of. If others see him defying you and getting away with it, they will refuse the oath too."
Henry had his head in his hands. "How can I proceed against More? I have loved him, Anne, and I would bring much hatred on myself by punishing him."
"Whatever he is, he should not be exempt from your laws. By allowing it, you undermine the oath and the act and our marriage."
"Very well," Henry capitulated. "I will have the oath put to him again."
He sent More to the Tower for defying him a third time. Anne had not thought him capable of it, but he surprised her. She suspected he had done it as much for fear of her reaction if he had not, as out of anger and righteousness. He would not risk upsetting her while she carried his child. As Henry had predicted, there was much murmuring at More's imprisonment, which would, no doubt, soon reverberate all over Europe. And there was a lot more murmuring when the Nun of Kent and her associates were drawn on hurdles to the gallows at Tyburn, where, before huge crowds, she was hanged until dead, then beheaded, and the men suffered the horrors of a traitor's death, hanging, drawing, and quartering. Theirs, Anne realized, was the first blood that had been spilled on her account. Well, it would serve as an example to the people, and a warning that they must obey their king, or it would go worse for them. Cromwell, she was aware, was becoming very powerful. That April, he was advanced to the office of Principal Secretary to the King. He had risen above everyone except herself, and had more credit with his master than ever the Cardinal had.
"There is now no one who does anything except Cromwell,"
George said, sitting with Anne in the window-seat in her chamber.
"He has become the most influential of the King's ministers. You had best watch out, sister."
"Henry heeds me more than he heeds Cromwell," she insisted, but her brother's words had chilled her. What would happen if she bore another daughter? Would Cromwell creep closer into the King's councils and oust her? He could prove a formidable rival. "Cromwell is on our side," she declared. "He is still my man, and we owe much to him for implementing the changes Henry has made and promoting the royal supremacy." George frowned.
"I'm just asking you to be watchful. This man thrives on power. He controls access to the king. He uses a host of paid informers and grateful clients anxious to do him service. Knowledge is power, Anne, and Cromwell has seen to it that he occupies a position of enormous influence. He could try to undermine you."
"Henry would not let him," she assured him. "He doesn't love Cromwell as he loved Wolsey. And Cromwell and I share common aims. We both support reform and the king's supremacy."
"Well, just make sure that you keep him on your side," George warned. "He's already unhappy with what Brereton did."
Brereton had accused a man of killing one of his Welsh retainers, but when a court in London acquitted the fellow, Brereton had taken matters into his own hands and hanged him.
"Master Secretary is most put out with Brereton and apparently with you. Father heard him say it was done out of sheer malice, and that he had liked the man and tried to save him."
"Brereton says he was a villain," Anne replied. "He told me how justice had failed him, and I authorized him to have the fellow rearrested and retried."
"That explains why Cromwell mentioned your name."
"Well, he'll have to get over it," she said. "Justice has now been done." Norris joined them, lute in hand.
"I hear you were to be congratulated,"
George said, clapping him on the back.
"Keeper of the King's privy purse, and master of the hart, hounds and hawks, and black rod in the Parliament House." "It is thanks only to the gracious favour of your Grace and the King," Norris protested. "I fear I am not worthy of your goodness to me."
"Nonsense," Anne smiled. "The King loves you as he loves no other man, and I have every confidence in you." Norris went down on one knee, took her hand and kissed it.
I am blessed to serve such a loving mistress," he declared fervently.
Anne drew her hand away. She had seen George looking at them curiously.
"Mary is ill,"
Henry said, arriving late for supper.
"Chapuis has begged me to let her go to her mother, but I do not trust him or them. Don't say anything, Anne. I would never consent to it. Cromwell recommends that I send my own physician to Mary."
"Pray God that this child is a son," Anne was beseeching inwardly, as she sat down at the table and her napkin was placed over her shoulder. Until she had borne a prince, she would feel, and indeed be, insecure on her throne. In her most desperate moments, in the still watches of the night, she fretted that Henry would cease to love her if she gave him another daughter. Her worst nightmare was that he would heed the Pope's sentence and return to Catherine. A few days later, news came that Mary had recovered from her illness, and Anne could not stop herself from thinking it would have been better if Mary had died, and her mother too. It would resolve everything. Henry was considering making a state visit to France. She would not be accompanying him because of her condition, but that suited her perfectly. "If Mary is taken ill while he's away, I'll not be sending my own physician," she told George, when they were relaxing in her chamber that afternoon. "I'd as soon do away with her. I might starve her to death." She was bursting with angry frustration. George frowned.
"I wouldn't answer for how the king might react if you did."
"I wouldn't care, even if I was to be burned alive for it afterward," she cried, feeling herself becoming hysterical.
"Hush, sister. You must not say such things."
"But she is a threat to me, George, and to Elizabeth. I wish she were dead." She was near to tears now.
"Soon she will be silenced," he soothed. "The king said today that the oath is to be administered to the Lady Mary and the Princess Dowager. He's sending the Archbishop of York, who won't stand for any nonsense. He'll visit the Princess Dowager first."
"Thank God!" Anne exulted, relief flooding through her. "If they take the oath, well and good. If they refuse it, Henry must proceed against them. Whatever they do, we have them." Catherine had refused the oath. She had stated that if she was not the king's wife, as he maintained, then she was not his subject, and could not be required to take it. "But since she has always insisted that she is your wife, she must know that she is laying herself open to punishment," Anne observed to Henry as they rode at the head of their cavalcade, through lanes made festive with spring blossom, on their way to visit Elizabeth at Eltham Palace.
"They will persevere with her,"
Henry promised. The princess's household made obeisance in unison as the king and queen entered the nursery and found their daughter on her lady mistress's lap. Elizabeth was 7 months old now, and talking already.
"Come to your father,"
Henry said, scooping her out of Lady Bryan's arms and dandling her on his knee.
"Papa!"
the infant crowed, pulling at his beard.
"Ouch! You've a strong hand there, sweetheart," Henry told her. "She is as goodly a child as I've ever seen. Don't you agree, Anne?" he asked.
Anne bent down and kissed Elizabeth on her downy head. "Indeed," she said, feeling the familiar emptiness. All would right itself, she hoped, when her son was born. Then Elizabeth would not be a living and breathing reminder of her failure to bear a prince. They left her with her nurses, and went to inspect the nursery that was being prepared for the prince. Well satisfied with its gilded splendour and luxurious furnishings, they proceeded to the chapel for vespers. As they came out, Lady Rochford approached Anne. "Madam, I must tell you, the Lady Mary was in chapel and curtsied to your grace as you left." "Would that I had seen it!" Anne exclaimed, as Henry beamed. "If I had, I would have done as much to her. Where is she?" She looked eagerly around the crowded gallery and espied Mary's back, disappearing through the door at the far end. "Go after her, Jane," she said, all her ill intentions toward Mary forgotten. Tell her that I salute her with much affection and crave pardon, for if I had seen her make a curtsy to me, I would have done the same to her. Tell her I desire that this may be the beginning of a friendship between us, which will be warmly embraced on my part."
Lady Rochford hastened away. When Henry and Anne arrived in the soaring great hall and seated themselves at the high table for supper, Anne saw her stepdaughter at one of the long tables set at right angles. Not so long ago, Mary would have occupied the place of honour by the king. She was aware of the girl watching her as the first course was served. And then, as the company began eating, and there was a lull in conversation, she heard her address Lady Rochford in a carrying voice.
"It is not possible that the Queen can have sent me such a message, Her Majesty being so far from this place. You should have said it was the Lady Anne Boleyn, for I can acknowledge no other queen but my mother. I curtsied in chapel to the Lady Anne's maker and mine. So they are deceived, and deceive her who tell her otherwise."
It was humiliating, and it was offensive. Henry flushed angrily, but before he could speak, Anne turned to him, and in tones as ringing as Mary's declared,
"I swear I'll bring down this high spirit."
"I will deal with her," he muttered. "Let be for now."
Before they left, he took Mary aside into a closet and kept her there for several minutes. But when he emerged, Anne could tell from the look on his face and the tears in his eyes that his daughter had bested him yet again. She had a high belly now, and tired easily. In 3 months, God willing, she would bear a son, a living image of his father. Henry fussed over her constantly. He had Archbishop Cranmer warn preachers that they must not weary her by over-long sermons in chapel. He gave her, for her delight, a peacock and a pelican that had come all the way from a far-off country called Newfoundland. But the best gift of all was his sanctioning the translating of the Bible into English, in response to a petition from his clergy, which had been driven by the 7 reformist bishops who had been appointed, thanks to Anne's good offices, since she had become queen. A reformist scholar, Miles Coverdale, was undertaking the translation, and his work was going to be dedicated to Henry and to her. Anne had hugged and kissed Henry when he told her. She was delighted to receive from Lady Lisle, wife of the governor of Calais, a brace of dotterels for her table, a singing linnet in a cage, and an adorable little dog. Of course, Lady Lisle had daughters she no doubt hoped to place at court, and wanted to ingratiate herself, but with well-wishers thin on the ground, the gesture was heartening. The dog was the sweetest thing. It gazed up at her with soulful, inquiring eyes, and she thought of a name for it at once.
"I shall call you Little Pourquoi, because you look as if you are always asking me why."
Heartening, too, was Henry's decision to punish Catherine for not taking the oath by sending her under house arrest to Kimbolton Castle, which was farther from London than Bucton. Then he sent out heralds to warn all his subjects that anyone slandering his beloved queen or his lawful heirs would be guilty of high treason, for which the penalty was death. In the 2nd week of July, George, now Lord Warden of the Cinque Ports, was sent on an embassy to France, leaving Anne feeling depressed. She wished he did not have to go away when her child was soon to be born, and she needed him most to allay her fears, or just listen to them. Mary had gone home to Hever, not that she would be much comfort anyway. Even the antics of Little Pourquoi, or the docile loyalty of the greyhound Urien, failed to cheer Anne. A week later, Henry broke the news that his daughter had refused the oath. When he had gone, growling about making her pay for her defiance, Anne took up her pen and wrote to Lady Shelton, "Give her a good beating, for the cursed bastard she is." She would see to it that Mary got her just deserts, even if Henry balked at it. George was soon home.
"It's been agreed that I won't go to France this year,"
Henry told Anne.
Catherine and Mary bear you no small grudge, and might in my absence make mischief."
"Thank God," Anne said. "I feel much safer when you are with me." Henry caressed her cheek.
"It will not be long now, darling. The doctors say it is often easier the second time."
It was easier. In fact, it was all over within 2 hours. The baby came sooner than she had expected. She had not even taken to her chamber. But her pains were for nothing. As the midwife wrapped the tiny babe in a cloth and covered his dead face, Anne lay racked with sobs. "Why, why?" she kept crying out. "Other women have sons. Why not me?" Her women tried to soothe her, but when they heard that Henry was coming, they drew back nervously, warning, "The king! The king!" Anne twisted in the rumpled bed. She knew she must look dreadful, her face raw from weeping, her body sweaty from her travail, as yet unwashed and still clothed in her bloody shift. She pulled the sheets and counterpane around her. Little Pourquoi leapt up and snuggled next to her, as if sensing her distress. Henry's gaze was wounded and accusing. There was no doubting that this was her fault. "I am so sorry," she sobbed. "He came too early."
"Where is he?"
Henry demanded. "Here, your grace." The midwife nervously handed him the shrouded bundle. Henry pulled the covering aside.
"Oh, God, my son, my little son,"
he murmured brokenly, tears streaming down his face.
"Take him."
He thrust the body back into the midwife's arms, mastered himself with an effort, then bent his gaze on every soul in the room.
"You will not speak of this to anyone," he commanded. "If you are asked, you must say that the Queen miscarried. Do not say it was a boy. Do you all understand?"
Anne knew he would not look a fool in the eyes of Christendom. The women nervously nodded assent.
"I will leave you to rest," Henry said to Anne. "See to the Queen, ladies."
Anne lay there weeping silently. This wasn't how it was meant to be. What of her dreams of power, and of the reign of virtuous women? It was all an illusion, dependent on the will of men. Because, when it came down to it, power depended only on a woman's body not letting her down. She mended quickly, and by the end of July she was ready to accompany Henry on his annual summer hunting progress. But her spirit was crushed, for he had been cold to her since she had lost their son. It was cruel of him, for she was grieving too, for her baby, for herself, and what this tragedy might mean for her. If she had been depressed before the birth, she was in despair now. It was hard to rise above it and be the sophisticated, witty woman with whom Henry had fallen in love. And yet she must win him again. He, too, had suffered a bitter disappointment, but underneath the distant exterior, his heart still beat with love for her. She must believe it. She could not find in herself much appetite for love-making, but Henry returned to her bed, almost with an air of doing what he had to do. She submitted willingly, knowing that conceiving another son was the only way to keep him hers. She did not deceive herself. It was a joyless experience. And soon she found out why. Apparently, it was no secret that he was betraying her, with her own maid of honour too. Joan Ashley was 17, a pretty girl whom Anne had thought shy, but a more apt word would be sly. With her own credit with the king lower than it had ever been, there was no shortage of people to drop hints. She had even come across Jane Rochford gossiping about the affair, and been met with an embarrassed silence. It seemed it had been going on for some time. Rage consumed her. When Henry next came to dine, she dismissed the servants and stood with her back to the door.
"Why are you wasting your seed on that worthless little cow, Joan Ashley?" she challenged him. "You're my husband, and you're old enough to be her grandfather."
"You forget yourself, Anne,"
Henry barked, his voice icy.
I am your king, and you have good reason to be content with what I have done for you, which I would not do now if I were to begin again."
"That's rich. You're the one who commits adultery, yet you have the gall to censure me."
"Stand aside," Henry commanded, red with anger. "I'm dining elsewhere, where I'm sure of a welcome."
"Go to your whore, then," she hissed, and let him push past her. When he had gone, she collapsed, whimpering, to the floor. How had it all gone so wrong? Why had God withheld the blessing of a son? And where was the adoring servant who had so passionately courted her? How had he turned into this cruel and thoughtless man? For 3 days she did not see Henry. She longed for someone to confide in, someone she could trust. George was at Dover, presiding over the warden's court, and Mary was still at Hever. She should be back any day now. She was not George, but she was loyal at heart. That evening there was to be a feast in the presence chamber in honour of some visiting envoys from France. Anne took her place beside Henry, who inclined his head but would not look at her. She was aware of his stern profile, mostly turned away from her toward her father and his other guests. His displeasure with her was plain for all to see. Father was frowning. He knew about the tragedy that had befallen her. Afterward there was dancing, and Henry rose, bowed, and led her out to the floor. She did her best to dance alluringly and gracefully, knowing that all eyes were on her, but to little effect, because afterward Henry escorted her back to her seat and took himself off to partner Joan Ashley. Watching the silly bitch with her triumphant simper, Anne trembled with anger. People were staring at her, some with pity, some smugly. She would endure it no more, she decided. When the dance was over and everyone milling around, she would slip away. And then she saw her sister enter the hall, Mary, with a ripe swell to her belly, blooming with fruitfulness, drawing all eyes. Mary, proclaiming her condition for all the world to see, and the courtiers, even the king, staring in shock or glee. Anne rose at once and went to greet her sister, putting on a smiling face. Then she curtsied to the king and hustled Mary away as quickly as she could. Hot on their heels came father, with a face like vengeance. He followed them into Anne's apartments, and before she could speak, rounded on Mary.
"Have you been whoring again, daughter?"
Mary faced up to him. "No, I am married."
"Married?" he repeated. "Without my permission?"
"Or mine," Anne chimed in. "I am your queen. Who is he?" "William Stafford," Mary said with a defiant flourish. "I met him in Calais, and again at your coronation. He has been visiting me at Hever."
"He's been doing more than that,"
father bellowed. "Forgive me," Mary pleaded, "but we love each other."
"Stafford of the Calais garrison,"
father thundered, his pug face puce.
"A man of little status and no fortune. You could at least have contrived to marry to our family's advantage."
"He is a dozen years younger than you," Anne added, disgusted. "William loves me. He was eager to marry me." Mary was prouder than Anne had ever seen her.
"Love, bah!"
father spluttered.
"Marrying for love offends God, good order and all. It's wayward and foolish. It's bad enough neglecting to ask our permission, but you had not the courtesy to ask the king. What of your mother? Did you have the grace to inform her?"
Mary shook her head. The bravado had vanished. "We paid a clerk in Tunbridge to wed us. Mother was so angry when we told her. She's written to you. That's why we had to come here." She was weeping now. Father was implacable.
"You just went ahead regardless of us, and the king's likely displeasure. You're the queen's own sister. Did it never occur to you that the scandal this marriage will cause will do nothing for her reputation?"
"You did not think of me," Anne said, near to tears herself.
A scandal is the last thing I need at this time."
There was the sound of footsteps outside. The door flew open, and the king was announced. Henry strode in, his face dark with fury.
"Mistress Carey, the whole court is talking about you," he snapped. "A fine show you put on for my guests."
Mary curtsied, shaking, tears running down her cheeks.
"She has secretly married William Stafford of the Calais garrison,"
Anne said.
"Really?" Henry replied. "I'm surprised that one of your blood has married so cheaply, and to someone whose name is tainted by treason. I have not forgotten that this Stafford's kinsman Buckingham lost his head for plotting my ruin, or that the Staffords have supported the Princess Dowager."
"Sir, William is loyal, and he is your Grace's loving cousin,"
Mary said, finding her voice.
"He is a good man, and he loves me."
"Be that as it may, you should have asked permission before marrying him. You have scanted your respect and the obedience you owe to my lord your father here, and to your queen. They have every reason to be angered by this misalliance."
"Sir,"
Mary pleaded,
"all the world set so little store by me. I was in bondage. My family are ashamed of me. But Master Stafford was kind, kinder than anyone has ever been, and kindness means more than lineage or standing."
How true that was, Anne realized jealously. It was dawning on her how favourably Mary's situation compared with her own. Mary had a husband who adored her and was kind to her, whereas Henry was unfaithful and could be cruel. Mary had hopes of a child when Anne's had just been brutally dashed. Through her folly, Mary had landed the world, while she herself, who had longed and schemed and prayed for years, had yet to experience true love and the security of holding a son in her arms. Her anger burned against her sister.
"You never appreciated me,"
Mary accused her.
"You always had to be the successful one, whereas I had compromised my reputation and stained the family honour even though it was not my fault."
Anne was aware of Henry stirring uncomfortably beside her. Serves him right, she thought. Let him squirm.
"You would do well not to speak thus to your sister,"
Henry warned Mary.
"She is not at fault. What matters is this misalliance you have made. Was this child conceived in wedlock?"
Mary blushed.
"No, sir."
"Then you'll get not a penny from me," Father snorted, "and I'm sure his Grace will agree that I'm justified in stopping your allowance. It is your husband's duty to support you now."
Henry agreed.
"And I don't want you under my roof," Father barked.
"But where shall we go?"
Mary wailed.
"That's no concern of mine," he replied.
"I don't want you at court,"
Anne said. Scandal aside, she did not need a constant reminder of what she herself lacked. Seeing Mary with the doting Stafford would be more than she could bear. She turned to Henry.
"They deserve banishment for their offence, sir."
Henry nodded.
"I agree. Mistress Stafford, you have brought this upon yourself through your own foolishness. You will leave court and not return until summoned."
"No, please!"
Mary cried, but Henry had turned to leave, and Anne followed after him.
"See that she goes tonight, Father,"
she said, before the door closed behind her. The autumn leaves were thick on the ground when news came from Rome that Pope Clement had died.
"The great devil is dead,"
Cromwell observed, breaking it to Anne.
"They've elected a successor, Paul III. Already he has made it clear that he will not countenance what he likes to call the king's disobedience. He has threatened to put into effect a sentence of excommunication that Clement drew up but never published. His Grace, of course, intends to ignore this threat, but we must be wary. If the Bishop of Rome decides to publish the sentence and incites the Emperor to war, the king, as an excommunicate, would stand alone and could not expect aid from other Christian nations."
"Do you think the Bishop of Rome will carry out his threat?"
Anne asked, envisaging Catherine and Mary being borne back to Whitehall in triumph, and herself. Oh, God, what would they do to her?
"We must not be complacent," Cromwell said, "but I think it may just be political bluster."
Although Henry had supported Anne in her stand against her sister, and was gradually thawing toward her, gossip informed her that he was still dallying with Joan Ashley. It ate at her. In desperation, she determined to put an end to the affair. Jane Rochford had taken pleasure in gossiping about it, so Jane could compensate for that by helping her. Anne had never liked her sister-in-law, and the antipathy was mutual, but that did not matter. Jane would pay for her gloating. "I want to get rid of Joan Ashley," Anne told her. "I need a pretext to send her away. Maybe we could contrive an urgent summons home?" Jane's wide eyes gleamed. Anne suspected that, lacking excitement in her own life, she enjoyed it vicariously at one remove, hence her willingness to be involved in this intrigue. "Far better if she merited dismissal," Jane said. "She certainly does," Anne agreed. "If it could be put about that she is making herself available to all and sundry, then I would have every justification, and the king would be angry with her for sharing her favours. He will brook no rival. Jane, you know all the latest gossip. Who better to spread the word?" Within days, the entire court was whispering about the king's mistress, and how strange it was that he was paying his addresses to one who was so promiscuous. Anne smiled inwardly. Revenge was sweet. She would give it a day or so, and then she would send the girl packing. But that very afternoon, Jane Rochford came to her in tears of rage. "I have been banished from the court," she cried. "I am to leave at once, and it's all your fault." "On what grounds are you banished?" Anne demanded to know. "For spreading gossip. I've been before Master Secretary. He told me that several people had testified that I had made it all up, so that you could get rid of Joan Ashley. I think I've been watched. I wish I had never helped you in your foolhardy scheme." And, omitting her curtsy, she flounced off to the lodging she shared with George. Good riddance, Anne thought, but she was disturbed to think that Jane thought she had been watched, because if she had been, then Anne herself might be under surveillance too. Jane was right. She had indeed been foolhardy. "I'm sorry," she hastened to say, when George came to her chamber and told her that Jane had gone home to Grimston.
"I'm not," he grimaced. "I'm relieved to see the back of her. She makes my life a misery with her constant barbs. I wish I'd never set eyes on her."
His steely expression softened.
"I'm more concerned about you, sister. How has the king taken this?"
"I don't know," Anne said, chilled at the thought of Henry's reaction. "I haven't seen him."
"When you do, show yourself loving but remorseful. Say you acted only out of despair at the thought of losing him."
"I will do that," she agreed, quailing at the thought. Henry did not come to upbraid or question her, but his displeasure was soon made manifest. She went to visit Elizabeth at Richmond, suffering a guilty conscience, as she had not seen her daughter on her first birthday. With her went Uncle Norfolk, and the Duke of Suffolk, and a train of lords and ladies. She spent some time playing with the child, who was quite a babbler and full of curiosity, toddling around in her velvet skirts and beribboned bonnet, and pouncing on a long-suffering little pourquoi, as Lady Bryan and her nursemaid stood by, ready to catch her if she fell. She regarded Anne with curiosity, reaching a pudgy hand to her face and pinching it.
"Pretty lady," she said.
The two dukes, having bestowed the requisite praise on the princess, were getting fidgety. "I will not be long," Anne said. "The nights are drawing in now. We will leave by 4 o'clock. Norfolk then shocked her.
"Your Grace, "The king has ordered us to visit the Lady Mary while we are here and convey his greetings," he said, in a tone that brooked no argument.
"You will not go?" Anne flared, unable to believe that Henry had done this.
"It is his Grace's command," Suffolk told her. "We dare not disobey."
And with that they walked out, the other lords, and even some of her ladies, following in their wake. Anne stood up and shooed Elizabeth toward Lady Bryan. She was shaking, shocked by the realization that her power was waning, and that everyone knew it. Could it be that Henry, even now, was contemplating restoring Mary to the succession? If so, where would that leave her and Elizabeth? She must do something. If only she were pregnant. But Henry had not visited her bed since she had upbraided him about Joan Ashley, and that little bitch was still at court. As she was rowed back to Whitehall, she sat in her cabin with the curtains drawn. She would not speak to those who had betrayed her. When she reached the sanctuary of her chamber, she lay on her bed and cried hot tears of despair. Feeling a little restored, she decided it would be politic to do as Henry wanted. If she, too, showed herself friendly to Mary, it might go a long way toward restoring her to his good graces. And so she wrote warmly to her stepdaughter, bidding her be of good cheer. There was no reply, but she suspected that Henry had heard about her letter, for he began visiting her again at night. He was still distant, and stayed long enough only to do what was necessary to impregnate her. But it was enough for now. Once she was with child, he would come back to her, as he used to be, and Joan Ashley could go hang herself. And when she herself had a son, none would dare touch her. The Admiral of France was in England on a state visit, his purpose being to promote friendly relations between the two kingdoms. Henry arranged a great banquet in his honour, and invited many beautiful ladies to court to take part in the festivities. Anne was to preside, and took great care in choosing her attire. A glance in her mirror told her that she was looking strained, miserable, and every one of her 33 years. She pinched her cheeks and compressed her lips to redden them. It was essential that she look her best beside the other ladies. She wanted to impress the Admiral, who was a great friend of the French king and very powerful in France. She needed to convince him that there was no better bride for King Francois's youngest son, Charles, Duke of Angoulême, than the Princess Elizabeth. Francois's agreement to their marriage would amount to a public recognition of her as queen, and Elizabeth as Henry's legitimate heir. And once Elizabeth was betrothed to his son, he would surely prove as powerful a friend to Anne as the Emperor had been to Catherine. Anne was making this approach with Henry's blessing. He himself had suggested the match some time before. He had not said as much, but she'd guessed that he had been thinking forward to a time when Elizabeth was Queen of England. Marrying a younger son, who had no obligations to his country and could live here, would prevent England from becoming a mere dependent of France. 1,000 candles lit the great hall, the plate on the buffets glinting in their glow. During the banquet, the Admiral, a cultivated and rather handsome aristocrat, listened courteously to Anne's arguments. He gave nothing away. Seeing there was no more to be gained from persuasion, she asked if he had ever met Leonardo da Vinci, and he told her he had, and that the old man's beloved portrait of Mona Lisa was now hanging in King Francois's bathroom. She was reminiscing about her time at the French court and watching the dancing when Henry joined them.
"My Lord Admiral, I am just going to fetch your secretary and present him to the Queen," he said.
Anne watched him go, weaving between the swirling couples, and saw him suddenly stop and bow before a lady. It was Joan Ashley. Seconds later, they were dancing together. The shock made her laugh out loud. The Admiral looked offended.
"Madame, do you laugh at me?"
he asked. Hastily she shook her head, and pointed across to where the king was standing. "He went to fetch your secretary," she said, "but he ran across a lady, and she has made him completely forget what he went for." She laughed again, but the tears were welling. The Admiral looked away, embarrassed. Mary had now been rusticating in the country for 3 months. George had learned that she and William had gone to stay with the Stafford family. "I'm still furious with her," Anne told him. "She'd better not show her face here." But now here was Cromwell, showing Anne a letter from Mary in which she had begged him to intercede for her. Anne read it, then thrust it back at him in disgust. "She does herself no favours," she snapped. "I have never heard a petitioner use a more defiant, unrepentant tone. How come she thinks her plight is more deserving of pity than anyone else's? Master Cromwell, she makes too many demands of you. If she is really hoping for a reconciliation with me, she is going the wrong way about it." She did not say how sharply Mary's words had stung. "For well I might have had a greater man of birth, but I assure you I could never have had one that loved me so well. I had rather beg my bread with him than be the greatest queen christened." The taunt went too deep. It laid bare Mary's jealousy and underlined the bitter irony of their respective situations. "Never again will I receive her at court," she told Cromwell. "It is useless to plead for her."
"I had no intention of doing so, madam." His smile was wry. "I could perceive the venom in that letter. My advice to her will be to go with her husband to Calais and stay there."
Christmas was approaching, and Anne and her ladies were sewing smocks for the poor when Henry arrived looking unusually solemn.
"You may go,"
he said, and the ladies scattered. He took the chair opposite Anne, then stood up again, and coming over to her side of the fire, went down on his haunches before her and took her hands. She was so overcome by the gesture that when he seemed to be struggling to speak, she thought he was about to say that it was all over between them. That was what had happened with Catherine.
"I know you set much store by little Pourquoi," he said at last. "Anne, I'm sorry to tell you that he fell from a window within this last hour. There was nothing anyone could do to save him."
"Oh, no!" she cried, desolate. Henry hesitated. Then she felt his arms go around her, and, despite her grief over little Pourquoi's terrible end, it was so good to feel him close and being kind to her after so long. For a precious moment she felt safe.
"No one dared tell you," he said against her hair. "My good niece Margaret came to me and asked if I would do it. I am very sorry. It must have been instantaneous."
He drew back, and her eyes searched his. In them she could read only pity. Christmas was awful. Harry Percy was at court, and when they came face to face in a gallery, he threw her a look of utter contempt and walked on, not even bothering to bow. She felt as if she had been slapped.
"Cheer up, niece,"
Uncle Norfolk chided her at dinner that day.
"You won't entice the king to your bed with that wave face."
"Why don't you just go and swive yourself?" she flung back, and everyone stared. Norfolk stood up, flung down his napkin, and stalked out.
"I can see why they call you the great whore,"
he spat, as he reached the door of her chamber. At that very moment the king arrived. Norfolk almost collided with him. Henry looked at the Duke, and then at Anne. She waited for him to explode and censure her uncle for speaking so foully to her. He must have heard him. But he said nothing, and, no doubt deciding that his mistress would be more congenial company, went away again. Anne was near to despair. Once he would have taken exception to such a gross insult to her, but not any more. Chapter 24, 1535. In the depths of January, Henry joined Anne for supper one evening. His mood seemed lighter, conciliatory.
"This will please you," he said. "I have appointed Cromwell Vicar General, with the power to arrange visitations to every religious house in my kingdom. Like you, I am concerned to root out abuses within my church, and there have been too many reports of irregularities in the monasteries. Moreover, Cromwell tells me that some of the smaller houses lack the wherewithal to support themselves."
Anne's spirit soared. "You are reforming the monasteries?"
"I wish to evaluate their wealth and expose any shortcomings in their practices."
"You will close any that are poor or corrupt?" Henry hesitated. He poured himself some wine and drank deep.
"I intend, in time, to close all of them."
"All?" She had not expected this.
"It's nothing new, Anne. Henry V was doing it 100 years ago. Wolsey closed some minor or corrupt houses. Do you know, there were only 2 new foundations in England in the last century."
"But the monasteries succour the poor. They look after the sick."
"They are hotbeds of popery," Henry interrupted. "They're subversive and disloyal, and they grow fat on wealth that should be mine. As head of the church, it will give me the wherewithal to buy support for my reforms. The reforms you wanted, Anne. I can sell off monastic land to those who defend my stand against Rome, and the rest can go toward replenishing my treasury. It is all but empty."
She knew it. He had squandered his father's fortune on pleasure and fruitless wars. In many respects, she approved of his plans, and his aim to stamp out popery. But what of the consequences for all the monks and nuns who would be turned out on the streets, the sick who had no one else to care for them, the beggars who would starve, but for the bounty they received at the monastery gates, and the travellers who would find no lodgings for the night? Almost as bad would be the tragic loss of houses renowned for their excellence in learning and teaching, and as repositories of knowledge and great libraries. This was Cromwell's doing, she had no doubt. Hadn't he promised to make Henry the richest sovereign who ever reigned in England? But had he thought this scheme through? Surely there was a better way. "I have no doubt that your Grace will do all for the best," she said, resolving to see what transpired and what she could do to achieve a compromise. Henry stayed with her that night. He took his pleasure briskly, and was just donning his night-robe before returning to his own apartments when she caught at his hand. "Do you think Francois will agree to Elizabeth's marriage?" she asked, hoping he would not see how much store she set by it. He sighed and loosed his hand.
"I don't know, Anne. Francois has become a good son of the Church, stamping out heresy and free thinking. He may balk at marrying his son to the daughter of one whose marriage has so often been called into question." Icy shards pierced her heart. That Henry, who had been so zealous in ensuring that everyone acknowledged her as his true queen, should say such a thing to her. Did he now doubt that she was? Was he thinking of divorcing her too? Lying there alone, she told herself that, even if he did regret marrying her, she was still safe, for Catherine's supporters would see any sign of his abandoning her as an admission that he had been wrong all along, and urge him to take Catherine back. And that she was certain Henry would never do. It was not until February that Palamedes Gantier, secretary to the Admiral of France, asked for an audience with them both. "It must be about Elizabeth's marriage," Anne cried. "If he has asked for you to be present, it must be," Henry smiled. "It is proper for a queen to be consulted when her daughter is to be married."
She sat beside him on the dais in the crowded presence chamber and smiled at the advancing Gantier. He bowed and presented her with a letter from the Admiral. She devoured it, but her spirits plummeted when she saw that it contained no word of Elizabeth's betrothal. Henry took the letter and read it, then scowled at Anne as if it were her fault.
"If you will excuse me, I will confer with my council," he said,
and leaving her with Gantier, he strode over to his waiting lords. Anne beckoned Gantier forward. Something had to be said.
Ignoring the proposal was tantamount to rudeness on the part of King Francois. She realized that the lords and courtiers in the presence chamber were watching her closely, some with ill-concealed hostility. Henry was watching her too. As the envoy drew near, she lowered her voice. "Tell your master, sir, that this long delay in sending an answer about the proposed marriage has engendered in the king my husband many strange thoughts, for which there is great need of a remedy. I hope the king my brother does not wish me to be driven mad and utterly lost, for I find myself near to that, and in more pain and trouble than I have been since my marriage." Gantier flinched, obviously embarrassed by her outburst. She knew it was an unforgivable breach of diplomatic etiquette, but she did not care. She was fighting for her daughter's future and her own. "I pray you, speak to the Admiral on my behalf," she begged. "I cannot speak as amply to you as I would like, for fear of where I am and of the eyes that are watching me. I cannot write. I cannot see you again, and I can no longer talk with you." She rose, leaving the astonished secretary staring at her, and joined Henry, who took her hand and led her out to the hall. "I told him how eager we are for the marriage," she said lightly. For several days now, Anne, ever watchful, had seen Joan Ashley going about with a long face. "I think, or rather I hope, that the king has tired of her," she said to Madge Shelton, as they sat at a table with Mary Howard and Margaret Douglas, looking through the poems Madge and her friends had collected for their book. "He has," Madge said. "She was weeping about it this morning." "He was ever fickle." Anne's laugh was bitter. "To be plain, Madge, I've given up expecting him to be faithful. What I couldn't bear was the arrogance of that little bitch." "She's not arrogant any more," Madge grinned. "You are lucky having Norris for a suitor," Margaret said. "He's a good man. He would never be untrue." Anne froze. Norris was courting Madge. That could not be. He loved her, she knew it. But she was forbidden to him, and he was a man with a man's needs. She should be glad that he was seeking happiness elsewhere. Yet that did not allay the pain of the wound she had just been dealt. Madge was watching her curiously. Their eyes met. "He can never be true to me," Madge whispered. "He loves another." If she had guessed, others might. "Nonsense!" Margaret smiled at Madge. "He told me he hoped you would marry him." "Well, I won't," Madge declared. "And if the king must take a mistress, your grace should push in his path one who loves you and will win his sympathy for you." Their eyes met again. "Are you offering?" Anne asked, after a long pause. "I have taken lovers before," Madge shrugged. "Between the sheets, even the king is a man like other men." "You would do that for me?" Anne asked, deeply affected. "You are my blood. Of course I would. We all owe you so much." "Are you sure you want to do this?" Anne asked. "What of the risk?" "There are ways to prevent pregnancy," Madge laughed. "A woman has to experience pleasure to conceive. I'll think of something gruesome if I find myself getting carried away." It felt bizarre plotting the seduction of Henry, her own husband, like this. What had she come to? But if Madge could persuade him to treat her more kindly, it might be worth it. "It worked," Madge whispered 2 days later as she followed Anne to Mass. Anne did not know what to feel, pleased or jealous. She should be grateful to Madge, but she couldn't help feeling wronged. Henry was probably making efforts to please her cousin. With Anne, he no longer bothered. 2 days later, though, Madge was despondent. "He's not interested in talking, and when I mentioned you, he told me we had better things to do." After a week, it was over. "I don't know how you stand it, Anne," Madge said, sorting through the Queen's jewel box, as Urian tried to nuzzle her hand. "He's the most boring lover I've ever had. Thank God he's tired of me." The Lady Mary was ill again.
Henry found Anne in her closet, writing letters.
"The doctors fear she might die,"
he told her, looking utterly miserable and torn.
"Chapuis has urged that she be sent to her mother to be nursed, but I daren't allow it. What if she escapes abroad, as she might easily do if she were with Catherine? The Emperor might well aid her, then hold me to ransom."
He sat down, his head in his hands.
"If Catherine was to take Mary's part, she could wage against me a war as fierce as any her mother Isabella ever waged in Spain."
"They are rebels and traitors, deserving of death," Anne declared. "And while they live, they will always make trouble for you."
"If you gave me a son, they could do nothing," he cried.
"Heaven knows I have tried," she flung back. "I pray for a son daily, but I fear it is in vain. I had a dream the other night, in which God revealed to me that it will be impossible for me to conceive children while Catherine and Mary live." Henry looked at her with distaste.
"Sometimes I wonder if God approves of this marriage. You should look to your duty, madam, and not invent excuses."
And without another word, he got up and left her. She could not have felt more wretched or insecure. It did not help that father kept telling her about those who slandered her. A woman was in prison for calling her a whore and a bawd, a priest for saying she stank worse than a sow in her fornication. Worse still, a monk had been hauled before the council for asserting that young Henry Carey was the king's son by her sister. Fortunately, the boy, who had been in her charge since Mary and William Stafford had departed for Calais, was at Hever with his grandmother, protected from the gossip. These were the little people, their crime mere sedition. The defiance of influential persons was more threatening. Whatever Henry had said to Anne in private, in public he would not lose face. All must acknowledge that he had been right to set aside Catherine and marry her, that Elizabeth was his rightful heir, and that he was supreme head of the Church of England. When it came to those who had denied the oath, he was savage. In May, the prior of the London Charterhouse, 2 Carthusian priors, and a monk of Sion were hanged, drawn and quartered at Tyburn. Norris was there, watching, and told Anne afterward that, far from being terrified, these monks went joyfully to their deaths. He spared her the grim details, and she could barely imagine what it had been like to be dragged on hurdles through the streets, hanged until they were half dead, then cut down to suffer the horrors of castration, disemboweling, and decapitation. At least they had been unaware of their bodies being hacked into quarters to be publicly exhibited. "How did the people react?" she asked. Norris winced. "They blamed me," she whispered. His nod was imperceptible, his eyes full of compassion. She turned away. She must not think of what Norris meant to her. If she did, she might break. That week, Henry had the oath put again to Fisher and Moore, and again they refused to take it. "They are traitors, and deserve death," Anne reminded him, again and again, desperate for their voices to be silenced forever.
"They will be tried," he told her, his expression grave. "The law will take its course."
"No one must challenge the legitimacy of our son," she said. He looked at her, his eyes widening.
"Our son?"
"Sir, I am with child," she told him triumphantly, barely sure of it herself, but so desperate to be restored to his love and esteem that she could not contain herself. He took her hand and kissed it.
"I thank God,"
he declared.
"You must look after yourself, Anne. We dare not risk losing this one."
It was not quite the reaction she had wanted, but it signalled a new beginning, she hoped. Luck was again with her, she told herself. She was looking daily for George's return from another embassy to France, hoping that he had managed to persuade King Francois to agree to Elizabeth marrying the Duke of Angoulême. But one glance at his face when he arrived at Greenwich told her that he had failed. "How dare Francois slight me like this?" she seethed. She would not let her disappointment spoil her joy in the coming child. She arranged feasts and sports and dancing, and as her mood lightened, so did Henry's. The change in him she had prayed for was dawning, and while she danced, 10 Carthusian monks, having refused to acknowledge the royal supremacy, were chained, standing upright, to posts, and left to die of starvation by the king's order. Let that serve as an example to her enemies. It was a pity Henry had not chained Fisher and More to die with them, but she would have her way. She laid on a lavish banquet for Henry at the grand house he had given her at Hanworth, 12 miles from London. The fine, sweet wine of Anjou that he loved was poured in abundance, and soon he was drunk, throwing his arm about her, kissing her heartily, and patting her belly in front of the company.
"There are those who would have me put away,"
she murmured in his ear.
"While they live, spreading their vile sedition, this little fellow I carry will never be secure in his title."
"Of whom do you speak, darling?"
Henry asked, slurring his words.
"Bishop Fisher and Sir Thomas More. For the sake of our son, sir, I beg of you, put them to death. Silence those who have the power to destroy us."
"It shall be done," Henry promised. "I can deny the mother of my son nothing."
2 days later, Bishop Fisher was tried at Westminster Hall and condemned to suffer as a traitor. Soon afterward, news came from Rome that Pope Paul had made Fisher a cardinal and was sending his red hat to England.
"Afore heaven,"
Henry raged,
"he shall wear it on his shoulders, for by the time it arrives he shall not have a head to put it on."
When 3 more Carthusian priors died bloodily at Tyburn, and there was public outrage at the prospect of the same sentence being meted out to the 76-year-old Fisher, Henry promptly commuted it to beheading. The bishop died on the scaffold on Tower Hill, and his head was set up on London Bridge as an example to others. On the day he suffered, Anne went to Mass, fighting unexpected feelings of guilt, and ordered her chaplains to offer prayers for the repose of his soul. She did not sleep that night. The next day, she told herself firmly that the execution had been justified. Fisher had been a dangerous enemy. Smothering her qualms, she ordered a masque to be staged for the king's pleasure, showing God sitting in heaven, signifying his approval of the recent executions. Henry sat there beaming, roaring with laughter, as he watched himself cutting off the heads of the clergy. Was he laughing a little too loudly? Was he feeling as troubled as she was? She thought not, when he told her that she ought to arrange for the masque to be repeated on the eve of St. Peter, a day on which the Pope had used to be honoured in England. What really chilled her was being told that Fisher's head had not decayed. Some were calling it a sign of sanctity, which disturbed her even more, because if God approved of the bishop, then assuredly he could not approve of her. She was heartily relieved, therefore, to hear that the head had been tipped into the Thames and lost. The announcement that Anne was soon to bear the king a child made all the difference. No one dared slight her now. Her opinions counted once more, and her patronage and favour were eagerly sought by all. When Henry's fool, in an ill-judged jest, cried, "Anne is a ribald, the child is a bastard," the king was so angry that Anne thought he would kill him, and the fool was obliged to go into hiding. By late June, she was unlacing her gown to accommodate the growing infant, and feeling extraordinarily well. But one morning, while watching Norris play Weston at tennis, she felt nagging twinges of pain in her lower back. When she returned to her apartments for dinner, the pain had seated itself in her womb. It came and went, and steadfastly she tried to ignore it. It was nothing. It would go away soon. But as she stood up, she felt dampness between her legs, and when she moved toward the stool chamber, she was dripping spots of blood on the floor. Soon she was bleeding quite heavily, passing clots, and the cramping pains became severe. Shaking with fear, she screamed, and her women came running. Shortly afterward, she delivered a tiny, perfectly formed dead boy.
Henry sat by her bedside, stricken.
"Why does God deny me sons?" he cried.
His sorrow was harder to bear than the anger he had not displayed. Anne lay there, too shocked to weep. It had all been so sudden. She made a supreme effort. "We can try again, Henry," she said.
"How many times do we have to try?" he flung back. "Many men I know have a whole clutch of sons. I lead a righteous life. I love God. I put away my unlawful wife. So why is that blessing withheld from me?"
"I do not know. I took care of myself. I ate sensibly, exercised carefully, rested. It just happened. And I am so sorry, so very sorry."
"It is not your fault," Henry conceded. "But if it were known that you had borne me 2 dead sons, our enemies would say that God has cursed us, and that this is my punishment for what I have done. I dare not proclaim another failure to the world, so see that your ladies do not speak of it, on pain of my heavy displeasure."
He got up wearily, looking every one of his 44 years.
"I will come to you when you are well."
She reached out and caught his hand.
"Henry, you do not believe that God has cursed us?"
"I no longer know what to believe," he muttered.
On the 1st day of July, Sir Thomas More was tried for treason in Westminster Hall and condemned to death. 6 days later, he was due to mount the scaffold on Tower Hill and die by the axe. Anne got up early to wait for news with Henry in his privy chamber. She watched him becoming more restless and agitated as the time passed. At 9, the hour appointed for the execution, he summoned his master of the cellar, one of his favoured opponents, for a game of dice, and they sat down to play. Anne looked on, barely concentrating. Norris entered and bowed.
"Your Grace, Thomas More is dead."
Henry threw down the dice. The master of the cellar bowed his head.
"Did he speak on the scaffold?"
"He declared that he died your Grace's good servant, but God's first." Henry was trembling.
"What have I done?"
he asked faintly.
"There was an outcry at Fisher's death. How much louder will the outcry be now? And it won't just be in England. It will be heard all over Christendom."
Tears were streaming down his face.
"Leave us,"
he commanded. Anne made to go, but he caught her wrist.
"Stay."
When the others had left, he rounded on her in fury.
"This is because of you," he shouted. "The most honest man in my kingdom is dead."
She reeled in the face of his wrath as great tearing sobs burst forth from him.
"And you are also to blame for all the other terrible things that have happened recently in this kingdom."
That was unfair.
"Sir, you are more bound to me than any man can be to a woman," she countered. "Have I not delivered you from a state of sin? Have I not been the cause of reforming the Church, to your own great profit and that of all the people?"
"You hounded me to have these good men put to death."
"You were fierce to have them punished,"
she retorted.
"Go away," Henry roared. "The sight of you sickens me."
That month, the King's commissioners began visiting the monasteries and submitting their reports, which Cromwell was collating in a great book. In private, in her chamber, Anne confided in George. "I have concerns about this plan to close the monasteries. I'd rather see their wealth used to good purpose."
"I think the king would see replenishing his coffers as a good purpose," George observed. "And I'd rather see all monks and nuns rot in hell."
She knew that at heart he was a Lutheran, and that many thought she was too. Suddenly she had become the hope of those who had secretly embraced Luther's precepts. Men like the firebrand Robert Barnes, who had fled England for fear of persecution, but had been able to return 4 years ago, thanks to her protection, and preach openly in London, unmolested. Henry had granted her every wish in those days. Even last year he had agreed to release a convicted heretic, and 4 months ago
He had approved the appointment of another reputed Lutheran, Matthew Parker, as her chaplain. "No one could say I am not a friend to true religion," she said to George. "I see myself as a zealous defender of Christ's gospel. But it seems wrong to use the wealth of the monasteries to buy the support of individuals for the king's supremacy. I feel strongly that the confiscated riches should be used for educational and charitable purposes that would benefit everyone."
"And you think the king will agree with that?"
"I'll do my best to persuade him." It wouldn't be easy when he was barely speaking to her.
George snorted. "Cromwell certainly won't. He would make his grace rich, and buy himself further into his good graces."
"Cromwell has too much power," Anne said.
"More than you, I fear."
"Until I get pregnant again," she was quick to say.
"You mean there is a chance of your getting pregnant? Anne, I have seen how things stand between you and the king."
She would not weep. "I can make him return to me, never fear. And then Cromwell had best look to his back, for I will have my way over this."
"Go to, sister,"
George applauded. Laying up treasure in heaven, and hopefully with Henry, she was now spending her days doing the good deeds that would earn her salvation and increase her store with the Almighty. She gave alms weekly to the poor, with the piles of clothing she had sewn with her ladies. She provided for widows and impoverished householders, giving money for the purchase of cattle or other livestock. Braving those who shouted abuse, she visited towns and villages, sending her almoner ahead to find out from the parish authorities if there were any needy families in the district. When she arrived, she made grants of money toward their support. She aided poor scholars, providing money for their education. She even helped Wolsey's bastard son when he returned penniless from the University of Padua. She wrote to King Francois and secured the release of a French humanist, Nicholas Bourbon, who had been imprisoned for heresy. When Bourbon arrived in England, she made him tutor to her nephew, Henry Carey. Bourbon could not sufficiently express his undying gratitude.
"Your Grace is one whom God himself loves,"
he told her. She wished she could believe it. For all her charities and good works, she knew she was still hated. It was rare for Henry to visit her these days, but when he came to her chamber to tell her that he had at last persuaded King Francois to enter into negotiations for the marriage of Elizabeth to his son, she was overjoyed, and took courage from it, assuring herself that he would not have pressed for the match if he had been planning to divorce her. But then, relaxing with a book in her privy garden one day, with Urian sleeping at her feet, and her ladies chattering and laughing in a circle on the grass, she heard voices beyond the high box hedge behind her.
"It's the Lady Mary people look to when they consider the future."
That was Cromwell.
"The Princess Elizabeth is not yet 2, and if anything should happen to the king, Mary would have a far more realistic chance of gaining and holding the throne. I've decided that it's in everyone's interests if I lend Mary my support." "I am gratified to hear that, Master Secretary," she heard Chapuis reply. "Someone should stand up for the princess's rights. Many do not recognize the lady's child as legitimate." "I'm well aware of that. I'm looking into the possibility of altering the Act of Succession with a view to naming Mary the king's heir."
How dare he? This was treason. Anne leapt up, threw down the book, and raced out of the garden. At the sight of her bearing down on them vengefully, both men stared in dismay. Then Cromwell hurriedly bowed low, and Chapuis walked away without acknowledging her. "You are a traitor!" she accused Cromwell, shaking with fury. "I will have your head off your shoulders. I heard what you said about supporting the Lady Mary. It's treason, as you should know, to deny my daughter's title." Cromwell appeared unperturbed.
"Madam, as the king's chief minister, I have to take a pragmatic view. God forfend, but should the king die, a 2-year-old girl could not rule."
"His Grace has provided that, in that event, I should be absolute mistress of the realm during Elizabeth's minority. You seem to have forgotten that."
He regarded her dispassionately.
"And your Grace thinks that the Lords will accept you as regent? Madam, you would not last a quarter of an hour, and I say that as a friend who wishes you well."
"Is working to have my daughter dispossessed an act of friendship?" she flung at him. "You overreach yourself, Master Secretary. The King shall hear of this."
He shrugged.
"I think you will find that he too will take a pragmatic view. He knows I have this kingdom's interests at heart."
"We shall see,"
Anne cried, and left him standing there. She found Henry in his privy chamber, rummaging through his cupboards. A pile of dog leads, tennis balls, and rolled-up maps lay on the floor.
"Wait a moment, Anne," he said. "I'm looking for a plan of the Calais fortifications. I want to go over and inspect them soon."
He stood up at last, holding a large scroll.
"Well?"
She told him what Cromwell had said.
"He is a traitor, and should be punished as such,"
she demanded. Henry sat down wearily, stroking his beard.
"He is the ablest man in my kingdom, and very useful to me. I should be loath to lose him. If he has said these things to Monsieur Chapuis—"
"If," she interrupted. "I heard him, as clearly as I hear you."
"Madam!"
His look silenced her.
"I am in no doubt that Master Cromwell spoke from an earnest desire to ensure the future security of this realm. After all, you have failed to bear me a son."
"That was not my fault, and I can't believe you are turning a deaf ear to his treason."
"Madam, you are in no position to complain. Now go, and leave me in peace. I have business to attend to."
She fought back the tears.
"How can I give you a son when you never come to my bed?"
"I will come to you later,"
Henry said, making it sound more like a threat than a promise. He came, as he had said he would. She tried to be as alluring and welcoming as she could, wearing an almost transparent shift and lying with her long hair spread out over the pillows. He grunted a greeting, took off his robe, climbed into bed, still wearing his nightshirt, and did what was necessary to get her with child without one word spoken. After he had lain beside her for a space, recovering his breath, he rose to leave. By then she had turned away, weeping helplessly, not caring if he heard. Suddenly she felt his hand on her heaving shoulder.
"Anne, I apologize if I was abrupt with you. It may not be your fault that our sons have died, but is it mine? Have I offended God in some way? In faith, I am so angry, so confused, and so frustrated. I am a plain man, and sometimes a rough one."
He sighed.
"I wonder what has happened to us, where we lost each other."
Anne turned to face him. She sat up in the bed, wiping her eyes.
"I thought you blamed me for the loss of our sons, that I had forfeited your love because of it. And when I saw that you loved others, my heart broke."
He must believe that it was her heart, not her pride, that had been wounded.
"You are still my lady,"
Henry said, looking at her more tenderly than he had done in months.
"I am determined to show the world that I was right to marry you. Pray God this night's work will bear fruit. I will come to you tomorrow, and again after that, to make sure."
He was actually smiling at her. Relief flooded through her. She still had power over him. This new kindness between them proved to be no fleeting thing. When Henry went away on his annual progress to the West Country this year, he took Anne with him. Her presence was important, he said, his purpose not just to get her with child.
"I am determined to see that my reforming policies are being enforced," he told her.
He would be inspecting monasteries, talking to bishops and clergymen, favouring with a visit those who supported his policies, as well as traditionalists whose goodwill he wished to retain. The aim was to rouse support for the coming closure of the religious houses. Cromwell, who was travelling separately, would be ensuring that the king's laws were being observed,
and valuing the assets of the monasteries he visited. Anne was to be visibly supporting Henry's policies. He was looking forward to the progress. He liked to be seen by his subjects, to bask in his popularity, and to win more by listening to what they had to tell him and redressing their grievances. Above all, he loved the good hunting to be had in this Greece season. Anne caught his mood. She was happier than she had been in months. The great procession set off from Windsor, and she rode at Henry's side. In their wake lumbered a long train of lords, ladies, officials, servants, carts, and sumpter mules bearing the rich furnishings that always accompanied the king when he was on progress. Late in July, they arrived at Winchcombe in Gloucestershire, where they were to stay at Henry's castle of Sudeley, in the magnificent apartments built by his great-uncle, Jasper Tudor, Duke of Bedford. Anne sent George and some officers of her household to inspect Hales Abbey, where there was a famous vial of the holy blood, Christ's own lifeblood, spilled on the cross, which people had flocked for centuries to venerate.
"It's the blood of a duck," George informed her on their return. "The monks regularly renew it."
"And they charge pilgrims to see it?" she asked, outraged. "Tell them in my name that they must remove it from public view or face my displeasure."
George saw that the monks obeyed, but when Henry and Anne were on their way to Tewkesbury, they were annoyed to hear from Cromwell that the vial had been put back.
"Soon they won't have 4 walls in which to house it," Henry growled.
The progress continued. They stayed near Gloucester, at Painswick Manor, then moved on to Berkeley Castle, Thornbury Castle, a fine but unfinished palace confiscated from the late Duke of Buckingham, and Acton Court, where Sir Nicholas Poyntz, a reformist and friend of Cromwell and Tom Wyatt, had built a lavish new lodging, with the latest in antique decoration, especially for their visit. Early in September they arrived at Wolf Hall, a manor house on the outskirts of Savernake Forest in Wiltshire. It was the residence of Sir John Seymour, Sheriff and Justice of the Peace for Wiltshire, whose daughter Jane was in Anne's train. She had been proudly telling the other maids about her family seat, which was nowhere near as grand as she had given them to believe. What Anne saw before her was a substantial timbered manor house. They rode into a cobbled courtyard, where Sir John and his lady were waiting, their strapping sons and pale-faced daughters drawn up in a line behind them, all bowing and curtsying. Henry greeted his host affably and kissed the hand of Lady Seymour. Then, when Jane had been embraced by her parents, the King and Anne were shown by their effusive host to the comfortable lodgings that had been prepared for them. On the way, Sir John took great pleasure in pointing out the impressive long gallery he had had built and the tapestry-hung family chapel. It had been a long ride, so Anne dismissed her ladies and lay down on her bed to rest. Presently Henry joined her, and soon they were making love, feeling the warm September breeze drifting through the open window and caressing their entwined bodies. Afterward, Henry poured some of the wine that Sir John had thoughtfully left for them.
"He's an old rogue," he said, "a capable administrator, and something of a diplomat, but a scoundrel with the ladies."
"What? He must be at least 60.
Anne sat up in the bed and took the goblet from Henry.
"He's an old Priapus. You met his son, Edward, the tall, serious one, not that buffoon Thomas, or the rustic Henry. Edward's been at court for years, ever since he was my page. He was young when his father found him a bride. She bore him 2 sons, and then I heard that she'd been packed off to a convent. She died last year, and Edward married again. When I gave my permission, he told me that his father had seduced his wife and had probably sired her sons too."
"My God!"
Anne exclaimed.
"He has disinherited them now, and do you blame him? Did you not notice the frostiness between Sir John and Edward Seymour?"
"I didn't. I was more interested to meet Lady Seymour, because my mother served with her in the Duchess of Norfolk's household when they were girls. The poet Skelton dedicated verses to them both."
"My old tutor. Henry said. "I know one of those poems. To Mistress Marjorie Wentworth. The poor lady has had a lot to put up with."
"And yet she seems cheerful enough. How awful for her, having her husband dally with their son's wife, and probably under her very roof."
"We will not mention it. It's best forgotten."
"It doesn't seem fair,"
Anne pondered. "What doesn't?"
Henry stroked her hair.
"If Lady Seymour had fornicated with her daughter's husband, all hell would have been let loose. But let a man commit incest, and he gets away with it."
"There will be a greater reckoning, Anne. God, who knows all, will judge him."
"I rather think an earthly power would have judged Lady Marjorie, and harshly."
"That is because a wife must not compromise the issue she bears. Her husband must be sure it is his, or all the laws of inheritance will be in jeopardy."
Anne sat up.
"True, but I think Sir John should have been called to account."
"No doubt he has, by his wife."
Anne pointed to the great silver-bound ivory hunting horn resting on brackets on the wall of the broad chamber, where they were having an abundant and delicious dinner, all prepared under the supervision of Lady Seymour.
"That's an impressive horn," she said.
"It's been in our family for generations, Your Grace," Sir John told her proudly. "We Seymours are hereditary rangers of Savernake Forest, and that is the symbol of our office. There's good hunting to be had hereabouts."
Henry beamed, helping himself to another custard tart.
"These are excellent, Lady Marjorie." "We're in for a good season, sir," their host said. "We'll ride out tomorrow and show your Grace some lively sport. But I fear that's all that's lively in these parts. This year's harvest has been ruined due to the bad weather." "So I heard,"
Henry replied, his good mood wavering. Anne knew that the common people blamed him, and her, naturally, for the rains and the poor harvest, seeing them as a sign of God's displeasure with them both. There were still murmurs of disapproval about the executions that had taken place earlier in the year. Sir John turned to Anne.
"Your Grace, I trust that Jane is giving satisfaction."
Anne smiled at Jane, who was sitting demurely farther along the table, and gave a faint smile in return.
"I have no complaints," she said,
"except that she never says anything but what she has to for courtesy's sake, and that I have a strong feeling that she doesn't like me, and I don't really like her much either."
"She is a good girl,"
Lady Marjorie said.
"You have a fine family,"
Henry told her, looking wistful.
10 I've borne, sir, and buried 4, God rest them. We count ourselves lucky."
"Oh, to be a country gentleman, and have a house full of children, and a good table like this,"
Henry mused. It pleased him to entertain such fancies. When did she first notice that Henry was paying too much attention to Jane Seymour? Was it when she saw them standing together in the garden, Henry looking down at Jane as she pointed out the various plants in the herb bed she had made? Or was it when Henry leaned over Jane's chair on the third evening of their visit and praised her needlework? She had looked up and given him a rare smile. These incidents could have meant nothing, but when they arrived in Winchester, Anne noticed that Henry seemed to be in Jane's vicinity more and more, and that Jane seemed to have acquired a new confidence. She decided to ignore her suspicions and made an effort to be merry and enjoy the daily hawking expeditions that had been arranged. She came to love Winchester as Henry did. He was fascinated by King Arthur's round table, which hung in the great hall of the castle. Sometimes Anne thought he fancied himself as the reincarnation of the hero king. In the evenings they feasted, and afterward Anne's ladies and some of the king's gentlemen gathered in her chamber to play cards or make music. It hurt her to watch Madge flirting with Norris, yet she was pleased to see that Norris was not responding, possibly out of consideration for her presence, or that of Nan Saville, who was seated on his other side. One evening she sent for Mark Smeaton, who was in Henry's train, to play the virginals for them. George insisted on accompanying him on the lute, and Anne watched them covertly, relieved to detect no sign that they were anything other than friends. But Smeaton kept throwing her bold glances that made her feel uncomfortable. In the end, she dismissed him, saying that it was late and the music would disturb the king in his chamber below. She would not call on Smeaton again, she resolved. They were still making the most of the good hunting that Hampshire had to offer, and were following the beaters one day when Cromwell arrived, his clothes mud-stained, his horse lathered.
"Your Grace, I must speak with you urgently. Tunis has fallen to the Emperor, and the Turks have lost a great naval base."
He looked unusually perturbed.
"Effectively, they've been crushed, for this will halt their encroachment upon the eastern reaches of the Empire."
The holiday mood melted away. Anne began to tremble. Henry's face drained of colour.
"That leaves Charles free to make war on England if he chooses,"
he said hoarsely, after a long pause.
"Indeed it does. Does your Grace want me to look into the state of the kingdom's defences?"
Cromwell asked. Henry nodded.
"I've inspected many myself, although Dover may need reinforcing. Yes, get surveyors out."
He could not sleep that night. He lay restlessly, turning this way and that. "Can't you get comfortable?" Anne asked.
"No, I have too much on my mind."
He got up, lit the candle, and used the stool chamber in the corner of the room. Then he sat down heavily on the bed, rubbing his leg. Of late, an old wound from a fall from his horse, years before, had started to give him pain.
"I doubt that Charles would make war now on Catherine's behalf, for he must know she is always ailing, but he might decide to enforce what he sees as Mary's rights."
"If you had proceeded against them both when they defied you, you would not be suffering this anxiety,"
Anne said.
"If I had done as you urged me, I'd have had Charles and his army on my doorstep long ere this."
He sighed.
"All we can do now is wait and see what he will do, and pray that the Turks find some means of fighting back. Although, God knows, I never thought I'd hear myself saying that."
By the time they reached the Vine, the fine residence of the King's Chamberlain, Lord Sandys, Anne had begun to fear that Henry had again distanced himself from her. Since receiving the news about Tunis, he had been preoccupied, and sometimes abrupt, and for the last 2 nights he had not come to her. He must be distracted by the very real prospect of war, a war that might lose him his throne. God knew, it struck terror into her too. But could there be a reason closer to home, in the person of quiet Mistress Seymour? Soon, though, it might not matter. She was cherishing the secret hope that she was with child, waiting until she was absolutely sure before she told Henry. If only God would look kindly on her this time. She prayed alone in the Vine's chapel for the great blessing of a son. The room was gloomy, the windows above the altar shrouded in canvas sheeting. Lord Sandys, apologizing profusely, had said that they were being repaired, but the work had taken longer than promised. But if any glaziers had been working in the chapel, there was no trace of them now. No tools, nothing. Curious, Anne entered the sanctuary and lifted the canvas, and there, in all the glory of their jewelled colours, were exquisite stained-glass portraits of a young Henry and Catherine. No wonder Sandys had hidden them, and no wonder he had no intention of destroying them, for they were very fine indeed. Should she tell Henry? The possession of that glass could be seen as evidence of disloyalty, and yet she knew Sandys to be wholeheartedly the king's man. No, she would hold her peace and let him keep this great treasure. The next day, as they were preparing to mount their horses for the chase, Henry beckoned George over.
"Lord Rochford,"
he said, very stern,
"you should look to your wife."
George grimaced.
"What has she done now, sir?" "I've just been informed that when the Lady Mary lately left Greenwich, a great crowd of women, unknown to their husbands, I have no doubt, were waiting for her, weeping and crying that she was their true princess, notwithstanding my laws to the contrary. Some were poor women, some the wives of citizens, and a few were of gentle birth. One, my lord, was your wife."
"God's blood!" George swore, shaking his head.
"She is a born troublemaker. Certainly she is in trouble now," Henry told him. "She is among the chief offenders, for she persists in her opinions, and to teach her the error of her ways, I have sent her to the Tower. Your aunt, Lady William Howard, is there too."
George winced.
"I can only apologize for my wife's conduct. Your Grace knows that ours has been a miserable marriage. We see as little of each other as we can. She has lived at Grimston since your Grace banished her. Had it been otherwise, I would have curbed her treacherous folly. She should have stayed there." Henry's eyes narrowed. "It seems strange to me that your wife should support the Lady Mary." "It is not so strange, when your Grace considers that her father, Lord Morley, loved the Lady Mary from her childhood, and that Jane herself was brought up at court in the household of the Princess Dowager. She always held the Lady Mary in great esteem."
"She hates our family," Anne told Henry, "but she has never until now been disloyal."
"I think there is a reason for this protest," George explained. "Lord Morley once served your Grace's grandmother, the Lady Margaret Beaufort. He was a great friend of her confessor, the late Bishop Fisher. I think it must have been the bishop's execution that turned Jane." "That may be so," Henry said, severe, "but I am charging you to ensure me of her good behaviour in future. Do that, my lord, and you shall see her released."
"I will stand surety for her,"
George promised, his tone implying that it would be the most unwelcome task in the world. At last, the thing she had prayed for, which might save her and render her invincible, had come about. "I am with child," Anne murmured to Henry as they came from Mass on the first Sunday of December.
"Truly, God be praised! It is the answer to all our prayers."
He seized her hand and raised it to his lips in full view of the courtiers. Anne smiled at them in triumph, ignoring the thinly veiled hostility in many faces. Soon they would have cause to regret their enmity. She was horribly sick with this pregnancy. Henry was all solicitude in public, sending for delicacies to tempt her, urging her to rest, concocting remedies to soothe her nausea. Outwardly he did everything a concerned husband should do, but she had a strong sense that he shrank from her in private. Looking out of her window one day, she saw Jane Seymour surrounded by a small crowd of people. Sir Francis Bryan and Sir Nicholas Carew were there, talking animatedly with Jane's brothers, Edward and Thomas, who seemed rapidly to have risen high in the king's favour of late. And with them, to her surprise, was Chapuis. The sight filled her with a sense of foreboding. It was disconcerting to see these men making so much of plain little Jane. And now Henry came into view, wrapped in furs against the cold, his entourage at a respectful distance. As if on cue, Jane's admirers bowed and dispersed. Anne watched as she curtsied, and Henry raised her, took her hand, and kissed it fervently. And then, to her surprise, Jane drew it away, said something, curtsied again, and hastened back toward the palace, leaving him standing there looking utterly discountenanced. It was true. He was chasing Jane, and she, the sly bitch, was playing a clever game, one that Anne herself had played in her time. For, once denied something he wanted, Henry would move heaven and earth to have it. Anne had to sit down, she felt so faint. She must think of the child. She would not reproach Henry. Jane was powerless, while she, Anne, carried the heir to England in her womb. By the time this babe arrived, Jane Seymour would probably be a distant memory, a passing irritation, no more. What was more worrying was the possibility of the Emperor bearing down vengefully on England.
I cannot tell you how it terrifies me to think that, if we are invaded, our children might be excluded from the throne for the sake of the Lady Mary, she told Henry, when he came to pay the daily duty visit he felt due to his gravid wife. Because, if the Emperor has his way, that is what will happen.
You must stop worrying, Anne, Henry comforted her. If he invades these shores, we will be ready for him.
His bravado sounded a little forced. Sir, and she was vehement, desperate, the Lady Mary will never cease to trouble us. Her defiance of your just laws has only given courage to our enemies. I pray you, let the law take its course with her. It's the only way to avert war. What profit can Charles gain when there is no one to fight for? He needs our trade and our friendship.
Henry's solicitous expression had turned into a scowl. You are asking me to send my own daughter to the scaffold.
She is a traitor and a danger to you. While she lives, our son will never be safe.
He was looking at her with distaste. Maybe my threatening to have her executed would serve as a sufficiently effective warning to the Emperor.
She said nothing. It was enough for now, and as a strategy, it might work. She would bide her time until her son was born. But then Henry spoke again.
You're right. I am resolved. It shall be done.
The next day, he visited her before dinner.
I have just come from the Privy Council, he told her. I declared to them that I would no longer remain in the trouble, fear, and suspicion that Catherine and Mary are causing. I said the next Parliament must release me by passing acts of attainder against them, or, by God, I will not wait any longer to make an end of them myself.
What did they say?
They looked shocked, but I told them it was nothing to cry or make wry faces about. I said that even if I lose my crown for it, I would do what I have set out to do.
Would he? Still, she wondered. It was well done, Henry, she congratulated him. It is the only way to secure the future of our children.
Yes, but by God, at what a price, he cried.
Already he was wavering. Later, she sent for George and told him what Henry had threatened. Even if he weakens now, when I have a son he will not deny me. But it is now that I worry about. I fear that my enemies are poised to destroy me. Already they pay court to that wench Seymour.
They cannot touch you if you bear the king a son, George reassured her.
No, but what if God denies me that blessing?
Pray that he will grant it.
Anne bit her lip. I cannot help fearing that while Catherine lives, I will never bear a living son. And even if I did, there would always be those to call it bastard. If only I could be the true and undisputed queen. George said nothing. He just sat there, pensive. Catherine is my death, and I am hers, she said. I will take good care that she shall not laugh at me after I die.
And how do you mean to do that? He asked.
I will think of something. He looked at her sceptically. He knew her too well. Of all the things people called her, they were unjust in naming her murderess. She did not have it in her. And then it seemed that God himself intervened. Catherine, Henry was informed, had fallen seriously ill. It seemed like the answer to all Anne's prayers. Her son might be indisputably legitimate. But the next report informed them that Catherine had rallied. I beg of you, Anne said to Henry, desperate, put an end to her and her daughter, for our child's sake. Henry rounded on her.
Such sentiments do not become a woman.
His tone was scathing. You will never know security until you are freed from these traitors, she cried. I will never be satisfied until they are dead.
Then you will be satisfied soon, at least in part. Reading this report, I suspect I need do nothing to hasten Catherine's end. Peace be, Anne. Let nature take its course.
Chapter 25, 1536.
Chapuis wants to see me,
Henry told Anne. It was a week into the new year, and mercifully the nausea of early pregnancy was abating, and Chapuis might be bringing the news she needed to hear, having just returned from Kimbolton. Believing that Catherine was dying, Henry had at last permitted him to go to her.
"It cannot do any harm now,"
he had said. Anne took her place beside Henry in the presence chamber, which was packed with courtiers anticipating a drama. Father was there, and George, eager to hear that she was now the undoubted Queen of England. Chapuis was announced. He came wearing unrelieved black, his face grey and solemn.
"Your Majesty,"
he said, rising from his bow,
"I have great sorrow in telling you that the Queen is dead."
The angel Gabriel had hardly brought better news. "Now I am indeed a queen," Anne declared.
"God be praised that we are free from all suspicion of war,"
Henry said jubilantly. Chapuis threw him a fleeting, withering look.
"I bring you this, her last letter."
He handed over a folded paper sealed with the arms of England and Spain. Henry broke the seal and read, with all eyes upon him. Suddenly he was very still, and Anne saw a tear trickle down his cheek. But he recovered himself.
"God rest the Princess Dowager,"
he said, crossing himself. Anne heard her father muttering that it was a pity the Lady Mary did not keep company with her mother. Afterward, when she was resting in her chamber, hardly able to believe that her great rival was finally no more, George came to see her.
"It has fallen out the way you wanted it," he observed. "You should be pleased."
"I cannot thank God sufficiently," she said. "If we needed proof that he smiles on us, this is it."
"Sometimes he needs a little assistance in working his will,"
George observed. "What do you mean?" she asked sharply, sitting up to face him.
"He helps those who help themselves."
Horror gripped her. "Brother, what are you trying to say to me?"
"I think you know, Anne." He smiled at her. "A few well-chosen herbs. But never fear, all is well now. And she would have died anyway. We could not risk her living until your son is born."
She was in turmoil. That George, her beloved George, should have done this terrible thing, and for her. And worse, that, out of her own mouth, she had unwittingly said the words that had driven him to it. Yes, she had wanted Catherine dead, but by the just process of the law, not by the hand of a murderer. For that was what he was now, her brother, a murderer. God had had no part in this at all. "I did not ask it," she hissed. "It was not done in my name. How could you? Now we will all be cursed. How can God smile on me now?" Breaking down, blinded by tears, she stumbled from the bed and fled to the little oratory that led off her chamber. Ignoring George's pleas to listen to him, she locked the door. "Go away!" she cried. "You have done me an evil that can never be mended." And she slid to her knees, weeping copiously. God would surely punish her for this, even though she had not intended it. Her son, if it was a son, was cursed, and if he was born dead like the others, there was little hope for her. Henry would get rid of her as he had Catherine, and her enemies would waste no time in finding him another wife. He was highly suggestible, as she well knew, and, she must face it, his passion for her had died. She realized suddenly that, while Catherine had lived, he would not have contemplated abandoning her. It would have been tantamount to admitting that he had been wrong to marry her, and that Catherine was his true wife. But with the Princess Dowager dead, all that stood between Anne and disaster was her unborn child. She had calmed down by the time Henry joined her for supper that evening, but she was still in shock about what George had done, and Henry noticed.
"Why so serious?" he chided. "You should be rejoicing tonight. I've ordered my cellarer to bring a good Burgundy to celebrate."
She realized he had not donned black. She collected herself. "I can't stop worrying that the Emperor might invade on Mary's behalf."
"Don't fret. I spoke to Chapuis before Vespers. I told him I wanted Charles to withdraw his support from Mary and get the papal judgment revoked. He said he didn't think such things would be possible, but I said I was confident that Mary can be brought to submission now that her mother is dead, and that I hoped the Emperor would be willing to offer friendship now that the real cause of our enmity no longer exists. I gathered from Chapuis's demeanour that he knows Charles would prefer us to be allies. His merchants are suffering as ours are, so be of good cheer."
She tried to smile. She could never tell Henry the truth. How could she condemn George to the dreadful death that had been meted out to Richard Rouse? And he being her brother, people would point the finger at her as his accomplice, or even the begetter of his crime. They thought the worst of her anyway, so few would doubt it. They would be baying for her blood. Thinking of Rouse brought to mind the attempt to poison Bishop Fisher. Had George been behind that after all? She dared not ask him, for she did not want to know. No. Silence was imperative. She must bear this burden alone. Henry sent for the Princess Elizabeth to be brought to Greenwich, and the next morning he carried her triumphantly to Mass, with the trumpets sounding a fanfare, and the child, she was 2½ now, sitting solemnly in his arms. The message was clear to all. She was his undoubted heir. She sat between her parents, very well behaved, a cushion on her chair, so that she might see over the edge of the pew. Already, Anne noticed, her daughter knew when to make the responses in the service. Anne spent the rest of the morning playing with Elizabeth, getting to know and like her better, this little stranger whom she had hardly seen. She was extraordinary, with her quicksilver wits and eternal curiosity. She spoke as well as a 4-year-old, and could read all the letters on the hornbook she wore at her girdle. She was so self-contained, so poised, so much her own mistress already, that Anne began to feel less guilty about not loving her enough. Elizabeth did not need her. Lady Brian was, clearly, far more important to the child. What mattered was that Anne did her best for her and defended her rights. And soon she could take pleasure in preparing for Elizabeth's marriage to the Duke of Angoulême. In the afternoon, Henry arrived in the hall where Anne and her ladies were dancing. He was dressed defiantly, from head to foot in yellow, the colour of joy, hope, and renewal, with a white feather in his cap, and brought in his wake a company of gentlemen.
"Ladies, let us celebrate England's liberation from the threat of war," he cried, and took Anne by the hand.
She danced as she had not danced in a long time, the other couples swirling around her as he led her in measure after measure. If she gave herself up to pleasure, she might forget the dreadful secret that overshadowed her. After an hour, Henry departed for his apartments, urging everyone to carry on with the revelry. Minutes later, he reappeared with Elizabeth in his arms, and proudly showed her off to everyone present, with the gentleman kissing the tiny imperious hand, and the ladies cooing at her. Anne looked on, gratified and relieved that Henry had chosen to emphasize Elizabeth's importance. Following his example, she herself donned yellow for the banquet he hosted that evening, and showed the world a triumphant face. But later, when her ladies were preparing her for bed, her fears returned. "Is anything the matter, madam?" Madge ventured, looking concerned. "Is your Grace feeling unwell?" Margaret asked, in her pretty Scots accent. "It's not that," Anne replied. "I keep thinking that, throughout Christendom, most people will now regard his Grace as a widower,
And if I do not bear a son, I am afraid they may do with me as they did with the Princess Dowager." "Nonsense!" Margaret exclaimed. "You only had to see how proud of you the king looked today, and how he favours the princess, to know there is no danger of that. But if this child is a girl, oh—" She could not voice it. "His Grace loves you," Madge assured her. "He pursues Jane Seymour," Anne said. There was a silence. "I know by your faces that it is true," she told them. "But as long as he respects me as the mother of his heir, and does not publicly slight me, I am content." In the second week in January, Henry came to Anne's chamber after supper and sent her attendants away.
"I've received the report of the chandler who examined the Princess Dowager's body," he said, his face grave. "I wanted to talk to you in confidence."
Anne's heart began thudding against her chest. The child must not be affrighted. She had to calm down. "Why?" she asked, trying not to sound as if it mattered much.
"Because I'm concerned, and Chapuis is asking questions," Henry said. "They found all the internal organs sound, except the heart. It had a black growth, hideous to behold. The chandler washed it, but it did not change colour, and it was all black inside. I don't know what to think, Anne, but I'm doing my best to keep the report secret. Already people are saying that Catherine was murdered. They're even accusing me of sending a messenger to hold to her lips a poisoned gold cup. Chapuis is very suspicious."
"No doubt some hold me responsible," she said,
inwardly shuddering to think how close Henry had come to guessing the truth. He might yet guess it, she thought, the hairs on her neck prickling with fear.
"I didn't like to tell you," Henry admitted. "Some blame you and your family. They say you had the most to gain. Do not heed the man. They are ignorant. But I came to warn you what is being said, so that you won't heed any gossip. We have to think of the child."
She did not like the way he was looking at her, as if he was remembering all the times she had urged him to proceed against Catherine, and wondering if the gossips were right. That month, the Lady Mary fell dangerously ill at Hunsdon. She had taken the news of her mother's death grievously, and was in a desperately sad condition. It was time, Anne felt, to give lie to rumour, and extend the olive branch. Hate Mary as she did, she could yet feel pity for a girl who had lost a beloved mother, and now that Catherine was no more, Mary might feel able to recognise her as queen. She sent a message asking Lady Shelton to tell Mary that, if she would obey her father like a good girl, she, Anne, would be the best friend in the world to her, and, like another mother, would try to obtain for her all that she wanted. And if she would come to court, she would be exempt from carrying the Queen's train, and would always walk by her side as an equal. She couldn't have offered more. Mary's reply was like a slap in the face. To comply with Anne's terms would conflict with her honour and conscience. Well, she had had her chance. Infuriated, Anne informed Lady Shelton that her pleasure was that she attempt no more to make the Lady Mary obey the King's grace. "What I have done," she wrote, "has been more for charity than because the King, or I, care what course she takes. When I have a son, as soon I look to have, I know what will come to her, remembering the word of God, that we should do good to our enemies. I have wished to give her warning before then, because I know the King will not value her repentance, or the cessation of her madness and unnatural obstinacy, when she no longer has power to choose. Lady Shelton, I beseech you, do not trouble yourself to turn her from any of her wilful ways, for to me she can do neither good nor ill." She entrusted the letter to a messenger and went to lie down. The effort of dealing with her stepdaughter had exhausted her. She was awakened by Urian barking and the acrid smell of burning. The turkey rug in front of the hearth was afire. She leapt up and ran into the outer chamber, yelling for help. Her grooms and ushers came running, and smothered the flames before they could spread. No harm had been done. The floor had been scorched, nothing more, and the room needed a thorough airing. She sat in her presence chamber, cuddling the dog, shuddering at the thought of what might have befallen her. She could not get out of her head one of the seditious prophecies that had been reported to the council. When the tower is white, and another place green, then shall be burned 2 or 3 bishops and a queen. It was a prediction that had been openly, and hopefully, recited by her detractors, and now it had so nearly come true. She was badly shaken. It had been Catherine who was meant to suffer martyrdom, not herself. She remembered that other prophecy, which had accompanied the horrible drawing of herself with her head cut off. It was frightening to think that there were those who sought her death. A few days later, she received another nasty jolt. Uncle Norfolk came to her, a rare occurrence these days, for they did not speak to each other, and, in as gentle a manner as that brusque martinet was capable of, informed her that the king had taken a fall in the lists.
He fell so heavily that everyone thought it was a miracle he was not killed, but mercifully he sustained no injury. Even so, madam, he gave us all a fright, for those of us who saw it thought his fall would prove fatal.
Again she found herself trembling, and even Norfolk looked concerned.
"Niece, are you all right?" he barked.
"Yes, uncle. I am just so relieved. It is dreadful to think of what might have happened."
For an instant she had glimpsed the fearful prospect of a future without Henry there to protect her from a hostile world, of herself and Elizabeth cast adrift, swept up in the maelstrom of civil war, and worse.
"I must go to the king,"
she said, standing up on legs that threatened to buckle beneath her.
"There's no need," Norfolk said. "He doesn't want a fuss. He's quite cheerful, and is being divested of his armour right now. Then he is going in to dinner."
"I thank God to hear it,"
Anne replied, calmer now, the spectre of a sudden, violent widowhood receding. Henry had decided that Catherine should be buried in Peterborough Abbey with all the honours due to her as Princess Dowager of Wales. He spared no effort to afford her a magnificent state funeral, at which a great train of ladies was to follow the coffin, and provided black cloth for their apparel. Chapuis suggested that it would well become his greatness to rear a stately monument to her memory, at which he declared that he would build Catherine one of the goodliest monuments in Christendom. Now that she was dead, he could afford to be generous, and gave the command for a tomb and effigy to be made. But he confiscated all Catherine's personal effects to meet her funeral expenses.
"I've ordered a day of solemn obsequies," he told Anne. "I and all my servants will attend, wearing mourning. It is fitting that I pay tribute to the memory of my sister-in-law."
It was a sentiment with which she could fully agree. On the morning of the funeral, Anne had an impulse to accompany Henry to the obsequies. It would give her credit in the eyes of the imperialists, and smooth the path to friendship with the emperor. She had her ladies dress her in black, but when she arrived at the king's apartments, the presence chamber was deserted. The guard saluted her as she walked through to the privy chamber. Not a gentleman to be seen. They must all be in chapel already. Then she heard a woman giggle in a nearby closet, the one Henry used as a study. With every sense on high alert, Anne strode over and opened the door. There was her husband, in mourning attire, with Jane Seymour on his knee, his hand on her breast. Of all the shocks she had received lately, this was the worst. It was one thing to know he was being unfaithful, another entirely to catch him in the act.
"How could you?"
she screamed, almost hysterical, all her worst fears coming to the fore. Jane was herself, 9 years before, and she, by some diabolical alchemy, was in Catherine's place. Fortune's wheel had turned completely. Henry pushed Jane, none too gently, off his knee and leapt up. "Go," he said to her, and she scuttled away, smirking at Anne, who would have smacked her had she not disappeared so quickly. Anne was crying uncontrollably now.
"Have you any idea how you have hurt me?" she sobbed. "The love I bear you is greater than Catherine's ever was, and my heart breaks when I see that you love another."
He had the grace to look abashed.
"It meant nothing," he said.
"Nothing? I saw you with my own eyes."
Suddenly she felt a cramping pain in her womb. Her hands flew to her belly, as if to protect the child. Henry looked alarmed.
"What is it?"
The pain had ceased.
"It is the distress you have caused me," she cried.
"Just be at peace, sweetheart, and all will go well with you," he soothed. "Think of our son."
"It's a pity you didn't,"
she flung back, and left him standing there, open-mouthed. No sooner had she reached her apartments than the pain came again. Henry loomed over her. In his face she could read bitter disappointment and grief.
"A boy,"
he wept.
"A stillborn fetus of 15 weeks' growth, they tell me. This will be the greatest discomfort to all my realm."
He was in agony.
"I was in peril of my life,"
Anne murmured, remembering the pain and the blood. "I have miscarried of my Saviour," she thought. Never had she felt such extreme misery.
"And I have lost my boy,"
Henry wailed.
"It was because of your unkindness," she burst out. "You have no one to blame but yourself, for it was caused by my distress of mind over that wench Seymour."
Henry stood up.
"I will have no more boys by you,"
he said icily.
"What do you mean?"
she cried. His look silenced her.
"I see clearly that God does not mean to give me male children. I do not wish to discuss it now. I will speak to you when you are up."
And he left, glowering, looking very ill done by. His words had struck fear into her, and it took all her courage to smile at her weeping ladies.
"It is for the best,"
she told them,
"because I will be the sooner with child again, and the son I will bear shall not be doubtful like this one, which was conceived during the life of the Princess Dowager."
Nan Saville took her hand and squeezed it. For 2 days she lay there brooding, wishing that Henry would come to her, terrified lest she had lost him for good. When she finally rose from her bed and looked in her mirror, she was appalled to see a thin, drawn, pinched old woman looking back at her. She was 35, no longer the captivating young maiden who had ensnared a king, and never would be again. Many times she repented of her hasty words of reproach. She was in great fear, for Henry might now consider her as barren of sons as Catherine had been. Was he even now looking for a pretext to have their marriage annulled and their daughter declared a bastard? She did not have Catherine's powerful friends. She had not very many friends at all, so there would be few to champion her cause. Without Henry, she would be an object of derision, calumny, and hatred. Some would want her blood. Early in February, she was informed that the king had gone to London for the Shrovetide celebrations and to attend Parliament. He left her behind. It proved that he was still angry with her. She wept when she remembered the time when he had been unwilling to leave her for an hour. Her only consolation, if it could be called that, was that he had been unable to take that bitch Seymour with him. With the Queen's household remaining at Greenwich, he had been obliged, for propriety's sake, to leave Jane there too. She was skulking about, keeping out of Anne's way. Anne's only companions were her ladies, who could talk of nothing, it seemed, but Madge's betrothal and forthcoming wedding. For Norris had succumbed to her blandishments and asked her to marry him. Their families approved, and Madge, who seemed to have forgotten her reservations, was luminous with happiness. Anne felt like screaming. Norris did not love Madge. He loved her. It was in his eyes every time he spoke to her. Jealousy was like a sharp knife piercing her vitals. Every day she mourned her losses, her baby, Henry's love, and Norris. Security and happiness had been almost within her grasp. Now she lived with fear and an overwhelming sense of failure. Messengers bearing packages and letters kept arriving from York Place.
"They're for Jane,"
Madge whispered. Anne's jealousy was a torment. She watched Jane continually, and lashed out at her for the slightest dereliction of duty, but it did not wipe the complacent smile off Jane's face. One day the woman was brazen enough to wear a new jewelled locket. Guessing who had sent it, Anne confronted her.
"That's a costly piece. Let me see it," she demanded.
Jane stared at her mutinously, clearly unwilling, whereupon Anne lost her temper and ripped the locket from Jane's neck with such force that the chain cut into her hand. With blood welling in drops from the wound, she pried the locket open with unsteady fingers, to find inside a miniature portrait of Henry. Tears blurred her eyes. She thrust the locket back into Jane's hands.
"Take it, and him. You are welcome to him."
The relief was indescribable when George arrived to tell her that Parliament had assigned her 2 royal manors.
"Then I am not entirely out of favour,"
she said, trying to forget what George had done and to remember that he was her brother, whom she loved.
"The king approved the grant. It seems that his anger is spent, and that he is determined to continue in your marriage."
"So Mistress Seymour is just another passing fancy. Thank God. She has caused me such grief, flaunting her presents from his grace."
"Anne, hearken to me."
George was regarding her with unusual compassion.
"Take stock. I am shocked to see how you have grown so thin and sad. Eat for your health. Look to your hair and your dress. Put a brave smile on your face. You can fight back. None knows better how to. You won the king once. Now win him back."
"It's not easy when he is in London and I'm here," she said.
"I will persuade him to summon you," George promised. "Leave it to me."
Days later, the summons came. George had played his part, and now she must play hers. She had herself garbed in a sumptuous gown of black velvet with oversleeves of fur and a low neckline edged with black embroidery and pearls. Around her neck, to proclaim her pride in her queenship and her family, she hung a pendant in the shape of a bee, one of several initial jewels she favoured. She was still too slim, but the black gown flattered her. Her hair she left loose in token of her rank, threaded with jewels as she had used to wear it. Henry received her courteously, looking her up and down with approval, yet failing to meet her eye.
"It is a joy to me to see your grace again," she said.
"I trust you are fully recovered."
Still, his manner was distant.
"I am very well, sir."
"Your brother told me that you were unhappy at Greenwich, and so I thought you would like to join me to celebrate the feast day of St. Matthias."
"I shall be honoured and delighted,"
she told him. She was also delighted to find that Jane was nowhere to be seen on the feast day. Henry was being kind to her. He came to her bed most nights, and she began to believe that all was not lost. It was clear from the petitions she received that others still believed she had influence with him. She took care to be charming to all. Resolving to be a good mother, she sent for Elizabeth and spent lavishly on clothing for her, dressing the little girl up in caps of purple, white, and crimson satin, cauls of gold, ribbon for her plaits, and miniature court gowns of velvet and damask. She taught her how to manage a train. Watching her daughter toddling along, head held high, swathes of damask trailing behind her, Anne almost loved her. The signs were that the Emperor was hoping for an alliance with Henry.
"And if he approaches me, so the terms be acceptable, I will be willing," Henry told Anne. "I've heard from my agents in Rome that Pope Paul is ready to proclaim my excommunication. Charles's friendship might prevent that. Not that I care a fig for what the Bishop of Rome does, but the rest of Christendom will. They may not deal with me honestly if I am cast out of the fold.
But what of me? She wondered. The Emperor hates me. I am a stumbling block to this alliance. She did not say any of this. It was for Henry to deal with, or rather Cromwell. Instead, she asked how Francois would take it.
"Our relations have been unstable lately," Henry said, "and I fear there is little hope of Elizabeth's marriage being concluded. Francois is as slippery as an eel, and he's ill of the pox and in a bad humour. All that fornication is catching up with him."
Henry's lips were prim. You can't talk, Anne thought.
"He and Charles are at odds," he added. "Soon they'll be at war. Friendship with the Emperor offers us the greatest hope for the future security of this realm."
Yes, she thought again, but what of my security?
"Sir Edward Seymour has been appointed to the Privy Chamber," Father announced one evening when they were supping alone in his lodgings. "I warn you, Anne, the influence of these Seymours increases daily."
Rage welled in her.
"What can I do?" she stormed. "He flaunts her almost under my nose."
Father snorted.
"I shouldn't need to tell you what to do to win him back."
"That's unfair,"
she snapped.
"You could bloody well cheer up."
"You lose 3 sons in a row, see your husband chasing other women, and sense your enemies ready to pounce. You'd be cheerful, I'm sure. But, Father, I do try. And maybe God will give me a son now that my marriage is not in doubt. When that happens—"
"Anne, be realistic. Catherine lost 5 children. You've lost 3. Is that telling you something?"
Her hand flew to her mouth, as the possibility of Henry being in some way at fault dawned on her.
"But if that's true, what can I do?"
Father shrugged.
"Nothing but pray, and be watchful. Those Seymour brothers are greedy, ruthless, and cunning, and they are in daily contact with the king. And there's another thing you should know. Our friend Cromwell has willingly obliged your husband by vacating his chambers, so that Sir Edward Seymour and his wife can lodge there. The king can access these chambers from his own apartments by certain galleries without being perceived. You can imagine what his purpose is."
"You mean Cromwell is encouraging this infidelity?"
That chilled her to the bone.
"He has been accommodating. What worries me more is that the wench and her family are insisting that his Grace pay his addresses to her only in the presence of her relatives. It's supposed to be a discreet arrangement, but it's being bruited about the court as if the town crier had announced it."
"Dear God," Anne whispered, sinking back in her chair. "If she's playing that game, what end to it can there be but marriage? Unless he tires of her, which I pray he will. But this preservation of her virtue smacks to me of preparing her for queenship. I, of all people, know that. And if Cromwell has readily facilitated this, then he obviously takes it seriously. I have long suspected that he had become my enemy. Now I know.
Well, he shall hear about this from me."
Angrily she summoned Cromwell to her closet. He bowed low before her.
"Your Grace, this is a pleasant surprise."
"Don't cozen me, Master Secretary. I've just learned that you have readily given up your lodging to the Seymours, so that my husband can dally with his mistress."
"Your Grace must not call her that," Cromwell said. "Mistress Seymour is a most virtuous lady. Had she been otherwise, I would not have agreed to it."
"Virtuous or not, and I beg leave to doubt, trying to steal her mistress's husband is not edifying behaviour."
"No, madam, it is not."
He looked pointedly at her. By God, he went too far.
"May I give you a word of advice?" he went on. "Do not meddle in state affairs. The king doesn't like it."
This was outrageous.
"You mean, Master Secretary, that you don't want me interfering with your plans for the monasteries? Now that Parliament has approved their closure, you will make the king rich and grateful. But he listens to me, too.
I am not so far out of favour as you might like, and I mean fiercely to oppose the wealth of these houses being sold off wholesale to buy support for the royal supremacy. I think the king would be shocked if he knew that, under the guise of the gospel and religion, you are advancing your own interests."
"Not so,"
Cromwell protested. She could sense him becoming riled. It was satisfying to pierce that urbane facade. "So you don't plan to put everything up for sale? You don't accept bribes to confer ecclesiastical property and benefices upon the enemies of true doctrine?"
"I am the king's good servant," he replied coldly.
"I think Sir Thomas More said much the same thing, and look what happened to him. I tell you, Master Secretary, other reformists support me. My almoner, John Skip, is one of them. We are determined to see a substantial portion of the confiscated riches used for educational and charitable purposes that can benefit everyone."
"And you think the king will agree with you?" Cromwell smiled patronisingly, as if she were an ignorant fool. "The treasury is empty. He is a man who likes to live lavishly. I don't see him turning down this unique opportunity to make himself rich."
"The king is virtuous too," she countered. "He loves learning. I know I can persuade him to listen to me. And you know it too."
Cromwell continued to smile at her. "We shall see, madam," he said.
"We shall." The gauntlet had been flung down. "In the meantime, don't encourage Mistress Seymour, or you will find yourself in the greatest trouble."
And with that, she dismissed him. When Henry came to supper with her the following evening, Anne brought up the subject of the monasteries.
"Sir, I know you need money, but would it not be a worthy thing to divert some of their wealth to education and charity? I can think of so many deserving causes. Henry, you could become renowned for founding schools and supporting scholars. You could establish chairs at the universities, set up a fund for the poor who are in desperate need, and will be more so when the monasteries are gone."
Henry was looking at her with fresh admiration. "I like your ideas, Anne."
"You would be remembered in centuries to come as the king who gave the gift of learning to his people, along with the Bible in English. And that would be a greater achievement than any victory in battle."
"By St. Mary, you speak truth," he declared. "The religious houses have riches beyond imagining, so I am told, enough to do all these things and fill the treasury."
"These causes would be more noble than selling off the land to buy the opinions of your lords."
"I might have to offer some inducements, Anne, but you are right. Some of the money should be used for worthy causes." They spent a happy hour discussing those causes in detail, and it felt like old times. There was an intimacy in shared aims. Above all, he had heeded her. Her influence was still a force to be reckoned with. How she would love to see Cromwell's face when Henry enthusiastically outlined his new schemes. He would know that she had bested him. And she wasn't finished with him yet. Like Queen Esther, she would rid the kingdom of corrupt ministers, and at the same time she would show Henry that she would not tolerate any infidelity. She was fighting back. On Passion Sunday, she had her almoner preach a sermon in the Chapel Royal on the text, "Which among you accuses me of sin?" She sat next to Henry, as Father Skip ascended the pulpit. "A king needs to be wise and resist evil counsellors who tempt him to ignoble actions," he began. "A king's counsellor ought to take good heed of what advice he gives in altering ancient things." He paused, glaring fiercely at the congregation below him, leaving them in no doubt as to whom he was referring. Anne glanced at Henry, who was looking pensive, exactly what she had hoped for. Cromwell was frowning. "Look at the example of King Ahasuerus, who was moved by a wicked minister to destroy the Jews," Skip continued. "That minister was Haman, who had tried to destroy Ahasuerus's queen Esther. But after Esther exposed his evil plot and saved the Jews from persecution, Haman was justly hanged. And thus triumphed this good woman, whom King Ahasuerus loved very well and put his trust in, because he knew she was ever his friend.
Henry was nodding sagely. He knew the story well. He had commissioned those tapestries depicting it. Skip now got to the pith of the tale.
Among his evil deeds, Haman had assured Ahasuerus that eliminating the Jews would result in 10,000 talents being appropriated for the royal treasury and for the king's personal gain.
Anne felt Henry stir beside her.
So, in our own day, we have cause to lament that the crown, misled by evil counsel, wants the church's property, and will have it. We can only lament the decay of the universities, and pray that the necessity for learning will not be overlooked.
All eyes were now on Anne. Cromwell's were full of menace, and, she was gratified to see, fear. He could be in no doubt now. She was setting herself up in opposition to his policies. The swords had been unsheathed. Now it was Henry's turn to squirm. Skip was looking sternly on his flock.
But it is not only in fleecing the church that corruption lies. Look at the example of Solomon, who lost his true nobility through his sensual and carnal appetite, and taking too many wives and concubines.
Henry's breathing quickened. He looked as mad as a bull about to charge. Only recently, his painter, Hans Holbein, had portrayed him as Solomon, the fount of all wisdom. It was as well that Skip had finished, and was exhorting the congregation to kneel in prayer. For all his fury, Henry had to obey. After the service, he grabbed Anne's hand and pulled her into one of the holy day closets behind the royal pew.
"Did you put him up to that?"
he asked angrily.
"Or did he take it upon himself to preach sedition and slander me, my councillors, and my whole Parliament?"
Before she could answer, Cromwell, forgetting his place, barged into the closet. He did not acknowledge Anne.
"Your Grace will surely not let that pass," he hissed.
Anne had never seen him so exercised.
"I intend to have my council reprimand this priest, and warn him that he had best mind his tongue if he wishes to remain in the Queen's service."
"But your Grace agrees with him," Anne said. "Only the other night he was saying what a worthy thing it would be to divert the wealth of the monasteries into education and charity. It is not you who seeks personal gain."
"He made it appear that it was me,"
Henry growled.
"That was not his intention, I'm sure, and your Grace need not worry, for the world will soon know the truth."
"Your Grace, I must speak to you in private," Cromwell insisted.
"Must? Master Secretary, it is the King you address,"
Anne reminded him.
"I will see you later, Cromwell,"
Henry said.
"We are going to dine now,"
Anne said sweetly, and swept out. At table, Henry did not mention Skip's attack on his infidelity. He could neither deny it nor risk another quarrel. But his mood was sour for the rest of the day, and the unfortunate almoner received a verbal lashing from the council. Anne did not know what had been said between Henry and Cromwell. It did not matter. She was about to stir up public opinion again. Hugh Latimer, a fiery reformist who preached regularly before the king, had agreed to take up the struggle on her behalf the next day of that Holy Week.
"Think on the parable of the tenants who refused to pay rent to the owner of a vineyard,"
he enjoined in his homily in the Chapel Royal.
"Once the tenants have been evicted, the vineyard will pass to more worthy persons, who may convert it to some better use."
There could be no doubt in anyone's mind that he was referring to the dissolution of the monasteries. Henry made no comment. After the service, he threw Anne a withering look and stumped off, so she immediately enlisted the assistance of Archbishop Cranmer, who agreed to defend her in any argument with the king, and to write to Master Secretary in support of her views. Soon, thanks to Grandma, Anne was gratified to find that Henry's enthusiasm for her plans and her bed had revived. But while they had reached common ground and were getting on better than they had in a long time, it did not prevent him from dallying with Mistress Seymour. Anne saw them playing bowls together on Maundy Thursday, smiling at each other with that special intimacy of lovers, and she felt like weeping and raging as she performed the traditional queenly function of distributing money to beggars and washing their feet, which had been thoroughly scoured beforehand, in memory of the Last Supper. Was that little bitch always to be a malign presence in her life?
"We are moving closer toward friendship with the Emperor,"
Henry told her that night as they lay in bed.
"There are still obstacles to be overcome. I am determined to get Charles to recognize you as Queen, and to that end I have asked Chapuis to come to court on Easter Tuesday, to give him the opportunity of paying his respects to you."
Relief and elation surged through her. This proved that Henry still respected her as his queen, even if he did not love her as he used to. "It's about time," she said. "Chapuis has never bent the knee to me as queen, never kissed my hand." How she would savour her triumph.
"He will do so now, and in public," Henry growled, "and he will know he is acknowledging that I was right all along to put away Catherine and marry you. I will not sign an alliance with Charles on any other terms."
Henry sent George to receive Chapuis at the gates of Greenwich Palace, so that the ambassador should be in no doubt that the hoped-for alliance was conditional upon his being cordial to the Boleyns. George had instructions to afford Chapuis a warm welcome, making it plain that Anne, her family, and friends were in favour of a rapprochement with the Emperor. Cromwell was to follow close behind, bearing a message from Henry inviting Chapuis to visit Anne and kiss her hand, a great honour conferred only on those in high favour.
"He will say that this will be a great pleasure to me,"
Henry told her, rubbing his hands in satisfaction at the thought. Anne followed Henry into chapel, and they seated themselves in the royal pew in the upstairs gallery. Below them, in the main body of the chapel, there was a great concourse of people. Word of Chapuis's visit had been spread, and everyone was curious to see what he would do. Some, she knew, were probably hoping that he would slight her. When the time came to make their offerings, Henry made Anne descend the stairs to the altar first, keeping close behind her. At the bottom, she almost collided with Chapuis, who was standing behind the door. There was a pause, and then he bowed to her. She smiled graciously. No one could touch her now. The Emperor would soon be her friend. Courtesy being the order of the day, she made a deep curtsy to Chapuis as his master's representative, and was surprised when he did her the kindness of handing her 2 candles to use in the ritual. She emerged from the chapel feeling jubilant and deeply relieved. As she walked along the gallery, with Henry at the head of a long train of courtiers, she could not contain her euphoria. "I am sorry that Spain is at war with France," she said loudly, so that all could hear, "but I am firmly on the side of the Emperor. I have abandoned my friendship with King Francois. It seems to me that, tired of life on account of his illness, he wants to shorten his days by going to war."
"He can't shorten them quickly enough for me,"
Henry murmured. He escorted her to dinner in her apartments, as was his custom after Mass. Often he invited honoured guests. "Will Chapuis be joining us?" Anne asked.
"I have asked him to come,"
Henry said, as they sat down at the high table. The room was filling up, but there was no sign of the ambassador. She looked in vain among the group of foreign envoys waiting at the door to be announced. Had Chapuis repented of his gesture already? "Why does not Monsieur Chapuis enter?" she asked Henry.
"No doubt he has a good reason," he answered. "His courtesy to you will have excited much comment, especially among the imperialists, some of whom will be angry with him for acknowledging you."
"They had better get used to it," she said, and sent her usher to find Chapuis. He returned to say that he was dining with her brother and the chief nobles of the court in the king's presence chamber. She smiled at Henry, satisfied. The next day, George told her that there had been a furious row between Henry and Cromwell about the negotiations with Spain. From what he could gather from those within earshot, Cromwell had exceeded his instructions. George had seen him slumped on a coffer outside Henry's presence chamber, with sweat running down his face, looking as if he'd just escaped from the hounds of hell.
"It looks very much as if he is out of favour,"
he said gleefully. Anne smiled. "I will take full advantage of that." The following morning, Henry told her that Cromwell was ill and had gone home to his house at Stepney to recuperate. Good riddance, she thought. She was more concerned about the imminent annual chapter meeting of the Order of the Garter, for a vacancy had arisen for a new Garter Knight, and she had asked Henry if George might fill it. Although it was the knights who voted, she hoped that he would make his wishes known. She was highly displeased to hear that they had chosen Sir Nicholas Carew, whom she had come to despise for his friendship with the Seymours. She knew what people would be whispering, that she lacked sufficient influence to secure this most prestigious honour for her brother.
"But, darling,"
Henry protested, when she took him to task in private,
"I promised Francois years ago that I would remember Sir Nicholas, whom he loves, when a Garter vacancy arose, so I felt bound to put his name forward."
Yes, and because he is known to be close to the favourite, he got the vote. But she could not say that to Henry. It was galling to have to accept that her enemies had scored this small triumph. Walking into her chamber the next day, and coming upon Francis Weston flirting with Madge, Anne's patience snapped. It offended her to see Norris being made a fool of. Madge should not have encouraged it. She did not deserve such a good man. "Go to my chamber and finish those smocks," she ordered. Madge fled. Weston looked at her sheepishly.
"Your Grace wouldn't deny me a little innocent pleasure, surely? She is such a comely wench."
"If she's so comely, I wonder why Norris has not yet married her," she retorted. The smile vanished from Weston's handsome face.
"Does your Grace want the truth?"
"What do you mean?" she asked warily.
"We all know that Norris comes more to your chamber for you than for Madge."
Her heart sang, but she must not show it. "Nonsense," she snapped. "You just want Norris discountenanced because you love Madge and you don't love your wife." Weston's gaze was bold.
"I love one in your household better than them both."
"Who is that?"
"It is yourself."
There was a silence. Weston loved her. It was the first she had known of it. He was just chancing his luck at the old courtly game. "I defy you to tell the king that," she retorted, and left him standing there.
"I'm taking you with me to Calais,"
Henry said, as he watched Anne raise her bow to shoot at the butts. The visit had been arranged some weeks before, and she had assumed he was going alone. It was gratifying to hear that he wanted her with him. It was the physic she needed, after receiving news from Hever that her mother was ill with a cough that grieved her sorely. It had come on in the winter, and seemed to be getting worse. Anne had written, promising to visit as soon as she returned from Calais, and prayed fervently that mother would soon be restored to health.
"Bullseye!"
Henry applauded. The courtiers clapped.
"We'll make a progress of it,"
he told her, reaching for his bow.
"We'll go via Dover, as I want to inspect the new harbour and fortifications."
"You're not planning to meet with Francois this time?" she asked warily.
"I've not decided. I have to choose whether to ally myself with Charles or Francois. Charles is insisting that Mary be restored to the succession before Elizabeth. but I've told my envoys to oppose his demands."
"I do not want Elizabeth's rights overturned," she said, alarmed.
"I will never allow it," Henry assured her.
The last week of April was mellow and warm with the blossoming of spring. Anne walked daily in the gardens at Greenwich with her ladies, often accompanied by George, Norris, and the other gentlemen she favoured. While Henry was busy with state business, she watched tennis matches, played bowls, and ordered baskets of food to be eaten outdoors. Whenever she encountered Jane Seymour, she threw her an icy glance and walked on. Her position seemed once again secure. She would not let Jane bother her. One fine evening, as dusk fell on a golden sunset, she climbed to the very top of the hill behind the palace to Mireflore, an old tower that had been part of the original palace of Placentia, which Henry had had refurbished but rarely used. "Come on, you snails!" she yelled at her ladies, who were puffing along some way behind her. "Oh, wait there, then!" she laughed, and they gratefully collapsed onto the grassy slope. The tower stood 4 square before her, looming up imposingly against the darkening sky. Close up, it looked eerie and forbidding, but Anne was not one to be frightened by phantoms. Using the key the sergeant porter had given her, she unlocked the iron-barred door and pushed it open. Inside, she found herself in a dim, vaulted chamber covered in wall and ceiling paintings. There was something repellent in the stark black outlines of the people portrayed in them. It seemed that no one had been here in a long time. Cobwebs trailed across the pointed windows, and a musty smell pervaded the still air. Anne climbed the spiral staircase in the corner. It led to a bedchamber, but the tester bed had been stripped bare. On the floor lay a dusty lady's stocking. There was nothing of interest here. She was about to leave when she heard a footfall above. Her heart began to race. What if someone who wished her ill had seen her coming, raced ahead and hidden, determined to kill her? The footsteps were coming down the stairs now. Her instincts told her to run down to the ground floor as fast as she could. But then a man appeared in the doorway. "Norris!" she cried in relief.
"Anne!"
he exclaimed delightedly. In his surprise, he had not used her title. "I came to explore this place," she said. "And you?"
"I had to collect some things."
She noticed he had nothing in his hands. "What's up there?"
"Another bedchamber. There's not much to see."
He seemed reluctant to move, so she sidled past him and ran up the stairs. She was astonished to enter a sumptuous apartment, with a bed made up as richly as her own, 3 tapestries, and some fine pieces of furniture. On the floor lay a costly Turkey carpet. Norris had ascended the stairs behind her. "This is a room fit for a king," she exclaimed.
"His Grace uses it occasionally," he said.
"For his trysts with Jane Seymour?" "Don't worry, Norris, I know about that." Her voice was bitter. "But I didn't know that they were making the beast with 2 backs." Norris hesitated again.
"Jane Seymour has not been here," he said.
Understanding dawned. "But he has brought others." He did not answer. "In my time?" She turned to face him.
"Don't make me hurt you," he begged, choked. "I love you too much."
It would have been so easy to go into his arms, to feel, for a magical moment, safe and cherished. Kissing him would come as naturally as breathing, and feel beautiful and right. She had never experienced anything like that with Henry. She cared not whether he had brought 100 women in here. He had never had her heart. Yet she was his queen, and, which mattered more, she did not want to forfeit Norris's respect. She was no wench to be tumbled on that luxurious bed, although for a wicked instant she had been tempted. It would be the perfect revenge to cuckold Henry on the very bed in which he had betrayed her. But this precious thing that existed between her and Norris must not be sullied by revenge or any baseness. Her voice was gentle but firm. "You cannot know how much I have longed for you to hold me," she told him, as he looked at her yearningly. "But we can never be lovers."
"I am ashamed of declaring myself," he confessed. "The king accounts me his friend. He has been good to me. But I was overcome at the sight of you. I thought, we're alone here and no one will know."
"Nor shall they. What we have said shall be our secret. It will be enough to carry in my heart. You have Madge. Be happy."
She felt tears threatening. Thank goodness it was growing dark. She did not want Norris to see her cry.
"I must go back."
She led the way down the stairs.
"My ladies might come looking for me. I'll go ahead. You go after."
He caught her hand as she hastened to the door, lifting it to his lips and kissing it.
"You are the sweetest lady that ever drew breath, Anne, and if I can ever be of service to you, you have only to crook your little finger."
"I will remember that. Now, farewell. Give me a few minutes."
She slipped through the door and almost ran down the hill, her heart heavy with a poignant sadness. Her conscience would not let her rest. She wondered if Henry felt the same urge to confess to sinning with his mistresses, and her infidelity was only in her heart. She sought out Father Skip and unburdened herself. He absolved her and imposed a light penance, since he felt she had truly repented. Feeling as if a weight had been lifted from her soul, and resolving never to be alone with Norris again, she called for Elizabeth to be brought to court from Hatfield, summoned her tailor, and had the child fitted for more new clothes. Because Elizabeth was so adventurous, darting off without warning, she ordered 2 leading reins with big buttons and long tassels, then decided that her daughter would look very pretty in a new cap of taffeta with a caul of damask gold. Henry was not forgotten. She bought silver and gold fringe and buttons for his saddle. She became aware that day of a sense of unease pervading her household. There was nothing tangible, just the feeling that everyone was approaching her a little warily. Over the past week, some had absented themselves inexplicably, with no excuses offered. Today, a few others briefly disappeared. One was Jane Seymour. Was it her imagination, or was something going on? It was like being the only one left out of a secret. All her old insecurities surfaced again. She felt as if some unknown disaster was looming. But that was nonsense. All was well. Henry was behaving much more kindly toward her. He had defended her rights and Elizabeth's. He was taking her to Calais soon. So what could she have to fear? Father came to see her, and spent a few minutes admiring Elizabeth and grinning at her antics. But Anne could tell he was preoccupied.
"Your uncle of Norfolk and I have been appointed to the Middlesex Grand Jury," he told her.
"Why look so miserable about it? It's an honour, surely."
"I don't know,"
he admitted, as Elizabeth threw her ball at him. He tossed it back.
"We are to sit on a commission that will inquire into all kinds of treasons, but I don't know anything more, and I'm not supposed to talk about it. But you're the Queen. I can tell you."
"Henry has probably decided to silence his opponents once and for all," Anne speculated. "He might even be thinking of proceeding against the Lady Mary." Father shook his head.
"That really would scupper his entente with the Emperor. No, it can't be that."
"Maybe he is planning to make a case against Cromwell." Father's eyes gleamed.
"Maybe. Cromwell is still at Stepney. That would be a surprise for him."
"No more than he richly deserves," Anne said. It was only when she was lying in bed, alone in the dark, that a dreadful thought came to her. Suppose Henry had determined to marry Jane Seymour. The Emperor would far prefer Jane, who was known to be a good imperialist. Yet Henry surely would not want to go through another divorce. Could he be plotting some other way to get rid of her? Oh, God! Had she and Norris been observed? Had it been a trap? And had her father been appointed to that jury to lull her into a false sense of security while her enemies plotted a case against her? They were legion. Cromwell, the Seymours, Chapuis, the Papists, Francis Bryan, Nicholas Carew, a disparate group with one thing in common. She must calm down. These were night thoughts. She would feel better in the morning. She must remember that Henry had shown no sign of displeasure toward her, rather the opposite. But she did not feel better in the morning. She still had a terrible feeling of nameless dread, that something awful was about to happen. She wished that Henry was there, so that she could unburden herself to him. If anyone could make her feel safe, he could. But Henry had not visited her bed for 3 nights now, and that in itself seemed ominous. What if something evil befell her? It would leave Elizabeth so vulnerable. What could she do to protect her? She sent for her chaplain, Matthew Parker, a good reformist and a great preacher. Henry liked him as much as she did, and would heed what he said. "I am afraid," she told him. "I hope I'm mistaken, but I fear I might be accused of treason." She was weeping now. The young chaplain waited until she had composed herself, his blunt features creased in concern. He tried to reassure her, saying it was all in her imagination, but she would not be comforted. "You must help me," she insisted. "If the worst happens, will you look to the care of my child? There is no one I trust more." Father Parker regarded her with compassion.
"Your Grace may count on me," he vowed. "I give you my word." She sat with her women, trying to concentrate on her sewing, but hemming smocks for the poor did not offer much distraction. Furtively she glanced at Madge, and Mary Howard, and Margaret Douglas, and all the rest. Did they know what was going on? What about those unexplained absences? Dare she confront them? They might think she was mad. For the first time, she found herself missing her sister. There had been no letters exchanged between them in nearly 2 years. Mary was still in Calais. George kept in touch. He said she sounded very happy. Lucky Mary. Still, Henry had not visited Anne. He had been in council every day until late in the evening. Anxiously, she asked George if there was anything afoot. "There's trouble with France, I think," he said. "Certain letters have been brought by the French ambassador. There's no need to look so worried. Maybe Francois had threatened war. If so, Henry's visit of inspection to Calais was timely. They were due to leave 3 days after the traditional May Day jousts. Anne distracted herself by planning her wardrobe, choosing her most flattering gowns. Maybe the passion Henry had shown during their first sojourn at the Exchequer Palace would be rekindled, and maybe she would send for Mary and forgive her. Leaving her maids and chamberers to pack the gowns in her travelling chests, she returned to her presence chamber, where she found Weston playing on a lute, Margaret Douglas deep in conversation with Thomas Howard, and Mark Smeaton standing in the oriel window looking miserable. "Why so sad, Mark?" she asked briskly, disliking the bold, haughty mien he always adopted. She had avoided him since he had stared at her too familiarly in Winchester. "It is no matter," he said, and leered at her. By God, he was trying to play the game of love with her, and he but a lowly musician. Her voice was icy. "You may not look to have me speak to you as I should do to a nobleman, because you are my inferior." He was still smiling at her. "No, no," he said. "A look suffices me." He bowed. "Farewell, your Grace." And he sauntered out of her chamber, the insolent knave. Well, she said to herself, any more of that kind of conduct, and Henry would hear of it. After Mass on the last Sunday morning in April, Anne took Urian for a walk in Greenwich Park, and stopped to watch a dog-fight. She laid, and won, wagers, and returned to the palace feeling a little more cheerful. After dinner, she gathered her ladies and favoured gentlemen,
and led them into her privy garden to make the most of the sunshine. Norris was of the company, and she guessed he was trying as hard as she to make it appear that there was nothing more between them than friendship. Not so easy now that they had declared their feelings. She bade him sit next to her on the stone bench in the arbour, keeping a safe distance between them. A few feet away, well within sight, the others were strolling along paths, chattering away, laughing, and even kissing. "Why have you not gone through with your marriage to Madge?" Anne asked. Norris paused. "I've decided to tarry a time." She lowered her voice. "You look for dead men's shoes. For if anything evil befell the king, you would look to have me." There was another silence. "No," Norris murmured. "If I had any such thought, I would wish my head off. Madam, this is dangerous talk. To speak of the king's death, even in jest, is no light matter." She knew it. It was treason to imagine or plot the death of the sovereign, and probably even to speak of it. "Yes, but I can trust you," she said. "Remember, I can undo you if I so please." It was said in jest, but Norris was looking at her in horror. "Madam, I pray I can trust you too," he said, standing up and bowing. "Don't go," she whispered. "I have duties to attend to in the king's privy chamber," he said. "Good day to your grace." As he walked away, she saw Lady Worcester's brother, Sir Anthony Browne, enter the garden. He bowed in her direction and went to speak to his sister. They were looking at her curiously. She realized, with a shiver of fear, that he would have approached her garden by the path that skirted the arbour. Oh, God! He hadn't heard what she and Norris had said. Sir Anthony was close to Henry, and much respected by him. If he told the king about their conversation, Henry might well believe him. She would be condemned out of her own mouth, and Norris too. It might be inferred, from what she had said, that they shared a guilty secret. Violating the king's wife was high treason. Any man convicted of it would suffer the unthinkable horrors of hanging, drawing, and quartering. Not Norris. Not loyal, good, devoted Norris, who had done nothing wrong apart from love her hopelessly from afar. She must warn him. Bidding her attendants stay, she hastened into the palace, heading for Henry's apartments. She caught up with Norris in the page's chamber, where he was administering a rebuke to some wretched boy for idleness. When the page had gone, goggling at the sight of the Queen standing there, she closed the door. Norris stared at her in dismay. "I think we were overheard," she said, as he looked at her with horror. "Sir Henry, I pray you, go to my almoner now and swear that, whatever he hears of me, I am a good woman." "Anne, is this wise?" Norris asked, profoundly agitated. "It smacks of protesting too much. I could swear it myself, should the need arise."
"Go!" she shrilled. "There is no time to be lost."
"Madam, the king wishes you to attend him," her chamberlain announced. Having spent the past 2 hours agonizing over what had happened with Norris, Anne was expecting the worst. This was the retribution she had been expecting. Henry had found out. Well, she would not go down without a fight. For ammunition she picked up Elizabeth. With her child, so unmistakably the king's, in her arms, she would appeal to Henry as a wronged mother. She found him staring through an open window at the courtyard below. He was frowning, restless. She curtsied, still clutching the child, and he turned. "I have been hearing strange things of you, Anne," he said, his eyes like steel. "Your almoner told your chamberlain that you felt the need to send Norris to protest your virtue to him."
"Sir," she cried, "it was to counteract horrible gossip about me, that I am a loose woman, and I did not want Father Skip believing it. I thought it would come well from Norris, because he is known for an upright man and loyal to you."
Henry did not answer. "If I thought you had played me false, I would never forgive you," he said.
"How could you think that?" she asked. "I love you, Henry.
This child was born of our love. I could never forsake you for another." His gaze bore down on her.
"Never let it be said that you made me a cuckold, madam."
"Why is Papa cross?"
Elizabeth asked, as Anne carried her away. "It is nothing to worry about," Anne assured her, fighting tears and praying that was true. "All will be well, sweetie." That evening there was a banquet, and Henry was once more his usual self, courteous and companionable. His anger, to Anne's relief, had burned itself out. They led the dancing, and he admired her gown, a new one of grey damask with a crimson kirtle. He left at 10 o'clock, pleading the need to attend to urgent state business. When he had gone, she became aware of an undercurrent of speculation in the presence chamber. Around 11 o'clock, someone said that the council was still in session. Clearly some deep and difficult question was being discussed. Was war imminent? She waited until the meeting of the council broke up and caught her father as he emerged from it. His face was grey, and he looked as if he was bearing the weight of the world on his shoulders. "What is it?" she asked urgently.
"I cannot tell you, Anne," he croaked. "We are all sworn to secrecy. But the King's visit to Calais is to be postponed for a week. They're announcing it shortly."
"Does this concern me?" She could hear the fear in her voice.
"It concerns us all. Now I bid you good night."
If it concerned everyone, it must be war. Part 4. I Have Not Sinned. Chapter 26. 1536. Anne had always loved May Day and the annual court festival celebrating the coming of spring, which was customarily marked by a great tournament. This year it was to be held in the tilt yard at Greenwich. It was a warm day, and pennants fluttered in the breeze as she took her seat at the front of the royal stand, her ladies clustering behind. Presently Henry arrived, to a great ovation. He greeted her cordially, but seemed preoccupied as he took his seat. He had been meaning to compete himself, but the old wound in his leg was still giving him trouble, and did not seem to be healing. They watched as the contestants ran their chivalrous courses, lances couched, armour gleaming. George led the challengers, thrilling the crowd by his skill in breaking lances and vaulting on horseback. Norris headed the defenders, but his temperamental mount refused to enter the lists, whereupon Henry called down that Norris could ride his own horse as a token of his esteem. Anne was thankful that Henry seemed to harbour no suspicions of his old friend. Tom Wyatt excelled himself, surpassing all the rest, although Norris, Weston, and Brereton all performed great feats of arms, and Henry was loud in his applause and appreciation. Anne smiled down encouragingly on all the gallant knights. Halfway through the contests, a page appeared and handed a folded piece of paper to Henry, who read it, flushed a dangerous red, then got up and stalked off, nearly overturning his chair. Father and George were among the lords who hastened after him. Anne could not credit that Henry was leaving. There was a hubbub of comment. What had happened? Had the French invaded? He had not troubled to say farewell to her. He who rarely scanted in his courtesy, so it must be serious. She could not help but read something ominous into his hasty departure. She signalled for the jousts to resume, but she was aware of the whispers and the speculation. When, bewildered and fearful, she returned to the palace a few hours later, and was told that the king had gone to Whitehall, she knew that some great catastrophe was at hand, and there was no one she could ask about it. As soon as the jousting ended, Norris had hurried to join the king. All her powerful protectors were gone. She slept fitfully that night. In the morning, hoping and dreading that the day would bring Henry's return, or at least some news of what was going on, she had her women dress her in a sumptuous gown of crimson velvet and cloth of gold, and then tried to divert herself by watching her household officers playing tennis. Her champion won, which lifted her spirits a little. "I wish now I had placed a wager on him," she said to Madge, who was sitting next to her in the viewing gallery. Madge nodded, indicating that there was someone behind her. Anne turned to see an usher in royal livery standing, waiting.
"Your Grace, I am come to bid you, by order of the King, to present yourself before the Privy Council at once," he said.
The Privy Council was here at Greenwich. She had thought it with the King at Whitehall. "Very well," she replied, trying to stem the tide of panic that gripped her. For a queen to be thus summoned was strange indeed, and she was in deep trepidation as she entered the council chamber. There were 3 grave-faced men seated at the council board. Uncle Norfolk, looking implacable, Sir William Fitzwilliam, whom she had never liked, the feeling being mutual, and Sir William Paulet, the King's controller, who alone greeted her with gentle courtesy as they all rose to their feet. Norfolk came to the point without preamble.
"Madam, by the powers granted by the King's grace to us as royal commissioners, we are formally charging you with having committed adultery with Sir Henry Norris, Mark Smeaton, and one other."
Anne was overcome with faintness. This was her worst nightmare coming true. How could they believe such things of her? And with Smeaton? How could they even think she would stoop so low? And Norris? They had been overheard. But she had done nothing wrong. Trembling, she opened her mouth to protest, but Norfolk raised his hand and stilled her.
"Before you say anything, you should know that Norris and Smeaton have admitted their guilt."
"Then they are lying, since there is nothing to admit. I am the King's true wife, and no other man has ever touched me."
"Tut, tut, tut. We have the depositions of witnesses, madam. Are they all lying?"
"Someone is making an occasion to get rid of me," she countered, in great fear.
"You have given them the occasion by your evil behaviour," Norfolk sneered.
"Oh, you are cruel, uncle, to believe such calumnies of an innocent woman, and your own blood at that." His face was like granite.
"I serve the King, madam. My first loyalty is to him, and he has ordered your arrest. These crimes laid against you are grave, and, if proved, will merit just punishment."
Henry had sanctioned this travesty of justice. Did he really believe the worst of her? It terrified her that he had preferred to heed the accusations of others rather than give her a chance to refute them. What hurt most was that an investigation must have been going on all these past days, yet he had said not a word of it. Oh, her enemies had been busy. "What is to happen to me?" she asked. "I must see the King. He will listen to me."
"He won't see you," Fitzwilliam snarled. "He is the Lord's anointed. He won't be tainted by associating with a traitor."
"A traitor?" She feared her knees would buckle. "I am no traitor."
"Compromising the royal succession is treason, madam," he barked,
as Norfolk tutted sorrowfully.
"We will escort your Grace back to your apartments," Paulet said. "Dinner will be served to you, and you will remain there until further notice. Your chamberlain has informed your household that you have been charged with treason."
It was a nightmare walk back from the council chamber to her lodging, with the lords walking stone-faced either side of her, and the King's guards keeping pace in front and behind. News of her disgrace must have spread quickly beyond her household, for everywhere there were people staring at her, most of them hostile or disapproving. They were ready to believe anything of her, it seemed. It was no great relief to get back to her chamber, for she was greeted by the ominous silence of her ladies, and servants struggling to conceal tears, which further unnerved her, as did the presence of guards outside her door, their halberds crossed to prevent any unauthorized person from entering. They raised them to allow in her servitors, who brought her the usual choice of delicious dishes, but she was so upset when the King's waiter failed to appear with his customary greeting, a poignant reminder of the awfulness of her situation, that she could not touch the food. She could only sit there, making stilted conversation with her ladies about children and dogs and tennis. She thought of sending for Elizabeth, but feared that, seeing and holding her child, she might break down, which would distress the little one. And probably they wouldn't let her see Elizabeth anyway. There would be more nonsense about the taint of treason. At 2:00, she was still at table, seated under her canopy of estate, when Norfolk returned with Cromwell, Lord Chancellor Audley, and several other privy councillors. Norfolk had in his hand a scroll of parchment. She rose to her feet in alarm. "Why have your lordships come?"
"This, madam," Norfolk waved the paper, "is the warrant for your arrest. By the King's command we are to conduct you to the Tower of London, where you will abide during His Highness's pleasure."
The Tower. Her flesh shrank from the prospect of being incarcerated in that grim fortress. She had only ever visited at the time of her coronation, when the Queen's apartments had been refurbished at huge expense for her, but she knew the rest of the Tower was grim by comparison. Thomas More had been in prison there for a year. They said he had emerged an old man, and about 50 years ago 2 little princes had disappeared in the Tower. Done to death, it was bruited, by their wicked uncle. Would she disappear too? She made a huge effort to muster her courage.
"If it be His Majesty's pleasure, I am ready to obey," she said. "What may I take with me?"
"You must come as you are," Norfolk said.
"In this?"
She looked down at her gorgeous royal gown.
"There is no need to change. All necessities will be provided,"
Paulette told her. It sounded ominous, until she remembered hearing that prisoners in the Tower had to pay for their own keep and any comforts they wanted.
"What of my household?"
"They must remain here. New attendants await you in the Tower. You will wait here until the tide changes," Norfolk told her. "We expect to leave at 4:30.
They left her then, and she spent the afternoon trying to hold herself together, going over and over in her head what she could possibly have said or done to lead people to think she had given an ounce of encouragement to Smeaton. Norris she could understand, although they were guilty only of indiscreet banter, and that brief acknowledgment that there was more between them than could ever be fully said. But Smeaton, the very thought turned her stomach. How could Henry have believed it of her? And how could he have done this to her, whom he had passionately loved, and who had borne his children? If she had not known that Cromwell was ill at Stepney, she would have sworn that his hand was in this. His enmity had been made clear, and she had threatened him. Maybe he was not ill at all. Maybe it was a front for plotting her ruin. The more she thought about this, the more she believed it. Anything was better than believing it of Henry. Her ladies offered some words of comfort to her in her distress, but they were keeping a wary distance. That taint of treason again. Anne picked up her embroidery, but her hands were not steady enough to wield a needle and thread. She wondered if she would ever finish it. Toward 4:00, by which time her heart was thumping in anticipation of what lay ahead, the Countess of Worcester suddenly emitted a moan. She had had her hands on her pregnant belly for some time.
"The child does not stir,"
she said, her face tragic.
"How long have you noticed this?"
Anne asked, as the ladies clustered around.
"Since they came for you,"
the Countess whispered. It was the shock.
"You should lie down,"
Mary Howard urged her, and helped her away to her bed. Again Anne felt faint. The lords came for her soon afterward, accompanied by a larger detachment of the King's Guard and Sir William Kingston, the constable of the Tower, a tall, distinguished knight in middle age, who had long served Henry well and was high in his favour.
"Madam,"
he said, bowing,
"I am to have charge of you during your stay at the Tower. You must come with me now."
His grey eyes were not unkind or devoid of humanity, and his grizzled head was respectfully bowed. Although Anne knew he had been a friend of Cardinal Wolsey, and had been rumoured to be an admirer of the late Princess Dowager, she sensed that he had some sympathy for her. She bade a brief farewell to her attendants, gave Urien a last pat. Poor boy, he was looking at her so soulfully, perhaps sensing her distress, then walked with her custodians through the palace to where her barge was waiting. Passing between the ranked stone statues of heraldic beasts, she descended the privy stairs and stepped on board, as the lords climbed into the vessel behind her. Norfolk indicated that she should enter the cabin, then sat down heavily beside her on the cushioned bench, and himself drew the curtains so that she should not be seen from the shore. It was one small mercy. As the barge began its journey, she tried to ignore his sanctimonious tut-tutting.
"You should remember that your paramours have confessed their guilt," he said.
She flared. "I am innocent. I have had no paramours. I beg of you, take me to see his grace."
"Tut, tut,"
Norfolk repeated, shaking his head, until she thought she would scream.
"We're nearing the tower now,"
he said presently, and she started as a deafening burst of cannon fire almost rocked the barge.
"They're announcing your arrival. It's done when a person of high rank is brought here under arrest."
There was the sound of shouting and loud voices from outside, and the Duke peered through a chink in the curtains.
"People are running to see what's happening."
Anne looked out too, and at the sight of the great fortress looming up in front of her, her courage almost failed her. She remembered that Moore and Fisher and the Nun of Kent had left this place for the scaffold. She waited as the oarsmen steered the vessel toward the Queen's Stairs, which led up to the court gate, the postern entrance where she had entered at her coronation. The difference between that day and this was too monumental to bear thinking about. Back then, Henry had been waiting here to welcome her. He had kissed her in front of everyone. Now she was alone, and terrified of what he might do to her. Sir William Kingston appeared at the door of the cabin.
"Please come with me, madam."
She rose and clambered along the footway behind him, between the rows of staring oarsmen, Norfolk and the other lords bringing up the rear. She could hear the roar of the crowd on Tower Hill as she ascended the Queen's Stairs. Waiting at the top was Kingston's deputy, Sir Edmund Walsingham, the lieutenant of the tower, flanked by a detachment of guards. When she reached the dark passage below the ancient Bywood Tower, Anne faced the stark reality of her situation. It was rare, she realized, for anyone accused of treason to escape death. She felt so ill with fear that she thought she might collapse. As her stoutly maintained composure disintegrated, she sank to her knees. "Oh, my God, help me, as I am not guilty of those crimes of which I am accused," she wailed. The councillors stood there looking down on her pitilessly.
"Sir William, we commit the Queen, here prisoner, to your custody,"
Norfolk said to Kingston. Then he turned to his colleagues, nodded, and made to depart. Anne struggled to her feet, despairing. "My lords, I pray you, beseech the King's grace to be good to me." Her voice rose on a sob, but still they ignored her, and headed back through the postern, to freedom. They knew not how blessed they were. "Sir William, may I write to the King?" she begged.
"You may not write to anyone, madam," he told her.
"Please, he is my lord and husband."
"Orders is orders,"
grunted Sir Edmund Walsingham.
"Come this way,"
Kingston said. The guards surrounded Anne, and she followed the constable along the outer ward of the tower that led toward the royal lodgings. "I was received with greater ceremony the last time I entered here," she recalled. "Master Kingston, do I go into a dungeon?" He looked at her in surprise.
"No, madam. You shall go into the lodging that you stayed in at your coronation."
The relief was indescribable. Henry, for reasons she could not fathom, was doing this to teach her some sort of lesson. They did not house traitors in palaces. But then no queen had ever been accused of treason in England. She thought of Norris, of how nearly she had sinned with him, had indeed sinned in her heart. He did not deserve to be caught up in this. "Where are those accused with me being held?" she asked.
I am not allowed to discuss them with you, madam,
the constable said. They are in dungeons. You don't need to tell me.
We cannot say, Sir Edmund barked. Orders is orders.
Then this lodging is too good for me, she cried, imagining Norris in chains and veering back from optimism to terror. What did they intend to do with her? Jesu, have mercy on me, she cried out, and fell helplessly to her knees on the cobbles, great sobs racking her body. Kingston and Sir Edmund stared down at her in dismay, but neither ventured to help her up. It was not done for a lesser mortal to lay hands on the Queen of England. At the thought, she burst out laughing hysterically. They might be preparing to put her to death, but they dared not lift her up. With an effort, she rose, and they continued past the lieutenant's house to the entrance to the palace, where Kingston preceded her up the stairs to her lodgings. It was as if 3 years had melted away. The rooms smelled musty, but they were just as she had left them to go in triumph through the city. It seemed like yesterday that she had admired the spacious chambers, the great mantle, and the mischievous putti gambolling along the antique frieze. Those who had been chosen to attend her were waiting for her. She was dismayed to see that chief among them were 4 ladies she disliked. There was her Aunt Boleyn, the wife of her Uncle James, who had recently incurred Anne's enmity by switching his allegiance to the Lady Mary. There, too, was Lady Shelton, who greeted Anne with undisguised venom. Lady Kingston came forward and curtsied. She, too, was a friend of the Lady Mary, and had once served the Princess Dowager. Anne did not expect her to be sympathetic. Lastly, there was Mrs. Coffin, the wife of her master of horse. Was this some added refinement of cruelty on Henry's part, forcing upon her the company of 4 women who hated her? How could he? But he had sent her old nurse, Mrs. Orchard, who was shaking her head in sorrow, and the amiable Mrs. Stoner, her mother of the maids. These 2 ladies, Kingston explained, would serve as her chamberers and sleep on pallet beds in her bedchamber at night.
Madam, it is customary for prisoners of wreck to take their meals at my table, he said. Supper is ready, and I should be pleased if you would join me and my wife.
Anne was surprised by this unlooked-for courtesy, and allowed herself to be escorted to the lieutenant's house, a crumbling old building facing Tower Green and the chapel of St. Peter ad Vincula. A table was set with linen and silver, and good fare was placed before her. Heartened, she managed to eat a little, under the watchful eyes of her host and hostess, but the conversation was awkward, punctuated by tense silences. There was so much she wanted, nay, needed to know, but dared not ask, for fear of what she might hear. Above all, she had a burning need to proclaim her innocence, and that of Norris and Smeaton. She also craved spiritual comfort. "Master Kingston, will you please move the King's Highness to agree to my having the Blessed Sacrament in my closet, so that I might pray for God's mercy?" she asked.
"I can arrange for that, madam," he told her, dabbing his mouth with his napkin. "Would you like me to ask one of the Tower chaplains to give you Holy Communion after supper?"
"I should like that very much," she faltered, trying not to cry. "God will bear witness that there is no truth in these charges, for I am as clear from the company of man as from sin, and I am the King's true wedded wife. Master Kingston, do you know why I am here?"
Kingston looked troubled. "If I did, I would not be allowed to discuss it with you."
"When did you last see the King?" she persisted.
"I saw him in the Tilt-Yard on May Day."
"I pray you tell me where my lord my father is," she begged. Father had influence. Surely he could intercede for her.
"I saw him before dinner at court," Kingston replied.
Had father been aware of what was happening? He was a member of the King's Council, and he had been appointed to that grand jury. She remembered how distracted he had been when she saw him last. Had he known about this and not warned her? And George? If George knew, he would move heaven and earth to save her. He would speak to the king on her behalf and fearlessly defend her. She could not bear to imagine his distress when he heard of her arrest. "Where is my sweet brother?" she cried desperately.
"I left him at York Place,"
Kingston said. Lady Kingston reached across and touched her arm. "Madam, there's no use working yourself up into a frenzy," she said. But Anne was lost in terror, deeply agitated, and remembering that someone unnamed had also been charged with committing treason with her. Who could it be? "I hear that I am accused with 3 men," she said, "and I can say no more, but nay, I have done nothing wrong, unless I should open my body to prove it." So saying, she pretended to hold wide her bodice, and then found herself laughing hysterically again at the absurdity of what she had just said, until Kingston reminded her that Norris and Smeaton had testified against her. She could believe it of Smeaton, for he was no gentleman, but not of Norris. Surely he would not betray her. "Oh, Norris, have you accused me?" she burst out, laughter turning to weeping. "You are in the Tower with me, and you and I shall die together. And Mark, you were here too," she lamented, remembering that he too was innocent. Then she thought of her mother, still lying sick at Hever, and how badly the news of her arrest, with all its shocking implications, would affect her. "Oh, my mother, you will die for sorrow," she cried. The thought of her mother was too much to bear, so she quickly changed the subject and spoke of her fears for Lady Worcester, whose child might have died inside her. "What caused it?" Lady Kingston asked. "It was for the sorrow she felt for me," Anne told her. There was a silence. Anne turned to the constable. She desperately needed to know if she was to face trial. "Master Kingston, shall I die without justice?"
"The poorest subject of the king hath justice," he replied. She laughed at that. She could not stop herself. It was 10 o'clock. The chaplain had long gone, and Anne was completing her light penance in her closet when she heard Lady Kingston, in the outer chamber, say to her aunts that Smeaton had at last been found a lodging in the Tower, and that it was meaner than Norris's. Would to God she knew where Norris was lodged. But as she fell, exhausted, into her bed, at the close of what had been the most dreadful day of her life, it was a small comfort to know that he could not be far away. Sleep was impossible. She had suffered night terrors before her arrest, but they were 100 times worse now. Henry, she was convinced, wanted to be free to take a 3rd wife who could give him sons, but without the trouble that had ensued when he had tried to set Catherine aside. But she, Anne, would go quietly, if only she were given the chance, and she would say so as soon as the opportunity arose. It might be her only hope of saving herself. Unless, of course, he was just trying to frighten her into submission. How many times had his threats proved to be mere bluster? He did not really mean to put her to death, not after all she had meant to him. She tried not to imagine herself kneeling before the block, waiting for the axe to fall. The thought was too terrifying. And she had thought rape was the worst thing a man could do to a woman. Her thoughts kept revolving, an endless, convoluted torment, until she saw another bright May morning dawn outside her window. A few hours later, she was allowed to sit in the Queen's garden, a walled enclosure with an unkempt lawn and poorly tended flower beds. Her 4 guardians had to accompany her, and she realized that Lady Kingston, who was ostensibly busy with her sewing, was watching her closely. Lady Shelton's overt hostility was unmitigated. It hurt, especially after Anne had done her the honour of appointing her to Elizabeth's household. "Why are you so angry with me, Aunt?" she challenged. "You should know," Lady Shelton hissed. "Not content with bringing disgrace on our family, you have ruined my Madge's reputation. Do you deny that you pushed her into the king's path?
Or that Norris, the man she loved, betrayed her with you? Thanks to you, her good name is gone and her happiness destroyed."
"None of that is true,"
Anne protested.
"I have brought no disgrace on our family, for I have been true to the king. Those charges are all lies. I never betrayed him or Madge with Norris, and it was Madge who offered to seduce his grace."
"You lie," Lady Shelton spat. "My daughter would never do such a thing."
"I beg to correct you, but she did. Ask her."
"I know what her answer will be. But your wickedness did not end there, as I well know. You forced me to make the Lady Mary's life a misery. That poor girl, that good girl, lived in fear that you would do away with her. How would you like someone to treat your daughter like that? Think on it, madam, for soon you may not be here to protect her." "Lady Shelton, I think you have said enough," Lady Kingston said, as Anne sat there trembling. She might indeed be facing death, and if there was anything that should trouble her conscience, it was the vile way she had treated Mary. Lady Kingston was looking at her with pity in her eyes. "I suggest you refrain from making wild threats," she told Lady Shelton, "as we don't know what is to happen to the Queen here. We await the King's orders." So there was cause for hope after all. Anne did not know how much longer she could live with the uncertainty, the wild veering between optimism and despair. But she was resolved that, if Henry did spare her, she would be truly kind to Mary and make up to her for all the misery she had inflicted. Mrs. Coffin, who had been feeding the birds with crumbs from the breakfast table, now sat down beside Anne. "I am most sorry for your present trouble," she said. "I cannot imagine why you were in this situation. I'm told it is because of something your chamberlain said. Why would Sir Henry Norris tell Father Skip that he would swear you were a good woman? Why should he even speak of such a matter?" It dawned on Anne that Mrs. Coffin and the others had been set to spy on her and get her to incriminate herself out of her own mouth. No doubt every word she said was being reported back to Kingston and Henry.
"I bade him do so,"
she said, deciding that telling the truth was the best course.
"We had exchanged some remarks in jest, no more, that we feared had been overheard and misconstrued."
She recounted the conversation she had had with Norris. "You should know that even now Sir Francis Weston is being questioned by the Privy Council about his relations with your Grace," Mrs. Coffin revealed, watching her closely. Weston, too. She had wondered if he was the third man.
"I fear him talking more than anyone else,"
she admitted.
"He thinks that Norris is in love with me."
And she related her exchange with Weston about Norris being reluctant to marry Madge.
"And that," she said, glaring at Lady Shelton, "was all there was to this so-called treason."
She turned back to Mrs. Coffin.
"I will not be convicted," she declared. "There is no evidence they can produce against me. If they are twisting silly talk like this, they must be groping around in the dust for a means to get rid of me. But my brother will speak for me, and Norris will declare my innocence, as must Weston and Smeaton."
"Lord Rochford has been arrested too," Lady Kingston revealed.
"He is here in the Tower."
She would not meet Anne's horrified gaze. George, too. It did not make sense. Why should he be imprisoned on her account? God forbid. Had his part in Catherine's death been discovered? If Chapuis knew of it, Henry would need to make an example of her brother to satisfy the Emperor, whose friendship he desired. And she, Anne, for all Charles's fair words, remained an obstacle to that. Were they also trying to make out that she and her friends had been accomplices in murder, so that the alliance could go ahead? Was this about adultery or murder?
"This is becoming farcical," she declared. "I pray you, Lady Kingston, send for your husband so that I might speak to him."
Sir William, duly summoned, was soon standing before her, hat in hand.
"I hear that my lord, my brother, is here," she said.
"It is true,"
he confirmed. "But why?" she asked.
"You know I cannot discuss that with you."
She sighed. "I am very glad that we are so near each other." It struck her that, without George and Norris to speak for her, she really was utterly friendless. Kingston cleared his throat.
"Madam, I may also tell you that 4 other gentlemen are in the Tower on your account. Sir Francis Weston, Sir William Brereton, Sir Thomas Wyatt, and Sir Richard Page."
That made 6 men beside her brother. Wyatt she could perhaps understand, for he had loved her once, but she barely knew what Page looked like. What sort of sexual predator did they suppose her to be? Or were they trying to suggest that, being so desperate to get a son, she had resorted to lover after lover in the hope of filling the royal cradle? It was ridiculous. Had they not remembered that she had had no trouble at all making sons with Henry? Or were they trying to imply that those sons, and even Elizabeth, God forfend, were not Henry's? Something was becoming clear. This whole stinking matter was not just Henry's doing. It was Cromwell's. Of that she had no doubt. He had feared her enmity, and he had counterattacked. The arrest of Brereton proved it. Cromwell had a score to settle with him. The hand of Master Secretary was becoming all too evident in this business. This was not about adultery or murder. Well, she would deal with him. "Master Kingston, I desire you to bear a letter from me to Master Secretary," she said.
"Madam," he replied, "tell it me by word of mouth, and I will do it."
"I beg you, say to him that I much marvel that the King's Council does not come to see me. They have not questioned me at all, and yet they have arrested these 7 gentlemen. I should like an opportunity to explain everything and clear my name." Kingston said nothing. Anne looked up at the cloudless sky. "If good men will do nothing to remedy my situation, God will make manifest his displeasure. I'll wager we shall have no rain till I am delivered out of the Tower."
"Then I pray it will rain soon, because we need fair weather for the crops," Kingston said, and left her. When he had gone, Lady Kingston gave her a frame, some fabric and some silks, and she tried to concentrate on embroidery. As she stitched, she warmed even more to her theory about Cromwell. None of her women had been arrested for abetting adultery, and it would have been impossible for her to have indulged in a succession of liaisons without the collusion of at least one trusted maid. In accusing her of whatever crime she was supposed to have committed, Cromwell had taken a breathtaking risk, which showed how desperate he must be. But Cromwell was no fool. Whatever proofs he had shown Henry would have had to be convincing, or the consequences for Master Secretary could be horrific. By the following evening, Anne had grown so sick of the unwelcome vigilance and barbs of her attendant ladies that she could stay silent no longer. At dinner, when they were all present, she turned to Kingston. "The King knew what he was doing when he placed my aunt's and Mistress Coffin about me, for they tell me nothing about anything." Lady Boleyn snorted. "Your love of intrigue has brought you to this, niece." "I have never intrigued against the King," Anne declared. There was a silence. Mrs. Stoner filled it. "You know Mark Smeaton is the worst treated of all the prisoners here, for he wears irons." Anne was disturbed to hear it. "That is because he is no gentleman," she observed. "I know of no wrong he has done. He was only ever in my privy chamber at Winchester, when I sent for him to play for the company. I did not speak with him after that till the Saturday before May Day, when I found him standing in the window in my presence chamber." She related what had happened. "Is it for this he was arrested?" The ladies said nothing. She hoped they would report her defence of Smeaton. After dinner, her spirit sank again at the thought of another night spent agonizing about her situation. When Kingston was preparing to escort her back to her lodging, she broke down. "My lord, my brother will die," she wailed. "That is by no means certain," he said.
I have never heard of a queen being so cruelly treated, she told him. I think the king does it to prove me. And suddenly she was laughing again. It was the thought of Henry, who had been constantly unfaithful, testing her devotion. With an effort she controlled herself. I shall have justice.
Have no doubt of that, Kingston assured her.
And if any man accuses me, I can say nothing but nay, for they can bring no witness. I wish, though, that I could have made some statement of my innocence. If I had done so, my case would be won. I would to God I had my bishops with me, for they would all go to the king for me if they knew the truth. It appalled her to think that those who had known her as a friend to true religion might now believe the worst of her. Kingston was looking sceptical, which aroused her anger. I think the most part of England must be praying for me, she said, and if I die, you shall see the greatest visitation of divine punishment that ever came to England. But I shall be in heaven, for I have done many good deeds in my days. And at the thought, she wept again. She had been in the Tower nearly a week when a deputation of councillors visited her.
Make a full confession of your crimes and it will go better for you, they exhorted her.
What crimes?
She faced them boldly, holding herself regally as their queen.
My lords, I have no further hope in this world, but I will confess nothing, certainly not to things I have not done. All I want now is to be delivered from this purgatory on earth, so that I can go and live in heaven. I no longer care about dying.
It was true. She was calmer now, resigned to the worst. Her life had become such a living hell that death would come as a welcome release. They stared at her, astonished. Had they expected tears and pleading? She returned their gaze.
I can confess no more than I have already spoken.
2 days later, Kingston stood before her.
I am to tell your grace that I have this day received orders that I am to bring up the bodies of Sir Francis Weston, Sir Henry Norris, Sir William Brereton, and Mark Smeaton to Westminster Hall, to be tried for treason on Friday next.
2 days hence.
And what of Lord Rochford and myself?
I have received no instructions about that, madam.
This is outrageous, she flared. We should all be tried at the same time. The outcome of the one trial may prejudice the other.
Madam, Kingston said patiently, these men are commoners, and will be heard by the commissioners who brought the case against them. You and Lord Rochford have the right to be tried by the peers, your equals, in the court of the High Steward of England.
She knew that whoever tried whom, and when, the law was heavily weighted against anyone suspected of treason. She had heard of only one person ever being acquitted.
What of Master Wyatt and Master Page? She asked.
Again, I have received no instructions, Kingston said.
She was on a dagger's edge on the day the men were tried, and kept sending to know if Kingston had returned. The sight of his grave face, when, late in the afternoon, he appeared before her, made her fear the worst.
Tell me, she begged, were they found guilty?
All, he said, swallowing.
Of what?
She cried.
I may not discuss the indictments with your grace.
Tell me at least if they protested my innocence, she pleaded.
Only Smeaton pleaded guilty, Kingston told her, but the verdict was unanimous.
This was a worse nightmare than any she had suffered in the hours of darkness.
What will happen to them?
She whispered, dreading the answer. Kingston looked distressed.
They will suffer the death meted out to traitors.
Not Norris, her heart cried out. Not that true, loyal man. Nor Weston, who was young and full of life.
Or Brereton, whose only crime had been to offend Cromwell. Or Smeaton, for all his insufferable pride. This could not be happening. And what did it portend for her and for George? They were all doomed. The next day,
Kingston returned. "Madam, I have received the King's writ commanding me to bring your Grace and Lord Rochford before the Lord High Steward on Monday for trial here in the King's Hall."
So she was not to go out of the Tower. No doubt they feared demonstrations on her behalf, or, more likely, against her. "But I have not been told what has been alleged against me," she cried. "How can I prepare my defence?"
"You will hear the indictment in court, madam, where they will also read out the depositions of any witnesses."
"May some lawyer be appointed to speak for me?"
Kingston was looking increasingly uncomfortable. "Madam, legal representation is forbidden to those charged with treason, nor may you call witnesses on your own behalf."
She laughed bitterly at that.
"It is doubtful that any would dare come forward anyway. So how can I defend myself?"
"You may dispute with your accusers."
"You told me I would have justice," she snapped. "This sounds like a travesty of it."
Kingston lowered his guard, and she could see the compassion in his eyes.
"As my good friend Cardinal Wolsey once said to me," he observed, "if the Crown were prosecutor and insisted on it, justice would be found to bring in a verdict that Abel was the murderer of Cain."
The realization that she was in the same plight as she had intended for Wolsey stung.
"Then I am brought to fight without a weapon," she whispered.
Kingston hastened away, saying there was much to be done, leaving her to her frustration and her fears. She spent much of the rest of that day, and all day Sunday, watching from her window, as the courtyard of the inmost ward below became the scene of frantic activity, with workmen carrying wood and scaffolding poles into the adjacent King's Hall, a flustered Kingston directing them, and Tower officials running back and forth to do his bidding. Looking at the rich furnishings being borne in, a great gilded board bearing the arms of England, tables, Turkey rugs, upholstered chairs, and a chest of silver goblets, she realized that she was to be tried with an appropriate degree of state and ceremonial. She was, after all, the Queen of England. Chapter 27, 1536. She waited in the porch with Kingston, Sir Edmund Walsingham, her 4 female warders, and, a welcome surprise, 4 of her former maids of honour, Nan Saville, Marjorie Horseman, Mary Zouche, and Norris's sister, another Mary, all of whom it was a comfort to see. She was near tears as she embraced them, although the evident distress in their faces alarmed her. They would have heard the gossip at court. Did they know something she did not? At least, as Queen, she would be properly attended, but this was no court ceremonial. The gentleman jailer of the Tower waited with her, and there were guards before and behind her. From inside the hall she could hear a great hubbub of conversation. The place must be packed. She had seen the common folk queuing from before dawn to get in. At least she was to be tried in the sight of the people. She heard a voice crying for silence, then the gruff tones of Uncle Norfolk, who, Kingston had told her, was acting as Lord High Steward on this occasion, calling, "Gentleman jailer of the Tower, bring in your prisoner." An usher appeared at the door, and at his nod Anne held her head high, as became a queen, and followed him into the vast aisled hall, aware of 1,000 eyes upon her. The benches and the stands that lined the length of the walls were packed with spectators. She knew she cut a regal figure in her gown of black velvet, worn over a kirtle of scarlet damask, and a small bonnet sporting a black and white feather. They had been among the items of apparel that had been bundled into a chest and delivered to the Tower shortly after she arrived. She was heartily thankful that the uncontrollable hysteria of her first week in captivity had abated, leaving her calm, dignified, and ready to face whatever fate, or Henry, had in store for her. God, she felt, walked by her side, and from him she would gain her strength. She tried not to look at the gentleman jailer of the Tower, who walked beside her carrying his ceremonial axe, its blade turned away from her, to signify that she was as yet uncondemned. Ahead of her was Uncle Norfolk, enthroned under a cloth of estate bearing the royal arms, for he represented the king. He leaned on the long white staff of his office, and on a chair at his feet sat his son, her cousin Surrey, grasping the golden staff that Norfolk wielded as Earl Marshal of England. At the Duke's right hand sat Lord Chancellor Audley, and at his left the Duke of Suffolk, who could both be trusted to do the king's bidding. On either side stood the peers who had come to try her, 24 and more of them, all familiar faces, many belonging to men she had once called her friends. Some were staunch partisans of the Lady Mary, others relations or favourites of the king. She could not look for much help there. She noticed Harry Percy, looking drawn and ill, and, God save her, father was there too, red-faced and not meeting her eye. At the sight of him she faltered for a moment. What kind of monster would command a father to judge his own children? Had Henry sunk so low, or did she have Cromwell to thank for this? He was there, Master Secretary, looking important and smug. His eyes bore down on her in triumph. He had won, he was telling her. He had nothing more to fear from her. She resolved to expose him for the villain he was. Her gaze took in the Lord Mayor of London with his aldermen, sheriffs, and guildsmen. There was the French ambassador and other foreign diplomats, but Chapuis, whose derision she had dreaded, was nowhere to be seen. A great platform had been raised in the centre of the hall. She stepped up to it, walked to the bar, and curtsied to her judges, her eyes raking them all. She would not show them any sign of fear. To a man they bowed, and Norfolk invited her to be seated on the fine chair that stood on the platform. She sat down, arranging her skirts elegantly about her. Next to the chair was a small table, on which had been placed her crown, as if to remind those watching of her exalted rank. They would have brought it over from the jewel house next door. With much flourishing of papers and clearing of his throat, Sir Christopher Hales, the Attorney General, rose to read the indictment. His voice rang out. "Whereas Queen Anne has been the wife of King Henry VIII for 3 years and more, she, despising the solemn, most excellent and noble marriage between our Lord the King and her, and having in her heart malice against our Lord the King, and being seduced by evil, and not having God before her eyes, and following daily her frail and carnal appetites, did falsely and traitorously procure, by base conversations and kisses, touches, gifts, and other infamous inducements, many of the king's close servants to be her adulterers." Anne put up her hand. "Not guilty," she said firmly. "This is all lies." Sir Christopher glared at her. "Madam, you shall have your say. Pray allow me to finish. Ahem. Several of the king's servants yielded to her vile provocations." He named Norris, Weston, Brereton, and Smeaton, then read out a long list of the dates on which adultery was supposed to have taken place. She listened in growing amazement that whoever had compiled it could have been so careless. It was shameful, having to listen to descriptions of herself enticing, by sweet words, kisses, caresses, and worse, her co-accused to violate her, and having illicit intercourse. But it was the dates that, above all else, drew her attention. They were many of them impossible, because either she or the gentleman in question had not been in that place at that time, or not together. And yet it had been made impossible for her fully to refute the charges because of the frequent assertion in the indictment that adultery had been committed on many occasions before and after the date listed. This, as she had feared, was a travesty of justice. "Not guilty," she said again. She was wondering what part George was supposed to have played in all this, and when Sir Christopher would get to the charges of conspiracy, when she heard his name. "Also," and here the Attorney General paused for effect,
that the Queen procured and incited her own natural brother, George Boleyn, knight, Lord Rochford, to violate her, alluring him with her tongue in the said George's mouth, and the said George's tongue in hers, and also with kisses, presents, and jewels, against the commands of Almighty God, and all laws human and divine, whereby he, despising the commands of God and all other human laws, violated and carnally knew the said Queen, his own sister.
She could have died of shame. She was trembling so violently that she thought she would die. This was outrageous. It was bad enough that they had made her out to be the basest and most wanton monster, but they could not seriously be suggesting that she had bedded George. It was foul, abominable, and sickening, and if her cheeks were flaming, it was because she was revolted by such filth.
"Not guilty!"
Her voice rang out loudly, but Sir Christopher had not finished.
"Furthermore," he continued, "the Queen and the other traitors compassed and imagined the King's death, and the Queen frequently promised to marry one of the traitors whenever the King should depart this life, affirming she would never love the King in her heart. By base conversations and kisses—"
"This is utter calumny!" Sir Christopher, in full flight, was not to be deterred.
"My lords, think of the effect of all this upon our sovereign lord the King. Having come only a short time ago to hear of these false and detestable crimes, vices, and treasons committed against himself, he has suffered such inward displeasure and heaviness that certain harms and perils have befallen his royal body, to the scandal, danger, and detriment of the heirs of the King and Queen."
Henry was suffering. What about her, having all these vile, unjust accusations flung at her in public? It was hard to sit there patiently, listening to them, while trying to look like the innocent person she was. She felt dirty, sullied, almost as if she were guilty. At last, Sir Christopher stopped speaking.
"You may answer the charges now, madam," he told her.
It was important to stay calm and not protest too much, but this was the moment she had longed for. She looked around the hall at all the people staring at her expectantly.
"I have never been false to the King," she insisted. "I remember well that, on about half of the days on which I am charged with adultery, I was not even in the same house as the gentleman concerned, or I was with child, or had recently given birth. Ask your wives, my lords. What woman wants dalliance with a man at such a time?"
There was a murmur of laughter. Good. She had some of them, at least, with her.
"But think, what does charging me with adultery on these dates imply?" she went on. "It is a foul slur on my issue with the King, a hint that he did not sire my children, and I find that shocking. Impugning the royal succession is treason, and in making these charges my accusers are guilty of it. And on at least one of the days I am supposed to have seduced my paramours, I knew myself to be under constant surveillance. My lords, I am not that much of a fool."
There was more laughter. She waited until it had died down.
"But now I must refute the serious charge of conspiring the death of the King. It is the most heinous of them all, and high treason of the first order. If I were guilty of it, then I should say that I deserved to die. But when I allegedly first plotted this treason, the Princess Dowager was yet alive, and what would it have availed me? For if the King had died then, there might well have been a rising in favour of the Lady Mary, or even civil war."
She paused to let that sink in.
"What would it have profited me to kill my chief protector and ally myself in marriage with any of those men? None of them could have given me what the King gave me."
She braced herself to go on.
"As for the charge of incest, it is plain that my enemies have conjured it purely to arouse outrage and revulsion against me. And in regard to all the accusations of adultery, committing that crime would have been impossible without the connivance of the ladies waiting on me,
who are witnesses to my private doings, and yet none have been charged with misprision of treason." She looked defiantly around the court, gratified to hear some murmurs of assent. "Moreover," she went on, emboldened, "I knew I stood in danger from my enemies. I could not have been more wary and wakeful, for I knew their eyes were everywhere upon me, and that their malicious hearts were bent on making some mischief where they found none. What half-wit would commit misconduct, knowing they were so closely watched?" The Attorney-General and Cromwell stood up.
"Admit it! The charges are all justified," Sir Christopher barked.
"I refute them utterly," she insisted.
Cromwell spoke. "There was a promise, was there not, between you and Norris to marry after the King's death, which you hoped for?"
"No, there was not." She would not deign to look at him.
"You danced in your bedchamber with gentlemen of the King's privy chamber?"
"I danced with them in my privy chamber, and my ladies were always present."
"You were seen kissing your brother, Lord Rochford?"
"My lords, I do protest," Anne cried. "Which of you have wives, sisters and daughters, who do not kiss their brothers from time to time?"
Cromwell ignored that. "You cannot deny that you wrote to your brother, informing him that you were with child?"
"Why should I not? I informed all my family. Since when has it been a crime?"
"Some might see it as proof that your brother had fathered your child."
She responded to that with the contemptuous silence it merited, raising her eyebrows. Sir Christopher returned to the attack.
"You and your brother laughed at the King's attire and made fun of his poetry."
She would not deign to answer that either. They really were raking for muck.
"You showed in various ways that you did not love the King and were tired of him. My lords, is this not shocking conduct in a woman whom the King had honoured by marrying her?"
The lords nodded sagely. "I love my lord the King, as I am by honour and inclination bound to do," Anne protested in a loud voice. "I have maintained my honour and my chastity all my life long, as much as ever a queen did. This case you have constructed against me is nothing but calumny." That set many to murmuring, and she sensed that they were expressing doubts and suspicions in regard to the prosecution's case. Some were looking at her and nodding approvingly.
"But your paramours have confessed."
"4 of them pleaded not guilty," she reminded them. "That leaves the wretch Smeaton. 1 witness is not enough to convict a person of high treason."
"In your case it is sufficient," Cromwell said. "Besides, we have the witness depositions. Let them be read."
They added nothing new to the Crown's case, but Anne was deeply hurt to hear that Lady Worcester had testified to her alleged relations with George and Smeaton, and Lady Wingfield had confided to a friend that the Queen was a loose woman. "But Lady Wingfield is dead," Anne objected, "so her testimony can only be hearsay, which I believe is inadmissible as evidence. I repeat, everything you have alleged against me is untrue. I have committed no offence." The Attorney-General looked at her as if she was speaking in a foreign tongue.
"That concludes the case for the Crown," he intoned. "My lords, will you consider your verdict?"
The lords nodded their assent and began conferring with each other. Hardly able to bear the tension, Anne watched as several walked over to commune with their fellows on the other side of the hall. She searched their faces for some sign of what they were thinking, but it was impossible to tell. They were giving nothing away. Her mouth felt dry and her hands clammy. All she wanted now was for this ordeal to be over. Eventually, Suffolk signalled to Sir Christopher Hales.
"My Lord of Surrey, I call upon you first to give your verdict,"
the Attorney-General said.
"Guilty,"
Surrey declared.
"My Lord of Suffolk?" "Guilty." "My Lord of Worcester?" "Guilty." "My Lord of Northumberland?"
Harry Percy stood up. His face was deathly pale, but his voice was strong.
"Guilty!"
And then, what else had she expected? Every other earl and baron among them stood up, each in his turn, and said the same, until Sir Christopher came to her father, who looked like a broken man.
"My lord of Wiltshire!"
Father rose slowly to his feet. He was struggling to speak.
"My lord!"
"Guilty," he muttered. They had forced him to this, Anne knew, even as she was horrified that he had condemned her. He had bought his safety by betraying his children. That was more terrible to her than her own peril. And yet he had Mother to think of. He was salvaging what he could of his life, but he would have to live with what he had done. Sir Christopher Hales was regarding Anne sternly.
"Prisoner at the bar, you will stand to receive judgment."
She stood up. Everything seemed unreal. She was barely aware of the speculative murmurs rippling along the benches. Suffolk came to the bar and addressed her.
"Madam, you must resign your crown into our hands."
By that she knew the worst. She lifted the crown and gave it to him, aware that in this symbolic act she was ceremonially divesting herself of the trappings of her rank. All her power had come to this. "I am innocent of having offended against his grace," she declared, but Suffolk remained impassive.
"In the name of the king, I degrade you from your title of Lady Marquess," he proclaimed.
"I give it up willingly, to my lord my husband who conferred it," she replied, aware that the title of Queen had not been mentioned. They could not take that away, at least not now. It was hers under the Act of Succession, which had named her Queen by statutory right, not just by right of marriage to the king. A hush descended as Norfolk sat up straight in his chair. She was astonished to see tears streaming down his cheeks. No doubt they were for his family's lost honour and status, and the jeopardizing of his own career by this scandal, rather than for her. He fixed his martinet gaze on her.
"Because you have offended against our sovereign lord the king's grace, in committing treason against his person, the law of the realm is this, that you have deserved death, and your judgment is this, that you shall be burned at the stake here within the Tower of London on the Green, or you will have your head smitten off, according to the king's pleasure."
There was a shriek from the back of the stands, and Anne glimpsed Mrs. Orchard in a state of unspeakable distress. The justices were muttering indignantly, clearly unhappy about the sentence.
"It should be one thing or the other," she heard one say. "It is unfair on the prisoner."
Norfolk glared at him. Suddenly, Harry Percy slumped in his chair, apparently unconscious. The lords nearby moved to help, and ushers came hastening to carry him out. Had it been too much for him, knowing that the girl he had once loved was the woman he had just condemned to a terrible death? They were waiting for her to speak now. She still felt calm. She could not connect these dread events to herself. It was as if the whole trial had taken place in a dream. She looked down at her skirts, wondering if they would expect her to go royally garbed to her burning. What a waste of good clothes that would be! And then the awful realization of what lay in store for her sank in. "O Father, O Creator, Thou who art the way, the life, and the truth, knowest whether I have deserved this death," she cried out, raising her eyes to heaven. She looked desperately at her judges. "My lords, I will not say your sentence is unjust, nor presume that my defence can prevail against your convictions. I am willing to believe that you have sufficient reasons for what you have done, but they must be other than those which have been produced in court, for I am clear of all the offences laid to my charge. I have ever been a faithful wife to the king, though I do not say I have always shown him that humility which his goodness to me merited. I confess I have had jealous fancies and suspicions of him, which I had not discretion and wisdom enough to conceal at all times." She paused, bowing her head in humility. Then her voice rang out strong and true. "But God knows, and is my witness, that I have not sinned against him in any other way. Think not I say this in the hope to prolong my life, for he who saves from death has taught me how to die, and he will strengthen my faith. I know these, my last words, will avail me nothing, but for the justification of my chastity and honour." She looked directly at her father, who would not meet her eye. "As for my brother, and those others who are unjustly condemned, I would willingly suffer many deaths to deliver them. But since I see it so pleases the king, I shall willingly accompany them in death, with this assurance that I shall lead an endless life with them in peace and joy, where I will pray to God for the king, and for you, my lords." Silence greeted her impassioned words. The peers had the grace to look chastened. She wondered if, in their hearts, they believed her guilty. It did not matter. It was Henry, clearly, who had been convinced of it, and once his will had been made plain, no one would dare contravene it. She looked at her accusers again, her gaze taking in Hales and Cromwell. "The judge of all the world, in whom abounds justice and truth, knows all," she reminded them. "And through his love, I beseech that he will have compassion on those who have condemned me to this death." She paused. "I ask only for a short space of time for the unburdening of my conscience." She could hear more than one person sobbing. Norfolk was weeping again. Even Cromwell had pity in his eyes. The court rose. Anne curtsied to the peers. Then Kingston came forward to escort her from the hall, with Lady Kingston following. The gentleman jailer walked alongside, his ceremonial axe now turned toward her, to show the waiting crowd outside that she had been condemned to death. She had been told that her brother's trial was to follow, and was praying that she might catch a glimpse of him, and even offer him some words of comfort. But there was no sign of him. As she left the hall, a buzz of conversation erupted behind her. Back in her chamber, she was relieved to learn that only Lady Kingston, Aunt Boleyn, Mrs. Orchard, and her 4 maids were to attend her from now on. Lady Shelton and Mrs. Coffin had been dismissed. She sank down on her bed, and it was only now that she gave herself up to terror, shrinking in her mind from the heat of the flames, the scorching of her flesh, and the unimaginable agony and horror of being burned to death. She stuffed the sheet in her mouth to stop herself from screaming. George had been condemned too, in his case to a traitor's death.
"But because he is a nobleman, the king will almost certainly commute it to beheading,"
Kingston said, his tone gentle. He had been treading warily around Anne since she had emerged, drained and fragile, from her bedchamber. "Did he deny the charges?" She was desperate to know. Now that judgment had been passed, the constable seemed willing to talk.
"He did, and he answered them so prudently and wisely that it was a marvel to hear. He never confessed to anything, but made himself clear that he had never offended. Sir Thomas More himself did not reply better."
Brave George! He had not played the craven and let her down.
"It was his wife who deposed against him in regard to the incest,"
Kingston told her. Jane, that little hell-cat! What a vile revenge she had wreaked for George's base use of her, and for Fisher's death.
"It seems that it was more out of envy and jealousy than out of love toward the king that she betrayed this accursed secret,"
Kingston added.
"Why should she be jealous?"
Anne cried.
"It seems she thought her husband loved you more, madam."
"That's what she wants the world to think. No, she is for the Lady Mary. She means to destroy me and my blood."
"I think many agreed with your grace," Kingston revealed. "Some said much money would have been won, at great odds, if Lord Rochford had been acquitted.
How did my brother take the sentence? She asked.
Bravely. He observed that every man was a sinner, and that all merited death. Then he said that, since he must die, he would no longer maintain his innocence, but confess that he had deserved to die.
Anne was about to protest that George would never have incriminated them both by saying such a thing, and then it dawned on her. He had not been talking about incest, but about murder. Mrs. Orchard, who had stayed in the hall to watch George's trial, came to offer comfort.
"He won't let them kill you,"
she said, holding Anne to her ample bosom, just as if she were a child again.
"When it comes to it, you'll get a reprieve, you'll see."
"Yes," Anne sobbed. "I pray you are right."
"Something strange happened at your brother's trial," Mrs. Orchard told her. Anne sat up.
"What?"
"They accused him of putting it about that you had told Lady Rochford something secret about the king. They wouldn't say what it was, but wrote it down and showed it to Lord Rochford, ordering him not to repeat it. But he did. He read out that you had told Lady Rochford that the king wasn't able to copulate with a woman, for he had neither potency nor vigour."
"I never said that," Anne flared. "It's not true. So why would I say it?"
But she knew the answer. If Henry could not have sired her children because of impotency, some other man must have. And there might be another, more sinister explanation, for all the world knew that impotency was caused by witchcraft. That might explain Sir Christopher's strange claim that harms and perils had befallen the king's body. Were they really implying that she herself had cast an enchantment on Henry to make him incapable of siring the sons she had so desperately longed for? It defied all reason. "That's what your brother told them. He said, 'I did not say it.' He insisted he would never arouse any suspicion that might prejudice the king's issue." No, he would not, but others were striving their best to do just that. Anne dared not think of what the consequences would be for Elizabeth. In fact, she dared not think of Elizabeth, for that way lay madness. On the day after the trial, Kingston informed Anne that he was going to Whitehall to see the king. A little hope sparked in her, especially when he told her that the condemned men were to die the next day. But no instructions had been sent, nor any date set for her own execution.
"Sir William, have you been told how I am to die?" she faltered.
"No, madam. Today I mean to discover the king's pleasure concerning you, in regard to your comfort and what is to be done with you."
"I pray he will put me out of this misery. It's not knowing what will happen that torments me the most. If I know my fate, I can prepare myself to face it."
Kingston's grey eyes were full of sympathy. She suspected he had grown to like her, and that he did not believe what they said of her.
"I will do my best for you,"
he promised. That afternoon, Archbishop Cranmer was ushered into her presence chamber. She fell to her knees, weeping when she saw him, seizing the hem of his surplice and kissing it.
"Oh, my dear friend, it is such a comfort to see you."
Cranmer knelt beside her, his heavy features contorted with emotion.
"The king has appointed me your confessor," he told her. "Oh, Anne, I am exceedingly sorry that the charges have been proved against you. I told them I could not believe it of you. I said I never had a better opinion of a woman, and that I loved you for the love you bear to God and the gospel. But the things they told me—"
"All lies," she assured him. "My enemies have united to get rid of me, and they have turned the king against me. Tell me, does he really believe it all?"
Cranmer looked miserable.
"I fear he does, but I have hardly seen him. No one has. He has shut himself away, and will see only me and Cromwell. When I saw his grace today, he was in a pensive mood. But you know him of old, Anne. It's impossible to know what he is thinking. He spoke of the succession. He said that the Princess Elizabeth cannot stand in the way of any heirs he might have with a future wife."
"Then he really does mean to be rid of me," she whispered, feeling again the rising terror she had fought so hard to control. He meant to make Jane Seymour queen. A fine queen she would be, who was sly, deceitful, and never had a word to say for herself.
"All I can say is that he has charged me with finding cause to dissolve your marriage," Cranmer said.
"The marriage you found to be good and valid just 3 years ago," Anne retorted bitterly. "And what will that make my daughter? A bastard?"
"I fear so,"
Cranmer admitted, wringing his hands. Anne stood up. "Has anyone pointed out to Henry the absurdity of charging me with adultery if I was never lawfully his wife?" She laughed mirthlessly. "Of course, it makes little difference, for they cleverly added that charge of plotting the king's death, which is high treason by anyone's reckoning."
She regarded Cranmer. He loved her, but his admiration for her counted for little against his desire to please the king, his sense of self-preservation, and his zeal for reform. She would be a hindrance to that now, with her reputation in tatters. But she must be fair. Cranmer was in a difficult position. Her fall might well have an adverse impact on him, the man who had facilitated her marriage to the king. He needed to survive, to fight for the cause another day.
"So what is it to be?" she asked. "Consanguinity? A pre-contract with Harry Percy? Insanity? By the way, how is Harry Percy?"
"Mortally ill, I fear,"
Cranmer said, rising to his feet.
"Madam, I cannot argue that the king's union with the Princess Dowager was lawful after all. We'd all be a laughing-stock. And Percy has again denied that there ever was a pre-contract. That leaves the impediment raised by the king's relations with your sister. Now, I know that the Bishop of Rome issued a dispensation covering that, but the recent Dispensations Act provides that it cannot be held as valid because it is contrary to Holy Scripture and the laws of God. Thus your marriage may be deemed null and void. I have come to summon you and the king to appear before my court at Lambeth Palace to hear my judgment. I advise you not to contest it."
All she could think of was that she would see Henry. She would have this one last chance of convincing him she had never betrayed him, and of telling him she would make no fuss if he divorced her, but would go abroad and disappear into a nunnery. Anything would be better than facing the flames.
"The king will be there?"
she asked eagerly.
"Neither of you will be there," Cranmer said. "You will both be represented by proctors."
It was crushing to hear that, but then hope sprang again. If Henry meant to have her executed, why go to the bother of annulling their marriage? Sadly, the answer was plain. He must ensure an undisputed succession.
"My daughter was born before the Dispensations Act was passed, when the king and I believed we had entered into marriage in good faith. Surely she must be deemed legitimate."
"And this is no time for legal niceties," Cranmer warned her. "I am come to obtain your admission of the impediment to your marriage, and your consent to its dissolution, which will mean the disinheriting of your child. In return for that, I am authorized to tell you that the king promises you the kinder death. Already, out of pity, he has sent to Calais for an expert swordsman to do the deed swiftly. Madam, I urge you to consider well and accept the offer. If you do, I am hopeful that you might be spared the extreme penalty altogether."
There could be no contest. The prospect of a reprieve was too compelling. Even if Henry did not pardon her, it would be easier for Elizabeth to grow up in the knowledge that her mother had died by the sword rather than by fire. The child was sharp, with her wits about her, and had it in her to fend for herself. Henry loved her. There was no doubt of it. He would protect her.
As his bastard, she would be safer than if she was a contender for the succession. Look at the misery that had befallen the Lady Mary. Anne thanked God now that, for all Mary's treason, Henry had never carried out any of his threats. His fatherly love went too deep, and Anne trusted that Elizabeth too would be safe from his anger against her mother. Anyway, who would take up the cudgels on Elizabeth's behalf now? "I accept," she said. "Thomas, will you hear my last confession?" Cranmer hesitated. Naturally, he did not want to carry the burden of her innocence. But he surprised her.
"Of course," he said. "I will return."
At supper, she felt more cheerful than she had in days. She had wondered all along if Henry would actually send her to her death, and now she was becoming convinced that he would not. "I believe I will go to a nunnery," she said. "I am hoping that my life will be spared." They were all looking at her with pity in their eyes.
"The gentlemen are to die tomorrow, madam,"
Kingston said gently. She realized she had been cruelly deceived. Henry had meant all along for her to die. There would be no reprieve. She had been tricked by the lure of a mercifully quick end into sanctioning the disinheriting of her child. She kept her composure, although her stomach was churning at the thought of what lay ahead of her days, hours perhaps hence. "I do hope that those poor gentlemen will not suffer traitors' deaths," she said.
"I have just had word, madam. The king has been pleased graciously to commute the sentences to decapitation."
"Thank God," she breathed. "That is a great clemency to Smeaton," Lady Kingston observed. "He is a lucky fellow. Only persons of rank get their sentences commuted. Maybe it is because he confessed to something they knew he had not done," Anne said, remembering how Cranmer had bargained with her. "Master Kingston, I desire very much to be shriven of my sins," she said. "His Grace of Canterbury promised to return to hear my last confession."
"I will send for him," Kingston said, "when the time comes."
"He told me that a French swordsman had been summoned."
"Not French, madam. It is one of the Emperor's subjects from Saint-Omer."
She managed a smile. "That will please Monsieur Chapuis."
"The king is paying the headsman handsomely to ensure you are dispatched humanely," Kingston told her. "This sword of Calais is of some renown for his swiftness and skill."
How could the severing of someone's head be humane? "That is one mercy," she said aloud, feeling the panic rising again. "At least it will be quick. But it is a pity he could not get here in time to dispatch my brother and the others."
"It is, alas. But they are all ready, and, I trust, at peace with God. They shall have good warning in the morning."
She shuddered. She could not bear to think of George and Norris dying for her sake. This time tomorrow, she would be the only one left, and then it could only be a matter of hours. In the morning, Mrs. Orchard woke her early. "Madam, Lady Kingston is here. Orders have come. You are to witness the executions." Anne was instantly awake. "No, I cannot." "My dear lamb, you have to. It is the king's wish. Oh, that Henry would go to hell and be eternally damned. Had he not done enough to her? This was purely vindictive." She suffered them to dress her in the black gown she had worn at her trial, and emerged to face the waiting Kingston.
"I am very sorry for this, madam," he apologized, "but I have my orders."
"I understand," she said shakily. He led her, with Lady Kingston following, across the inmost ward, through the Cold Harbour Gate and back to Water Lane, which they followed some way around the outer ward to one of the ancient towers. He unlocked the door, and they mounted the stone stairs to an empty and very dusty round chamber.
"Your Grace will be able to see from that window," Kingston said. "I regret I cannot remain with you, but I must attend the prisoners to the scaffold."
He bowed and hastened away, It was a small window, set in the thickness of the wall. Although Anne shrank from looking out, her attention was drawn by the vast crowds on Tower Hill, beyond the walls of the fortress. They were being contained by soldiers ranked around a high scaffold, and in the front she recognized many courtiers she knew. After a few minutes, the crowd quietened, and every head was turned in the direction of the entrance to the tower. The ranks of people parted, and Anne could see George, surrounded by guards, then Norris, followed by Weston, Brereton, and Smeaton. All appeared calm except the musician. Even from here he looked terrified. At the sight of her brother and the man she loved, Anne started weeping uncontrollably, and Lady Kingston put a motherly arm around her. Beneath her stolid, taciturn exterior, she had a kindly heart. "I pray they make good ends," she said. "It is a pity we cannot hear their farewell speeches, but no doubt my husband will tell us what they said." Anne cried out as George mounted the scaffold. She sobbed as she watched him, cool and confident as ever, speaking to the crowd for a long space in a loud voice which she could just hear. It tore her apart to think it was for the last time. In minutes, that loved voice would be stilled forever. She watched as he knelt before the block and lay down. She saw the public executioner raise his axe. "No!" she screamed, and buried her face in her hands. "It is over, it is over," Lady Kingston soothed. "Nothing can hurt him now." "Oh, my God, have mercy on his soul," she wept. "Is it safe to look?" "Wait. Yes, they have taken him away." Anne opened her eyes. She was trembling violently, bowed by grief. She peered through the window to see the block, and the executioner's assistant chucking water from a bucket over the scaffold. It was dripping pink with blood. George's blood. She felt sick at the sight. Soon her own blood would be flooding a scaffold. Through the blur of tears, she saw Norris addressing the people. He was brief, so she had little chance to gaze for the last time upon those loved features. When he knelt, she sank to the floor, howling, not caring what Lady Kingston made of it. She stayed there, keening and sobbing, mourning for the only two men who had loved her genuinely and unconditionally. She did not want to live in a world without them. Her only comfort lay in knowing that she would not be far behind them. Somehow she would get through the hours until she could join them. She did not see the other men die. Lady Kingston did not press her. When it was all over, she helped Anne to her feet, turned her away from the window, put an arm around her, and supported her down the stairs, for she was shaking so much that she could not have stood alone. Kingston came within 10 minutes. His face was grim, and he frowned when he saw Anne.
"They all died very charitably," he said.
Lady Kingston was shaking her head warningly. They helped Anne back to her lodgings in silence. When they got there, Kingston turned to her.
"It is my heavy duty, madam, to inform you that you are to die tomorrow morning."
All she could feel was relief. "This is joyful news to me," she declared. "I long only to keep company with my brother and those other gentlemen in heaven." There was one thing she had to know. "Tell me, please, did any of them protest my innocence at the last?"
"Lord Rochford said he had deserved to die shamefully, for he was a wretched sinner and had known no man so evil."
Anne closed her eyes. She was the only person who knew what he meant.
"He prayed us all to take heed of his example, and exhorted us not to trust in the vanity of the world, especially in the flattery of the court. He said, if he had followed God's word indeed, as he read it, he would not have come to this, and prayed that he might be forgiven by all whom he had injured. It was strange, madam. He admitted he deserved a heavier punishment for his other sins, but not from the king, whom he had never offended.
"He spoke truth," Anne whispered. "He has proclaimed our innocence."
Kingston nodded, almost imperceptibly. He could not, of course, openly agree with her.
"What did Norris say?"
He said he did not think that any gentleman of the court owed more to the king than he did, and had been more ungrateful than he had. He also declared that, in his conscience, he thought your grace innocent of the things laid to your charge. He declared he would die 1,000 times rather than ruin an innocent person.
He, too, had vindicated her, with his last breath. Had ever woman been so blessed in the men that loved her?
Kingston was finishing his account. The others said little, madam. Smeaton, being of low degree, was last. He acknowledged that he was being justly punished for his misdeeds. He cried out, "Masters, I pray you all pray for me, for I have deserved the death."
"Has he not then cleared me of the public infamy he has brought me to?" Anne cried. "Alas, I fear his soul now suffers for it, and that he is being punished for his false accusations, for his words will give rise to many reflections. But I doubt not but that my brother and those others are now in the presence of that great king, before whom I am to be tomorrow."
The time could not come quickly enough. Later that day, Kingston reappeared to tell Anne that Archbishop Cranmer had declared her marriage to the king invalid. She smiled at that. There was a certain irony in the fact that it had taken minutes to dissolve the marriage that Henry had striven and schemed for 6 years to make. And look where it had brought her. She had been falsely accused of the vilest of crimes, and she had lost nearly everything that had mattered to her. Her husband, her child, her brother, her status, her friends, her wealth, and her reputation. Her daughter had been branded a bastard, and there was nothing she could do about it. 5 men had died on her account. Her father had abandoned her. Her mother's grief was unimaginable, and now she faced a violent death. The husband who had won her so dearly had carried out his threat to lower her as much as he had raised her. There was nothing left to live for. She did not regret losing Henry. He had become a monster and did not deserve her love and loyalty. She felt no sadness for the ending of their wedlock. When she thought back over the 3 years it had lasted, she could remember only the quarrels, the dreadful insecurities that had driven her to be so cruel to Catherine and Mary, her desperation over not bearing a son, and the slow death of Henry's love. She was glad to have all that behind her. But she wept to think that innocent young Elizabeth was now branded a bastard, and would grow up believing her mother an adulteress and a traitor. That haunted her. That evening, Father Skip came to offer her ghostly comfort in her last hours. They prayed together deep into the night. She could not have slept anyway, for the distant hammering and sawing of wood, echoing across the deserted tournament ground and Tower Green, was a constant reminder that they were building a new scaffold on which she was to die in the morning. Not for her the public scaffold on Tower Hill. She did not want to sleep, for soon she would be asleep in Christ, enjoying eternal rest. Her remaining time on earth could be used more profitably for the repose of her soul. She was still up and praying when dawn broke and Cranmer arrived, as he had promised, to hear her final confession and to celebrate Mass and give her Holy Communion. She asked Kingston to be present when she took the sacrament. She wanted him to hear her declare her innocence before God. She prepared to receive the good Lord with fervent devotion, knowing that she would shortly be in his blessed presence. "I desire to go to him," she declared. "I would that I had suffered yesterday with my brother, that we might have gone to paradise together. But we shall be reunited today. And now I take God to be my witness that, on the damnation of my soul,
I have never offended with my body against the king. It was the truth. That she had strayed in her heart was another matter, one covered by the general confession of all her sins. Cranmer then administered the Holy Sacrament, and afterward she again affirmed her innocence, so that Kingston, the Archbishop, and all her attendants could see there was nothing on her conscience. Hopefully, word would be carried back to Henry and Cromwell. Let them look to their own consciences. When Kingston left to make the final preparations for her execution, Anne sank to her knees again in prayer. Now that the hour was almost upon her, she was thinking constantly about the moment of death. It was not the dying she feared, but the means of it. It would be quick, she knew, but it would be brutal. Have courage, she told herself. It would be over in an instant, and then she would be lifted up out of this miserable world and know eternal joy. As 9 o'clock, the appointed hour, approached, she was ready, frightened but braced for her ordeal. And then Lady Kingston arrived. "I am sorry, madam, but your execution has had to be postponed until noon." "Oh, no," Anne gasped. 3 hours was a horribly long time to prolong this agony of waiting. "Why?" "My husband has just received orders to have foreigners conveyed out of the Tower, and has had to send for the Sheriff of London to see that this is done. He knows you will be upset by the delay, but he cannot help it." "Indeed I am. Pray send him to me when he has a moment free." Anne summoned Father Skip. She had never felt more in need of spiritual support, and she gripped his hands tightly as they kneeled and prayed in her closet, she beseeching God to sustain her courage for a little longer. Kingston came to her not long afterward. By then she was becoming agitated and panicky. "Master Kingston," she addressed him, "I hear that I shall not die before noon, and I am very sorry for it, for I thought then to be dead and past my pain."
"There should be no pain, madam," Kingston reassured her. "It is so subtle a blow."
"I have heard you say the executioner is very good, and I have a little neck." She put her hands around it and laughed nervously.
"I have seen many men and women executed," he told her, "and they have all been in great sorrow. But I can see that your Grace has much joy and pleasure in death."
"There is nothing left for me in this world," she told him. "I do long to die, but my poor flesh shrinks from it, so I am heartily glad it will be over quickly."
"It will be,"
he said, and reached out to squeeze her hand. This unexpected and unorthodox kindness nearly broke her. "I should be grateful if no one would trouble me when I make my devotions this morning," she said, blinking back tears. Kingston promised she would be left alone with her almoner, and departed. Time dragged. Throughout that dreadful morning she found herself constantly striving for calm. Noon came and went. She was now in an agony of suspense. Belatedly, Kingston arrived.
"I am so very sorry, madam. Your execution has now had to be postponed until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. We need more time to give people notice to attend."
"Oh, Master Kingston, I am deeply sorry to hear that," Anne lamented, tears welling in her eyes. "I entreat you, for the honour of God, to beg the king that, since I am in a good state and disposed for death, I might be dispatched immediately. I had thought myself prepared to die, and fear that the delay might weaken my resolve."
Kingston looked deeply distressed. "Madam, I have my orders. I can only exhort you to pray for the strength to endure longer."
It was her strong will and her faith that sustained her through those terrible final hours. Again she sought fortitude in prayer. The hardest times were when her ladies and maids burst into tears, and she had to console them. "Death is not a thing to be regretted by Christians," she reminded them. "Remember, I shall be quit of all unhappiness." It seemed strange to be doing all the normal things, eating meals, or rather picking at them, going to the stool chamber, sipping wine, when the dread and horribly final event of the morrow approached ever nearer. After dinner, as they all sat together around the table sewing, Anne finished her embroidery, the last she would ever complete, laid it down, and did her best to make cheerful conversation with her attendants. She even attempted a jest.
"Those clever people who invent names for kings and queens will not be hard put to it to invent one for me. They will call me Queen Anne Lackhead."
She laughed nervously, and the ladies gave a weak response.
"You know," she told them, "I never wanted the king. It was he who pursued me all along."
They did not answer. It was too dangerous a subject for them.
"There is one thing I really do regret," she said. "I do not consider that I have been condemned by divine judgment, except for having caused the ill treatment of the Lady Mary and having conspired her death. I would make my peace with her. Lady Kingston, would you carry a message for me?"
"Yes, I can do that," Lady Kingston agreed.
"Then come with me into my great chamber,"
Anne bade her.
"I would unburden myself in private."
She led Lady Kingston into the next room and locked the door behind them. Her chair of estate was still there under the canopy. Neither had been removed.
"Please, sit there."
Anne indicated the chair. Lady Kingston looked shocked.
"Madam, it is my duty to stand and not to sit in your presence, especially upon the Queen's seat of estate. I am a condemned person," Anne said, "and by law have no estate left me in this life but for the clearing of my conscience. I pray you sit down."
"Well," Lady Kingston replied, "I have often played the fool in my youth, and to fulfil your command I will do it once more in my age." And she sat down. Anne knelt humbly before her and held up her hands in supplication, as the good lady looked down at her astonished.
"I beseech you, Lady Kingston, as you will answer to me before God and his angels when you appear at his judgment seat, that you will fall down in my place before the Lady Mary's grace, and, in like manner, ask her forgiveness for the wrongs I have done her, for until that is accomplished, my conscience cannot be quiet."
"Be assured, madam, I will do it," Lady Kingston promised. "Now, madam, please get up and let us join the others." As darkness fell, Anne sat at table, writing farewell letters to Mother and Mary, begging forgiveness from the latter. She laid down her pen and thought back over all she had achieved in her time. What would posterity say about her? Future generations should say that she had influenced monumental change, and for the better. She had helped to free England from the chains and corruption of Rome, and to make the Bible available to ordinary Englishmen in their own tongue. No mean achievement, that. Without her, none of it might ever have happened. But few would acknowledge that debt to her now. All her achievements had been eclipsed by her disgrace, and no doubt she would be remembered more for that and a bloody scene on a scaffold. Her daughter would grow up living with that horror, thinking ill of her. She shuddered. In a few short hours. To take her mind off her fate, she set herself to composing a poem. It helped to get her thoughts down on paper. The words flowed.
"O death, rock me asleep, bring me to quiet rest. Let pass my weary, guiltless ghost out of my woeful breast. Toll on, thou passing bell, ring out my doleful knell, for the sound my death doth tell. Death doth draw nigh, there is no remedy. Farewell, my pleasures past, welcome my present pain. I feel my torment so increase that life cannot remain. Cease now, thou passing bell, rung is my doleful knell, for the sound my death doth tell.
death doth draw nigh, sound the knell dolefully, for now I die. That night sleep was impossible, so she got up, tiptoed through the dark chambers to her closet, and tried to focus on God and the hereafter. "Give me strength to bear my ordeal," she beseeched him. The first golden streaks of a May dawn were lightening the sky when she rose and returned to her bedchamber. She sat down on the bed and waited. God had been merciful. She was calm and composed, her courage high. She was ready. Chapter 28. Friday the 19th, May 1536. Her maids dressed her in a beautiful night robe of grey damask. Beneath it was the low-necked red kirtle she had worn on the night before her arrest. Then Aunt Boleyn placed a short, white ermine cape around her shoulders. "In case it is chilly outside," she said. A change had come over Aunt Boleyn since Anne's condemnation. She had become kinder, more respectful, and now she looked quite emotional. "Lady Kingston and I will not be attending you," she said. "The young ladies are to have that honour." They looked terrified. She bound up Anne's hair, piling the plaits high above her neck, and placed a gable hood on her head. Then she handed a white linen coif to Nan Saville. "Put it in your pocket," she said. "You know what it is for." "Do I look presentable?" Anne asked. "I am told that the people are being allowed in to watch." "You look every inch the Queen," Aunt Boleyn told her. Father Skip came soon afterward to celebrate Mass. After receiving the sacrament, Anne toyed with her breakfast, nibbling on a piece of manchet bread to please her ladies, but she had no appetite. She kept having to visit the stool chamber. Nerves had made her bowels run to water. She felt light-headed after having had so little sleep. At 8 o'clock, Kingston appeared at the door.
"Madam, the hour approaches,"
he said, his voice hoarse with emotion.
"You should make ready."
"Acquit yourself of your charge," she told him, "for I have long been prepared." He gave her a purse.
"It contains £20 for you to give in alms."
It would be her last queenly act. He cleared his throat.
"Madam, a word of advice. When you are asked to kneel, you must stay upright and not move at all for your own sake. Do you understand me? The executioner is skilled, but if you move, the stroke may go awry."
"I will stay still," she vowed, trying desperately not to think about it.
"We must go now," he said.
Lady Boleyn hugged her tightly. "God be with you," she said fervently. Lady Kingston patted her arm as she passed. She was so obviously trying not to cry. As Anne descended the stairs, she could hear the 4 young ladies behind her weeping and bewailing bitterly her fate. In the inmost ward, 200 yeomen of the King's Guard were waiting to conduct her to her execution. She had not expected such ceremony. As soon as she appeared, they began their slow march toward the Cold Harbour Gate, followed by the officers of the Tower. Kingston walked with Anne behind them, and the maids of honour and Father Skip brought up the rear. As she passed between the massive twin towers of the Cold Harbour Gate, Anne could see the waiting crowds around the scaffold ahead of her, which stood on the green before the House of Ordnance. It had been built high, and it was draped in black material. A great murmur rose from the crowd when they saw her walking slowly toward them. Although her instinct was to run, she took care to carry herself in a queenly fashion. It suddenly occurred to her that, even now, Henry might grant her a reprieve. This whole macabre charade might have been staged for the purpose of allowing him to make a grand gesture of mercy, and so win credit with his people. As she distributed the alms she had been given to the poorest-looking spectators, she could hear her maid still weeping in her wake, and turned round several times to hush them. Her ears remained alert for the sound of a royal messenger galloping into the tower with a pardon. But there was nothing. She knew in her heart there would be no reprieve. There must have been 1,000 people waiting on the tournament ground. Nearing the front, she saw Lord Chancellor Audley and Master Secretary Cromwell standing with Henry's bastard, the Duke of Richmond, come to report back to his father, no doubt. Well, Henry should hear only of her courage. She would not criticize him or his justice. She had made her peace with God, and she wanted no retribution to fall upon her family. She caught young Richmond smiling at her maliciously. Norfolk and Suffolk were there, with many nobles, and the Lord Mayor of London with the aldermen and sheriffs, but she looked in vain for her father. They had reached the scaffold now. Sawdust had been strewn over it, and several men were standing on it awaiting her. They wore ordinary dress, so she could not tell which one was the executioner. She could see no sign of his sword. On the ground to the far side, she glimpsed a wooden chest. Sweet Jesus, it was her coffin. She forced herself to stay calm. She did not have to be brave for much longer. Kingston offered her his arm and assisted her up the 5 wooden steps, her 4 maids following. She stood on the scaffold, looking down on the crowd, trying hard to smile and show them that she felt no fear. She turned to Kingston. "May I have leave to speak to the people? I promise I will not say anything contentious, and I beg you not to hasten the signal for my death till I have spoken that which I have a mind to say." He nodded. "Please speak now, and be brief." She turned back to the crowd, breathless with nerves. "Good Christian people, I am come here to die, according to the law, for by the law I am judged to die, and therefore I will speak nothing against it. I come here only to die, and to yield myself humbly to the will of the King, my lord. And if in my life I did ever offend the King's grace, surely with my death I do now atone." She bowed her head, her heart racing, for when she finished speaking, only death awaited her. She forced herself to continue, praying that her voice did not betray her fear. "I come here to accuse no man," she declared, "nor to speak anything of that of which I am accused. I pray and beseech you all, good friends, to pray for the life of the King, my sovereign lord and yours, who is one of the best princes on the face of the earth, who has always treated me so well that better could not be found. Wherefore, I submit to death with a good will, humbly asking pardon of all the world. If any person will meddle with my cause, I require them to judge the best. Thus I take my leave of the world and of you, and I heartily desire you all to pray for me." At a nod from Kingston, her young ladies stepped forward, but they were in such anguish that she had to help them remove her cape, her nightrobe, and her hood, leaving her standing there in her red kirtle. Nan Saville drew the linen coif from her pocket and gave it to her. She pulled it over her head, making sure that all her hair was tucked in, and was dismayed to find that one plait kept sliding down. She pushed in the clips and prayed it would stay in place. Nothing must be allowed to impede the sword. "Pray for me," she beseeched her maids. "I beg your pardon for any harshness I have shown toward you, for while I lived you have always showed yourselves diligent in my service, and now you are present at my last hour and mortal agony. As in good fortune you were faithful to me, so even at this, my miserable death, you do not forsake me." They were looking pitifully at her, tears streaming down their cheeks. Anne smiled faintly at them. "As I cannot reward you for your true service to me, I pray you take comfort for my loss," she said. "Be not sorry to see me die. Forget me not, and always be faithful to the king's grace, and to her whom with happier fortune you may look to have as your queen and mistress, and always esteem your honour far beyond your life, and in your prayers to the Lord Jesus, forget not to pray for my soul."
A big, brawny man in a sober but well-cut suit of clothes stepped forward and knelt before Anne. As he spoke in heavily accented English, she realized it was the executioner. Her heart began pounding furiously. "Madam," he said, "I crave your Majesty's pardon, for I am ordered to do my duty."
"I give it willingly," she told him.
"Madam, I beg you to kneel and say your prayers," he instructed.
This was the moment. She knelt in the sawdust, taking care to remain upright as Kingston had exhorted her. "Please allow me a little time for prayer," she asked, arranging her skirts modestly about her feet, so that when her body fell it would not be exposed. "O Christ, receive my spirit," she entreated, over and over again.
Below her the Lord Mayor cried, "All kneel in respect for the passing of a soul."
The crowd fell to its knees. Only Suffolk and Richmond remained standing. Anne tried to pray, but she was frightened that the blow would come when she was not ready, and kept looking fearfully around her.
"Madam, do not fear. I will wait till you tell me,"
the executioner said. She touched her coif, checking that her plait was still in place, as she continued her prayers. Nan Saville came forward, weeping uncontrollably, with a linen cloth to blindfold her, but her fingers were trembling so much that Anne took the cloth from her. She looked for a final time upon the world and the sea of faces gazing up at her, then covered her eyes. The last thing she saw before doing so was the sunny sky above the tower roofs. "Jesus, have pity on my soul. My God, have pity on my soul," she prayed fervently. "To Jesus Christ I commend my soul." She heard the executioner quietly bid her maid stand out of the way, and there was a shuffling and a fresh outbreak of loud weeping. It was terrifying not being able to see what was happening around her. "Strike now!" she cried, her heart hammering so hard and painfully in her chest that she thought there might be no need for any headsman. "O Lord God, have pity on my soul! To Christ I commend my soul!" She heard the executioner say,
"Bring me the sword."
There was a movement in the direction of the scaffold steps, and she blindly turned her head that way. She had believed Kingston when he had said there would be no pain, and prayed that the blow would be instantaneous and bring immediate oblivion. But when it came, there was a choking explosion of searing agony and a dreadful warm gush of blood. She was aware of tasting it in her mouth and of its flooding her nostrils, as she felt her head, horribly light now, hit the scaffold with a painful thud, and the blindfold fell away. She would have cried out, yet no sound came apart from a terrible, silent gurgling, and she wanted to clamp her hands to the mortal wound that had been dealt her, yet she had no hands any more. They were attached to the dark, bloodied, crumpled thing that lay on the scaffold next to her. She blinked and tried to look away. Through her torment, she could still see the blurred shapes of people around her on the scaffold. And then her eyes dimmed, and the merciful darkness descended.